In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And this is what's happening. Dogs. People on television.
There have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people on television say the dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And this is what's happening. People on television. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
What's going on, everybody?
The cats. They're eating.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. That was conservative, former Trump Republican, now Democratic Party mega donor, MagaPhonix's remix. That's right. Democratic Party riding with Kamala Harris, riding with Mamala, MagaPhonix's remix for They're Eating the Dogs, featuring HasanAbi and Donald Trump. Folks, I'm live. I'm alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. But before I get to that, I got to celebrate the day. Celebrate the day because it's a beautiful day. It's a special day. It's a wonderful day. You already know what kind of day it is, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, folks. Is it because it's 76 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles? No, that's not the reason why I'm actually very excited. Is it because I just hit a, pretty solid lift earlier? It's leg day and I got my legs right. You know what I'm saying? No, that's not the reason. It's because.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday. Then.
It's fucking Friday.
It's Saturday, Sunday. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. It is Friday for all the boys, all the girls, and all the MVs out there. It is Fucked Up Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Freaky Ass Friday. Folks, it is Friday. More like Friday. Or more like Fry Slay. This is part of the broadcast where we celebrate and honor the wonderful weekend. A thing that they haven't been able to take away from us yet, okay? They will eventually. Something that our forefathers fought long and hard for, okay? That's right. If you like the weekends, think of union. If you like that the 9-to-5 workday exists and it's not longer, think of union. And if you like your Fridays, think of union. Ladies and gentlemen, the vibes are going to be immaculate on this beautiful Friday. Let me tell you right now, folks. Immaculate. That's right. Woo! Friday. These dumbasses in my DMs think I'm you. What is happening? They think Benny Johnson made the remix and I'm the guy in the video. Trump 24. Benny, you did a great job with your screaming mouth. Heard you crying. Eat the dog. Yeah, MagaPhonix, you are experiencing what is known as just stupid people online. That's what it is. Your Republicans are very, very dumb. And that's all you're hearing from. I mean, that's all you're seeing in this situation. They're just like too dumb to understand normal things. But yeah, they're just angry. That's what it is. They're just angry and they're looking at anything that they can lash out at. Will you chat about the Boeing strike? Yes, I will. They're just looking at things that they can lash out at. That's pretty much it. That's the only thing. How's Kai doing? She's doing great. She had a great fun time this morning. Personal news wise, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Let me tell you, okay, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. I ended the broadcast last night after a short 9-hour stream, another half day. This guy is lazy. Everybody knows communists are fucking lazy. Okay? Ugh. God, nobody wants to work anymore. All right? Nobody wants to work anymore. It's bullshit. Anyway, so I did that. I tried to watch a little bit of Spy Family, but I'm kind of bored of it. I'm in a content hole right now. I really need like a new solid anime to dive into that's like not going to be a tremendous undertaking. Like I don't need like a One Piece style, like long convoluted sequential anime. I need something like that's fucking hot, something that's fast, that sort of situation, you know. But I haven't been able to figure it out. No, don't say Solo Leveling. Don't say Dungeon Meshi, I heard, is good. Terminator Zero seems interesting. And Don the Dawn has a really solid opener, so I might actually take a look at that one. Anyway, I fucking woke up. Okay. Oh my God, wait, hold on. Donald Trump is in fucking... It seems like he's in Rancho Palos Verdes, California. Fruit basket, assassination classroom, gunslinger. Okay, we'll figure it out. I should have never actually said that because every single person now, all the goddamn weebs are going to be freaking out. Anyway, personal news-wise, in a content black hole a little bit. It's fine. Don't really have too much time anyway. Don't really have too much time in between the stop streaming and start streaming moment. I got to probably take a day off at this point because I'm starting to feel it a little bit. I woke up and I was in a bad mood. I woke up and I was in a bad mood. I felt a little groggy, felt a little tired, probably because, like, you know, I've been doing the damn thing quite a bit. I've been doing the damn thing a lot. I've been going pretty fucking hard, if you guys haven't noticed, right? So, you know, in that process, I usually end up I start getting a little agitated, you know, easily agitated. And that's not a good thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. It's a bad thing. Makes the content worse overall, and I think it probably doesn't show my best face to newer people or people in the edges, people that are just like now tuning in. Also, look at this fucking bug bite, dude. What is happening? Mosquitoes are all over the place. The mosquito. But yeah, I do have a lot of fun when I'm playing games, though. That is actually like the most fun part of the broadcast. So, woke up this morning. Remember, I told you guys yesterday there was a gate guy that came in, right? Because my gate is broken. My front gate's broken in my gated community. It's not how a gated community works. Anyway, but yeah, I have a gate in my driveway, and it was busted, right? So I had this guy come over, take a look at it, take a look at the back gate too at the same time for some fucking reason. This motherfucker broke my back gate. So this morning I wake up, I'm about to leave the house to go live. I have Kaya in the back seat. Get out of my fucking garage. Okay, I get out of my goddamn garage. I can't open the back gate. This guy fucked up both of my gates now. So I'm freaking the fuck out. I'm trying to fix it, you know. I'm Mr. Frankie Fix It. You already know I'm a handyman. All right, I grab the screwdriver. I'm like tracing. I go to the breaker box, look to see if any of the circuit breakers were tweaked or anything like that. And it's one of those fucking dumbass like reset ones. It turns out everything is just turn it on and turn it off. Okay, literally everything. Computer problem, turn it on and off. Okay, you got a problem with your old ass machine that is this mechanical thing that is no longer working as good as it used to. Turn it on, turn it off. 15,000 people need to know about your gate, Hasan. It is okay. Is it okay? I call my rocket genius brother. He's on like a naval mission or some shit. He's on a fucking boat somewhere. Okay. This motherfucker's like working on some goddamn spaceship or some shit. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Okay. He's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, dog, this is why you need to help out. Okay. This is why you need to help out when there's like, when me and my mom are trying to call a handyman. Okay. And it's like, because this shit, like the technical stuff, if this guy fucks something up, like you can trace it back to the point of the problem, right? Whatever. Boeing on strike? Well, no, he's not, because he's not unionized, and it's not the union or even the thing that he's working on. It's an entirely separate part of Boeing. Anyway, he's a scab? Yeah, he's a scab. That's not how this works, guys. Yeah. Anyway, Murat doesn't work on the commercial airliners. And Murat is also not unionized anyway. There is a unionized aspect to their production, but he's not a part of the unionized workforce. Anyway, leftists who have never worked, leftists who don't understand how unions work, leftists who don't understand how strikes work, coming in. So anyway, where was I? He works on the private airliners like the Trump airplane. That's actually not even a joke. I don't know if he actually worked on that, but like that would be an aspect of his job for sure. Air Force One would be something that he would work on. But regardless. Oh, so he's a top dog, lol? No, dog. There are people in this community who work alongside Murat. I don't know if you guys know this, but there are literally people in here. No, they're not top dogs at all. They're just even more exploited. No, dog. Fucking engineers at Boeing are not the top dogs. I promise you. As a matter of fact, half of the reason why the Boeing airplanes are fucking, dropping left and right is a direct consequence of the fact that no, the engineers are no longer in charge. Anyway, I know it's the top of the hour, but it's we just started, so I'm just gonna run a 1 minute ad break, obviously, because it's only 30 minutes in. I remember someone to get cake with him at work after his rocket launch. What? But as an engineer in Raytheon, nah, we're not running shit. It's the tyranny of the majority of Boeing. Yeah, they're a workers co-op. they're a workers co-op. It's all the engineers that run the show there. Anyway, so union iron worker here that works on any gate or door with a motor from aircraft hangars to residential. So where was I? What the fuck was I talking about before we got on Marat for no reason? Oh. I totally forgot. Oh my God, my brain is stopping. My brain is not working. Jesus Christ, this is what I mean when I say, yeah, I was talking about the gate. Anyway, I ended up fucking fixing the gate, but I'm pissed off at this point. I'm late to my lift. Okay. I'm pissed off. I'm late to my lift. The gate guy was like, bro, this shit is like old as hell. You need to replace the whole goddamn thing. Okay. I'm like, Jesus Christ, whatever. Fine. Okay. But like, you fucked up my other gate, so now I don't trust you. Okay. You didn't check after you were like done tweaking it to see if like you tripped any of the fucking circuits or anything like that. I have like one of those power outlets that resets. It resets if it gets wet. It resets if it just like randomly trips a circuit, it resets. So it turns out it was one of those situations where I just had to press the button to make sure it reset again. Anyway, you're getting scammed, brother. I know, dude. There's not really much you can do about it. Okay. Yeah. The GFCI. I don't know what it is, but it's probably not a bad thing, but you should know that. You should fucking check it before you leave, you know? Anyway, I fixed that shit. I get out. I go lift. I'm in a bad mood though, right? I'm tired. I'm groggy. Mornings have been kind of like humid. And honestly, everything changed. Okay, everything changed. First of all, trigger warning: Laura Loomer, Donald Trump. Everything changed because I went into my fucking squats today and I just hit that shit like it owed me money. You know what I mean? I threw it back like I was paying for college. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a warning here. This is 320 pounds. It's not like a crazy amount of weight, but it's also like nothing to write home about. You know what I mean? It's also like nothing to say is a little, is not a little bit of weight. It's definitely a good amount of weight. So, I wouldn't say it's a crazy amount of weight. You know, if I get up to like the 360s, I'll say it's a crazy amount of weight, even for someone of my size, right? But I think my lifetime PR is around, man, please just buy your shoes with a heel instead of dancing around trying to step on those small ass discs with 320 pounds on your back. Maybe. It's nothing to scoff at. Wonky one. But yeah, before that, normally I was going for 10s, right? My workout on my leg days have been primarily focused on hitting like 10ers over and over again. You know, 10 for 225, then you go up 10 for 285, then you go up 10 for, and then my top set usually is like 10 for 285, right? And that is a decent amount of weight to put up for 10. But today we went with lower reps, but higher weight because I wanted to see if I could get under this level of weight, right? So I did that. I went up to my top set, which I did last week, if you recall, which was 285, I think, or 290 or something like that. And I was able to do that without a belt. Okay. And I ripped that shit. It was easy. Okay. No belt, ripped it. Okay. And then I was like, okay, I'm feeling confident. Went up to 310. I was supposed to hit 6 for 310 and then see where I could go from there. I couldn't do 6 for 310. I did 5 for 310, but the form was pretty good. So I was like, let's go up to 320. So we did 320 pounds and I did it for 3, but I was being very, very careful. I had the belt on for 310 as well. Let's take a look. And you'll notice that float key is completely correct. This is also like the heel elevation in this situation is also because like there's an angle because we've been deadlifting here for too long and we've like fucked up the ground. So the ground is a little wonky. So in order to do a little bit of safety, no safety bars either, by the way, just, you know, not safe at all. I'm gonna be honest. I really need to take better care of all this shit. But like there's a slight heel elevation here in order to ensure stability, right? Shit's looking like a goddamn sinkhole out here. But I unfortunately placed them a little too close. Okay. Look, he is the HasanAbi lifting correspondent. Yes, he is the most brolic in this community. He can outlift everyone in this community. He's a power lifter. Okay. He's fucking brolic as shit. He would, his squats would destroy me. Okay. I see him fucking putting up like 5 plates to tell conservatives that they're fucking weak. Anyway, here it is. It's a little tight.
Hold up. I sat down, crust, turn my neck, shut him up. I sat down, crust, turn my neck, shut him up. I sat down, crust, turn my neck, shut him up.
So on the second one, I go like I go forward a little bit, right? This is a thing that I do all the time from my low bar back squatting days, where I just end up like unnecessarily turning the exercise into a fucking good morning if I can't get the explosiveness from the bottom of the lift, which is definitely a dangerous thing to do, especially at this goddamn weight. You know, 320 pounds is like not a little amount of weight, you know what I mean? Fluky, here it is. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Look at this goddamn demon. What do you got on there? What is that? Are those those are the 55 pounders or are the 45 pounders? I can't tell from here. Thick as hell. It's like 572. God damn. God damn, 572. How much can you do for 572? Olympic 55s, yeah. Is it a 1 rep PR? My deadlift PR is 500, but only for tool amount. I can, I've hit 661, so probably this for 5. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know what my lifetime PR is, but like, I can like, I think at a certain point I was doing 405s for 10, but that's it. Like that's, and deadlifts are definitely my strongest lift for sure. It's the only lift out of all of the lifts that like gives me a little bit of an advantage. Like the size advantage is only prominent in deadlifts. Every other lift, this is 661. That's crazy. You trying to go Brat 365 weight like Anthony Fantano self challenge? Yeah, I mean, my goal is to get up to 365 on the squats, but like be able to consistently do like I think my realistic weightlifting goal is to be able to hit 365 for 10 with like good form. And I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Anyway, the last one.
My body trying to go for a ride. I put bit lines right on her dash. I put the mask on cause I be fried. All red, I stay with the fat.
Do you see that? I pushed forward too much and I got real toey with it. You see that? It's very dangerous. That's not a good idea. That's how you fuck your back up, okay?
Already, we pull up in 5.
But it's nothing to me because it's only 320 pounds. That shit's nothing. I could probably fucking spin that shit around, dude. Still recovered. Put it up there. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay? Not bad at all. But I will say, when you're under that much weight, especially if you're not used to it, if you haven't done it in a while, it's like, I'm seeing stars at that point, okay? I'm fucking seeing stars.
Wake up, filthy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117,
And by the way, as far as like, what do you call it? As far as the depth goes, like I could have gone a little bit deeper, I think, for sure. But it's my top set. It's the first time I'm doing 320 in a while. So it's pretty good. I think like the depth is good, but it's not great. Everybody that says ass to grass doesn't know how to fucking weight lift, so shut up. Okay? You don't know anything. Okay? It needs to be 90 or sub 90. That's it. Like this right here needs to be 90 degrees. Right here. You see this? That needs to be either 90 degrees or, you know, below 90. You don't need to go ass to fucking grass. Okay? Anyway, having said that, for how tight this is, look, this was not shoulder, like this was below shoulder width. It's supposed to be shoulder width or a little bit out beyond shoulder width. It's the hip crease below the knees. Knees going a little too far forward. Yes. The only reason you didn't hit 90 exactly is because your feet are too close to be together. Yeah. My feet were definitely too close together, but I think like for a top set of 320, feet that close together, I mean, I'll take it. That's tight as fuck. Like, how come using the plates under the feet, you're struggling with your ankle flexion? No, it's a long story. It's anyway, are those shoes okay for squat? Are they flat? They're not the best shoes to squat in. Everyone will say you need squatting shoes, especially at this weight. I might need to start, but I don't know. I'm an old man with a very old school mentality in terms of weightlifting, where I don't use pre-workout. I just drink coffee. And if I feel like a little bit of pain, I'll just take 2 aspirin. And I'm old and I'm stubborn. And I feel like I there is obviously certain things that I use. Like I use the knee braces. Well, not a knee brace, but like a tendon band. Okay. What about creatine? Creatine is different. It's the best. Creatine is the one supplement that I will always use, and I will always tell other people to use as well. It's the best. So, I don't use pre-workout. I did in my youth. I used a lot of pre-workout. I'm just saying, like, in order to understand how fucking old school I am, I'm telling you, like, I literally don't even use like any kind of pre-workout. I just take 2 shots of espresso. I just rip 2 shots of espresso, and I'm done. And then I also don't even use like the waistband until I hit my top set, because I'm afraid that I will be relying on it. I see it as a crutch almost. It's safety, and you should always use it if you want to use it, you know, but I only use it on my top set because I want to make sure that I can like be confident without it. But I think like no matter what, like once I'm consistently, like once you get over 300, you have to use in my opinion, doesn't matter how fucking brolic you are, doesn't matter how strong you are. I think once you get over 300, you should always have the waist band. Like it doesn't matter. You should always use a belt once you get above 300 pounds. Like that's my rule of thumb. Never belted a day in my life. Well, I think it's good. It's a good thing to have safety. Anything over 225, to be honest, I mean, that's breakfast before or after workout. No, I work out fasted, and I've been doing that for 10 years. And I have, as you guys know, I do tweak my metabolism into thinking that it started. Floki doesn't need it for 300, lol. No, it's good that, no, even if you don't need it, it's good to have it over 300 because it's safe. HasanAbi and Kaya pre-workout, 6:30 a.m. Okay, you're joking, but like this is literally what I do every morning. That's not even a joke. That macho shit don't matter when your spine is broken. Brother, it has nothing to do with macho shit. What are you talking about? It's not macho shit at all. I'm not, dude, I'm not. Oh my God. I just said it's good. It's good to use, and I do use it, and I think you should use it over 300 pounds regardless of how strong you are. Oh, he's agreeing with me. Okay. All right, let's blast off, folks. Folks, let's do it. Let's do the dang thing. There's a lot to talk about today. Breaking, 6'4" bisexual political commentator Hasan Piker has posted another squatting video on his Instagram story. Anti-Piker, you can't be doing this. You can't be doing this. You can't be fucking calling me bisexual on the timeline when kiss him heeled shoes. He's so stubborn sometimes. Gag him. Is he actually bisexual? See, there's people asking you now. Between this and not letting Taylor kill Elon, Hasan is not beating the macho allegations. Have you considered just using Converse for squatting shoes? What do you mean? Converse is just as flat as the fucking Jordans that I'm wearing currently. I used to use Converse. Chad, it's not black and white, but as weight gets heavier, our legs can push more than pressure on our spine can handle. It's not 100% going to break your back without a belt, but it does improve stability with higher weights. Yes. Also, you should always work on your core strength because that stability comes from your core strength. The belt is basically there for extra protection. It plays the role of your core. That's what it is. Do you like leg day more than upper body? I feel like I've never seen you bench, but I've seen you squat like 1,000 times. No, I post my bench press too. What do you mean? No, I don't. I go through phases, and this is the last thing I'm going to say before I blast off. I go through phases, and I don't know if it's just me or maybe this is what like other weightlifters have experienced as well. There has never been a time in my life where I have consistently improved all three of the compound muscle movements. Either it's just the deadlift, or it's the deadlift and the squat that improves, but my bench stays the same. Or if it's my bench that goes up, my deadlift and my squats do not improve. Now that's part of the reason why is because I'm always at a deficit. Okay? I'm always at a deficit. I'm constantly fucking going against my genetics. Okay? And also it might be because I am a fucking 10-year plus weightlifter at this point. So that's probably the reason why, you're not gonna, I don't have like noob gains, you know what I mean? And I'm no longer in like recomp. So for that reason, I've never had a moment where I've like, had gains on all three. Right now, it's actually my squats that are improving. And my my bench press is like around the same. It's pretty weak. My bench is really bad. For my bench press, I mostly focus on ensuring that I have shoulder stability so I don't actually end up tweaking my shoulders because my rotator cuffs move around a little too much and I consistently have problems with that. So I care more about like making sure that I am I am safe and solid. Whereas like my deadlifts, I put up some decent weight on there, and my squats, I'm currently putting up a decent amount of weight. Like I'm improving on my squat as well, but never my upper body. I've never been good on that. Like even at my best, I think I was like 265 for my bench press, which is very unimpressive for my size. And for squatting, I can't really remember. I think it was like 365 that I was consistently putting up on squatting. And at my best deadlift, I was like 405. I was ripping it for like 12. So I'm almost there on my deadlift. I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close to my like, best strength on my deadlift. Almost there on my squats, and definitely nowhere near on my bench press, but it doesn't really matter. Because what I care about is being healthy. What I care about is aesthetics and being healthy. Oh my God, chat, man. This man is straight as hell, lol. Okay. I mean, I am, but I don't know why you're saying that. Boys are getting really big gains at Camp Canoe. What is this? Okay, I did this first. All right. I did this first. Let's be real. All right. Let's be real. What the fuck? Do you do overhead presses in addition to the big three? Yes. Of course. I do all the other stuff. I'm just talking about the big three because that's the most important. The big three is the most important 3 workouts. Okay. That's it. I did some plyos today too. I did some fucking plyos at the end of my lift today. What's the big three? Deadlifting, squatting, bench press. Those are the big 3. Those are the 3 compound lifts that that everybody does. Every weightlifter does. They're compounds because they hit most of your body. As in nothing else matters? No, everything else matters too. I'm just saying you tailor your exercises around those big 3 lifts, in my opinion. That's what I've done always. Yes, I do RDLs as well. I do regular deadlifts once a week, and I do RDLs on my leg day. Like I did RDLs today. Okay. Do you approve of the Strong Lift program? The internet loves to hate on it. I don't know what it is. All right. I'm done talking about weightlifting, man. What are we doing? It's Freaky Ass Friday. Okay. America's getting more anti-immigrant by the moment. Wukong. Last chapter tonight. Get in now. Never blast off? What do you mean? You beat Black Myth Wukong yet? No, I haven't. Damn, there's a lore video on Black Myth Wukong? Fuck yeah. The funniest thing about like Black Myth Wukong, like doing a fucking lore video on Black Myth Wukong. Have you been feeling any of the earthquakes in Malibu? Yeah, I woke up to it yesterday. Sweat lords talk shit no matter how good you are online, I'm sure, but you've made way faster progress than me, and I'm not dog shit at games in the least. No, I think most of my naysayers and haters also recognize that like there's only one type of game that I'm good at, and it's like the From Software style games that I'm decent at. And Wukong is like easier than From Software games in general too, so I'm just fucking clapping ass cheeks left and right, just smacking them. Do we have a blast off meme or what? What is? Oh, we do have a blast off meme. I already downloaded it too. Actually, shit. Bomb lefts. Let's go. Okay. Let's fucking do it. Let's blast it. Freaky Friday, Campaign Mania. America's getting more anti-immigrant by the moment. Wukong last chapter tonight. Get in now. Here's a video comparing all the English and Chinese voice actors. No, what I was going to say is like doing a Vati Vidya style lore video about Wukong is pretty funny because it's like built off of an established lore. Unlike fucking, you know, something George R.R. Martin and Miyazaki came up with in terms of like From Software. So like it's funny to do like a Vati Vidya style lore video on something that already exists. You know what I mean? It would be like doing Vati Vidya style lore video on God of War, right? And even actually different than God of War, because God of War is at least like made up. Well, I guess all myth is made up, but like God of War takes a different spin on pre-existing myths, whereas I feel like Wukong is the exact same of the same myth. Anyway. I know it's Freaky Friday and you probably do fun stuff for a bit. Can you please cover the man who self-immolated last night in Boston? It isn't getting coverage. Yeah, I saw the video of him like right before he did this. And it is chalk that up for another one of these. Chalk that up as like any kind of pro-Palestinian demonstration is being completely suppressed by the media. They're not covering that at all. Yeah. Oh, here, blast off. We'll do it. Chapter 6, what to expect. 5 main bosses, 2 minor bosses, no mobs. Easy. Yeah. Oh, this was really funny. Y'all peep how Palestinians are very quiet about Venezuelan and Haitian slander, but was guilt tripping everyone all year to support them. Chile! That is not a black person that wrote that, okay? Chile! Can I switch accounts? I'm getting nowhere with this one. Stand firm, soldier. Nice try, federal agent. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Pretty young tenderoni, hottie _black. You're the unhinged one, not me, babe. Definitely not a federal agent. Okay? Definitely not a federal agent. Guys, you don't understand. This is definitely not a federal agent trying to sow unnecessary diversionary tactics, create splinters. Okay? No, this is definitely a real black woman. At this point, so much of social media is bots. So much of social media is just bots. Some of those bots are Russian. Some of those bots are Israeli. Some of those are real, you know, operatives managing the bots. But it's like obvious to me. Like I saw a lot. Like I can't believe I'm becoming like a Russiagate style guy at this point. But in the eve of this like Tenet stuff, as you guys know, where Tenet Media, an American media company that was, you know, funded and facilitated by Russian operatives, specifically created to, you know, sow misinformation, present misinformation and create sympathies and diversions and engage in divisive rhetoric in American political discourse, including but not limited to giving money by the hundreds of thousands of dollars a month or a week, actually, for the likes of Tim Pool. Now I see this stuff like regularly, and there is definitely shit out here where it's like, there's definitely like very obviously bot shit out here. Like I saw an account on here where it was like talking about how, you know, a Haitian was caught eating a cat in Ohio, USA. And it's like, it doesn't make sense. Like no one in America would say Ohio, USA. Okay. That's not a thing. Like, no, I know we got some dumbasses that basically operate like fucking bots. Okay. But ain't no bot is saying Ohio, comma, USA, okay? You just say Ohio. The very fact that you said Ohio, USA makes it obvious that you're probably not from here. I've been a little surprised how little you think government agencies pay to social media, especially after BLM and Palestine movements. Like, I get not wanting to be conspiratorial, but at this stage, I think the FBI cares enough to do stuff like this. Yes. I think the number one problem, and I'm telling you right now, I was listening to some fucking crank dude who went to a security conference at 9/11, okay? And he was talking about their number one priorities now. It's no longer ISIS or Al-Qaeda or the Taliban. It's Iran. And I was like, yeah, no shit, dumbass. Of course it's no longer ISIS, because that's our guys. Those are our guys. Why the fuck would the FBI be like, we're really worried about ISIS? Back then, when they said we're really worried about ISIS, they were simply using that to also expand on the surveillance state. So now they're saying that, was that the TrueAnon app? No. Now, their attention has shifted over to Iran, and they're running with the fucking argument that, like, Iran is absolutely manipulating American social media, and that everybody got caught flat-footed, okay, openly. They're admitting this. The FBI and other fucking agencies are openly saying, we got caught flat-footed. We had no idea that there would be so much support for Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad amongst the American youth, okay? Straight up. That's what they're saying, which is ironic because that's what they used to say about the Viet Cong, okay? It's the exact same shit. It's the exact same nonsense, okay? Just so you know, it's no different. Anyone that tries to tell you is different is being a little delulu, okay? Of course people can make up their own minds and recognize the wrong things that the American government is funding and facilitating, especially when it's something as glaringly obvious as fucking genocide. All right? This does not mean that people are like being funded by the Iranian government. Are they delusional or lying? It's a part of both. It's a part of both. They're part delusional, part lying. Okay? That is what's going on. They're part delusional, part lying. Mostly lying, though. They're mostly lying. So, I don't know. I feel pretty bad about all things that are happening in the world. It's just like not exactly great. Things are not exactly great. I will admit. And all I'll say is, you know, when people ask me personally, like, oh, how do you deal with all this shit? Like, things are really awful. Okay? Things are really awful. How the fuck do you deal with any of this? Like, you cover it on a day-to-day basis. Well, the way I deal with all the mania is not by suppressing it, but by focusing on my own self. You know what I mean? Setting goals for myself, achieving those goals, whether it be working out, weightlifting, whether it be, you know, even sometimes playing video games, you know, changing certain things up on my stream, you know, focusing on things in my life and accomplishing them. Yeah, your life is so difficult. It's not. I am a very fortunate person. I never said that my life was difficult. I'm simply answering. The attitude in the stream about this event is pathetic. Do better. I'm gonna untime out this guy. Just stop using Twitter if it's that dangerous for a platform, lol. Dog, you are exactly who I'm talking about. Okay, I think the lesson that you can learn from this, the lesson that you can learn from what I'm trying to explain to you from my own personal experience is that, like, we're all human beings, right? No matter what our material conditions look like, you still have the capacity to feel shitty, right? And it's obvious to me that you definitely have some issues, right? Like, you definitely have some issues because you're coming in here early on a Friday where the vibes are immaculate, and like the first thing you do, your first output in here is to just like misunderstand what I'm saying and to come in and hate. And it seems pretty consistent with like what you've done so far. Obviously, that comes from a place of hurt. You know what I mean? So if you have these kinds of feelings in your heart, if you're just like upset about one thing or another, whether it's like very valid reasons, you know, because rent is impossible to fucking pay, and all the extra money, the 1% increase in your fucking salary, if you're lucky, is directly going back to groceries. All right. If all that shit is like frustrating, that's valid. But this is unhealthy. Lashing out at someone like myself in an effort to make yourself feel a little bit better, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? It's also not going to be healthy for you because you didn't actually try to fix the problem internally. You just kind of did this thing and moved on. That's why I always try to explain to people, like, if you're unhappy, if you're upset with something, you know, set some goals for yourself. Set some goals for yourself. And then try to achieve those goals. And in the process of achieving those goals, you'll start feeling a little bit more confident. Okay? That's why I talk about like the silly little things that are happening in the background of my life in the beginning of the broadcast, right? So yeah. All right, but let's get to it. Donald Trump says he is a coward. Okay, Donald Trump says he's a little baby coward. What is this? Hey, Hasan, please read this. There's a news story came out about a black man who's said to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. Can you shed some light on it? Maybe you can get people to give signatures. His name is Marcellus Williams. We'll look into it. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
He's now in the race for the White House. Donald Trump says he will not debate Kamala Harris again as both candidates hit the campaign trail in the battleground states. Mary Bruce is tracking the race. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Georgia. Both campaigns are out blitzing the battlegrounds, hitting those key swing states after that critical debate, as Donald Trump now says it will be their only one. On the campaign trail for the first time since her face-off with Donald Trump, Kamala Harris in North Carolina, challenging him to another debate.
2 nights ago, Donald Trump and I had our first debate. And I believe we owe it to the voters to have another debate.
Even as his aides and allies admit he was on defense almost the whole debate, Trump still claiming he was the winner.
As everyone saw 2 nights ago, we had a monumental victory.
But also saying he's done with debates.
So because we've done 2 debates and because they were successful, there will be no third debate.
I think this is some cowardly bullshit, okay? If he was dropping 10 points on Harris right now, that's valid. I mean, even then, it's not necessarily valid because, like, I think his people do demand blood. Okay, it's one thing to just say, I'm not going to do any debates in the Republican primaries because, like, my closest opponent is not even 35 points near me. That's fine. That's one thing, right? That was probably a smart and calculated decision. But when the race is this fucking close, okay, when it's like ass hair like this, especially in key states, you know you don't want to do another debate because you got dumped on, okay? You got absolutely gutted. You got cumstered and dumpstered, and you don't want to do that again because it was fucking embarrassing. And it was embarrassing in the worst possible way for you because you came in, you thought you could make light work of Kamala Harris because you saw what we saw. She's not very charismatic. And also on top of that, she doesn't handle herself, at least in prior conditions, in a contested environment. Like Dana Bash, if she came in with the same energy that she brought to the table in the not so adversarial Dana Bash interview, she would have gotten destroyed. It would have looked terrible for her. But she came in hot. She was a little nervous in the beginning. And then she was very smooth, okay? Beyond that. And this is a problem for Trump. Why is this a problem for Trump? Because a lot of people want something positive out of the Democratic Party. They're like begging. They're like, listen, I want to vote against Donald Trump, but you got to give me a crumb, okay? You got to give me a goddamn crumb of anything, okay? And the entry point to that crumb is obviously humiliating Donald Trump, which she did expertly. There's more that she needed to do at this debate, and I talked about it immediately in the aftermath of the debate as well, in terms of like offering people things that will improve their lives, openly communicating that you're going to help people. That's kind of the fundamental principle behind a democratic process where the votes are earned and not, they're not expected, right? Obviously, we've completely lost the plot on that front, but she did the thing, and she looked very good at this debate, and Trump looked very bad at this debate. So this helps her, and I think a second debate would probably help her as well. That's precisely the reason why Trump doesn't want to do it, okay? Trump doesn't want to do it. Now, I don't even know if Donald Trump is capable of going into that debate stage and just having the old charisma and the juice that he once had. He doesn't have that same is it pep in your step? She did the thing your millennial is showing right now. Wait, what? How was that? What are you saying? Yeah, he does not have the same stamina, and he does not have the same pep in his step. Okay? Trump saying he doesn't want to debate is also a negotiating tactic to get the next debate on Fox. There's no way he doesn't do another one. The Fox debate will look so insane. It has to be on neutral ground, okay? People, like, Trump acts like ABC was not neutral ground. It was, dog. You just can't get away with fucking lying. Like, it's crazy to me that the idea that the ABC debate was actually not neutral and they were very pro Kamala Harris is like kind of stupid, because it's like, yeah, one side was just regularly lying. Like, that's the expectation from anyone, okay? If we're living in a normal planet, if we're living in a normal universe and not the United States of America in 2024, the expectation should be, yeah, of course you're going to fucking fact check. How the fuck would any journalist or any commentator or any host of a television show let one of the two candidates get away with saying insane blood libel about, like, immigrants, dude? Of course you got to fucking fact check. They didn't really fact check Kamala because there was not that much to fact check. What are they going to fact check her on? The Hamas rape situation? Like, they're not going to do that. They're never going to do that. That's equal opportunity, okay? The media is bipartisan on that front. They will lie at the behest of the state of Israel regardless. So, like, beyond that, what could they have fact-checked Kamala Harris on? The one thing that they could have fact-checked Kamala Harris on was when she said, oh, you used the term bloodbath, okay? I don't know why the Democratic Party still goes along with that, okay? I don't know why they still go along with that. The most that they could have done if they wanted to be a little bit more like needling on Kamala Harris's front is not let her get away with deflecting on direct questions like, do you feel better? Like, do you think Americans are better off now than they were 4 years ago? That is a very biased question. Trump received a lot of biased questions, and that was a biased question in the direction of Kamala Harris. The problem is Kamala Harris expertly deflected away by needling Trump, and then Trump took the bait, and then the conversation devolved. I mean, it just exploded in that situation. The moderator could have stood on that question and been like, please give us an answer, Madam Vice President, but they didn't do that, right? But if your opponent, this is kind of like, here's what it is, okay? With the CNN thing, I was frustrated that they didn't fact check with CNN, obviously, but my expectation was that, Joe Biden would at least do something about it, right? And he didn't. He was objectively bad, and so bad that he had to, no longer run for president, right? But one thing you have to remember in this process is that beyond the actual candidates talking to one another, okay? Beyond the actual candidates that are talking to one another, like if one side is doing a fire hose of lies and the other side is just like massaging the truth a little bit in terms of like, misappropriating what Donald Trump was saying, and that is a lie still, but that's nowhere near as big as a lie. In the effort to continue the conversation, you just kind of let certain things go. They let a lot of shit that Trump was saying go, technically. They just only fact check the most glaringly obvious insanities, okay? And in terms of like October 7, like I said, if you think that they're ever going to fact check anything that you say in defense of Israel, you must not be living in this country, okay? Like, Donald Trump said a shit ton. He said Venezuelan gangs are overtaking Aurora apartments. That's a lie too. That's also a lie. Why didn't they fact check that? Okay. Donald Trump said that, migrants are responsible for tens of thousands of deaths. He said it all. He said his regular shit. The only thing that they fact checked was basically the most egregious lies that he was telling, which is, Haitians are eating your cats, your dogs, and your pets in general. So, also he said they were doing like genital surgery or transing implants or whatever. That one wasn't even fucking false, by the way. I mean, Trump is an idiot, and he's lost his two-step. He doesn't have his mid-range anymore, okay? He used to be able to dunk, drive to the goddamn paint, and he had a pretty solid fucking midi. He doesn't have none of that shit no more. He doesn't have it, okay? He could have just straight up talked about, like, that thing that he brought up was obviously far too specific and far too new to far too new in the media cycle. It's an old story about how under Kamala Harris, like when she was Attorney General, I think she allowed like trans prisoners to get surgery or something. That's basically what it was about. I don't even know the exact details, but it was K-File did another investigative piece on it. Here, we'll look at it. But technically what Donald Trump was trying to explain, okay, here, this is it. Harris told ACLU in 2019 she supports cuts to ICE funding and providing gender transition surgery to detain migrants. So like, it's not wrong, but he fucked it up because he couldn't even get away with like saying what he was trying to say. Okay? He was just like, you're doing illegal aliens or forcibly being transed in prisons or whatever the fuck. And it was like at that point, you're Bidening, okay? You're Bidening out. You got like a point that you're trying to fucking push, and you're having a hard time because people are going to listen to that. People are going to listen to that and go, what the fuck are you saying, dude? But once again, this is a very reverse Biden situation for Donald Trump. Why? Because Biden was so bad at the debate that people didn't pay attention to how bad Trump was. I talked about how bad Trump was. If you recall, Felix also brought this up as well, if you remember. Trump was fucking dog shit at that debate, but it didn't matter because Biden was so bad. He imploded so catastrophically that nobody even cared about what Trump was saying. Okay? This time, Trump was so bad that people didn't even like pay attention to certain lack of policy from the Kamala camp. Like they're still going on the vibes-based shit. Okay? Do you understand? Because Trump is so unimaginably crazy right now on the timeline, up and down. Like he is so extremely online and so invested in pumping out QAnon grandparent talking points that he saw on Facebook headlines with articles riddled to the brim with AI art that it's virtually impossible to pay attention to like Kamala Harris's weaknesses. Okay? Because Kamala Harris has weaknesses. She did a great job needling Trump, but there's a shit ton. There is a shit ton of weaknesses that she has not addressed. A lot of the same questions that people have for Kamala Harris, I'm certain they still have for Kamala Harris. I don't have fucking answers. I don't know, and I pay pretty close attention to it. No way she's perfect. No, she's not. She's not perfect. You guys are fucking insane. Kamala Harris is doing a solo TV interview while keeping it to local news. She's participating in a taped interview with Brian Taff of Action News 6, ABC, a local station in Philadelphia. The interview will air on the station's 6 p.m. broadcast. Good stuff. We'll see. I do hate that the post-Trump era of American politics have unironically caused people's expectations to be even fucking lower from whichever party that they're voting for. And it's unimaginably frustrating to sit here and think about that every fucking day. Like, think about the conversations that we were having on the left in terms of like advancing certain policies when Bernie Sanders was running against Hillary Clinton. Medicare for all, okay? Like significantly better labor protections. Free college, okay? Eviscerating, gutting student loan debt, okay? Doing massive student loan debt relief. All of these things were tangible. Raising the minimum wage. These were all like real policies that American people were talking about. Okay? Criminal justice reform. Voting rights restorations. These are all things that even like the residual impact of this carried on into the 2020 cycle as well, where Joe Biden was like, I'm going to do the public option. You know? It's all gone. It's all gone. There is nothing. There is nothing. We have devolved. And the reason why, moving away from fossil fuels. Yes, a green economy, a focus on renewable energy. These were like things that at least the Democrats would like run on. And we just got none of that, dude. None of that. Drill, baby, drill. Whether you're blue or red, doesn't matter. We're drilling, okay? And you can't do a goddamn thing about it, okay? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy that, like, on immigration, we have just, we are fucking bouldering towards Adolf Hitler, straight up. Telling you, watch the 04 and 08 presidential debates. It feels surreal. Yeah. And Trump definitely collapsed the expectations for sure. Because he ran on fucking vibes too. He ran on a lot of vibes. Big time. So now, because of his incompetence and because of how much of a fucking like entertainment magnet he is, okay, ultimately the Democrats can kind of get away with just also not really doing anything in terms of like launching any kind of progressive policies, solutions, prescriptions whatsoever, and just like looking to carve out 10,000 votes in Georgia and maybe 20,000 votes that might be like Trump Republicans but are in the margins in Pennsylvania, and hope that like this race will swing in their favor. Oh, it's really crazy. CNN Harris campaign internals. PA looking rough. Michigan and Wisconsin look best internally. Pennsylvania looks rough, though very possible. North Carolina is feeling better to them this time around than Arizona. Nevada and Georgia both seem possible, though challenging. Michigan and Wisconsin are looking the best. That's a crazy take. There has been a huge amount of environmental progress in the last 4 years, probably more so than any other 4 years in the U.S. The administrative wins have been huge, and IRA/BIL are the largest climate investments of any country in the world. Okay, I wouldn't say of any country in the world. China's right there, brother. Come on now. No, he's not. Fango Lives is not wrong. No, he's not wrong. Guys. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Stop. Just because we don't hyper focus on fucking the Brandon accomplishments does not change the reality that, like, yes, there have been achievements under the Biden administration in terms of climate policy. The issue, on the other hand, is like we're burning the candle on both ends. He will understand and admit to this as well. What do I mean by this? On the one hand, we're making renewable energy investments. I agree, and that's a good thing. Okay. Not necessarily campaigning on it, which I think is a fucking major flub, but we're not going to talk about that. Okay. You got like fucking battery plants opening up in like the middle of the country. Those are good things. Okay. And they're unionizing too. Okay. But on the other hand, and he's right, U.S. is becoming the largest oil exporter. And on top of that, the Supreme Court gutted the fucking regulatory agency's mechanism for regulation. Like, so on the one hand, we moved 2 steps in the positive direction and moved 11 steps in the negative direction. So it's really fucked up. It's really, really, really bad. It is really bad. I'm just talking in terms of like America's future prospects in being a renewable energy provider on this planet, or even being remotely competitive with China in terms of renewable energy investments. I think we are so far, we are left behind on that front. It's terrible. Oh, it's fucking terrible. And when the Harris campaign is not touting the legislative accomplishments of IRA, for example, or like even from the perspective of like opening up new manufacturing fronts in the United States of America, and just simply talking about all the new jobs that were created under the Biden administration, which is good. You could say that. Yes, there's a post-COVID recovery bump, but like beyond that, if you don't talk about like new manufacturing plants opening up, the fact that they're unionized as well on top of that, and how much investments into the renewables is actually good for the future of the country, and on the issue of energy, the only thing you say is drill baby drill, and I'm never going to stop fracking. That's the takeaway for people. And that is going to have even worse, more significant consequences in terms of political discourse in this country, because it's the same principle behind the immigration stuff, right? The same principle behind the immigration stuff, where it's literally you're saying, I'm hyper-focusing on fracking and I'm pro-fracking. That's the only position that you need to hear from me in terms of like what I believe we must do for energy. You have no interest in pushing and defending your agenda, even if it's beneficial. Okay? You have no interest in advocating for the good things that you've done. That's why I'm so frustrated with the Biden administration, and that's why I'm so frustrated with the Kamala Harris campaign. These guys on the Republican side do such a phenomenal job by exposing their messaging weakness, okay? Their messaging weakness on this front is mind-boggling, okay? Mind-boggling. Like, Republicans for the past 4 years have been crying about 85,000 IRS agents, okay? 85,000 IRS agents. They all got guns. They're coming to your house, and they're going to take your fucking trailer park away, okay? That's how they're presenting it. Meanwhile, the IRS has been able to fucking collect billions of dollars in taxable revenue from avoiders, okay? From people who have not only through legal mechanisms, which there's plenty of, avoided taxes harder than the top of the hour avoiders that avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $6, even though it's September right now, so it's 30% off, or for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? Yeah, they got those from millionaires, okay? From millionaires. The IRS took back billions of dollars from millionaires, not regular fucking working class people. The IRS is also prosecuting Coca-Cola for being a tax dodger to the tune of $16 billion fucking dollars. And you're out here not putting that as like the top, like not fucking using that every goddamn day, talking about how the FTC is going after fucking Amazon. Like, these are things that you should be messaging, but the Democrats don't, because they're terrified that corporations are going to get mad at them. Their corporate subsidiaries, their real donors, the actual constituents that they care about is going to get fucking mad at them, and they're going to pull support. Okay? That's why it's fucked. That's why they don't run on that shit. Oh. And it's genuinely upsetting. This administration, beyond being, very obviously permanent genocide in Gaza, pro-permanent genocide in Gaza, which, by the way, I'm running the 3-minute ad break right now, by the way. But outside of that, this administration has been significantly more progressive than the Obama administration even. Okay? This is something that I have openly recognized. Pulling out of Afghanistan was phenomenal, okay? It was the right thing to fucking do, and the Biden administration did that. It requires a lot of fucking bravery. It requires burning a lot of goddamn social and political capital to do so, and they did that shit, okay? They never defended it. Insane. They never defended it. You just completely capitulated to the right-wing framing from the media and the Republican Party on that front. 13 of our best soldiers died. 13 of our best soldiers died. Now the Taliban is fucking doing tricks on it. They're doing trick shots with the Blackhawks that they got from us. Ridiculous. It's right there. Just fucking say 67 of our best soldiers died in Afghanistan under the Trump administration. 13 died when we were withdrawing out of Afghanistan. Of course, it was going to be a complicated process. Of course, it was going to be bloody. Not a single veteran needs to die. And that's precisely why we did the right thing. Because when you don't have troop presence in an active war zone, they don't fucking die. Okay? That's it. That's all you got to fucking say. Shut them the fuck up. Trump did not have the bravery to actually pull out. He negotiated the terms. Biden actually followed through on it. That's leadership. That's bravery. Okay? Leaders have to make bold decisions sometimes, okay? Brave decisions sometimes. But then they also have to defend it. And if you don't defend it, if you don't message around it, then no one gives a fuck. Take accountability for the false information you've shared. Damn, this communist with a Gucci bag is straight yapping. Bro has a Gucci bag. He literally financed an ultra-capitalist company that flies Chinese workers to pay them below minimum wage. Says he's a communist. What a joke. What? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude. But yes, I do have a Gucci bag. What is this communist opinion? I fly Chinese workers? What? To pay them below minimum wage? Is this a new talking point? What are your thoughts on Trump not doing future debates? He's a pussy. He's a coward. Why would corporations be mad that they're messaging on going after them, but not be mad at actually having the government go after them? I think in an election cycle, you're making assurances to corporations by not messaging actively against them. I've seen you do it. Hasan's Gamba support group. Thank you for the 521 gifted subs. As one of Hasan's Chinese workers, I can tell you he treats us very well. The Chinese workers who assemble designer bags in Tuscany. Many companies are using inexpensive labor to manufacture handbags that bear the coveted "Made in Italy" labeled. Is this what it is? This is from 2018. I doubt this guy has ever read anything, let alone a New Yorker article. But I do want to know how he tied it together. This guy would be hard right-wing if we were living in Turkey and support these gray wolves or whatever they're called, Lamau. He only pretends to be a leftist because he hates white men. Yeah, I am a famous defender of the ultra-nationalist far-right gray wolves. Famously so. Brother, just say you don't know anything, okay? And you're just hallucinating positions and move on. Anyway. Bro heard like 3 talking points you can't remember. I know. Where are these motherfuckers coming from? Yeah, bet this is the first time gray wolves are even mentioned here. Wait, you're joking, right? This says all. No, you fucking idiot. I have regularly covered ultra-nationalist movements in Turkey, including but not limited to the gray wolves or MHP, and how fucking damaging that is. I've also even talked about why I hate NATO and directly tied it back to the fact that NATO and the CIA basically created the ultra-nationalist Turkish movement that funded and facilitated these right-wing paramilitaries that ended up killing Kurdish communists in Turkey. You wouldn't know any of that though, because you're a fucking idiot. You're just imagining my positions, and it doesn't even matter for you because it's not about like actually figuring out what my worldview is. It's about trying to, okay, why are there no clips of that? I see clips of everything else possible from you. Do you think it's my fault that you haven't actually done your research on this subject matter? You think you've watched every single fucking ounce of coverage that I've put to this? I am currently, first of all, yes, there are clips of that. There are YouTube videos entirely dedicated to this. But what is really funny about this is like, this is your fault. You should have put the keywords in and searched it up. It's deliberate, but keep pretending otherwise to save face before your chat. Why do Turks subscribe to
Turkish
racial fascism at Euro 2024? Player flashes gray wolf symbol. This is a 19-minute video specifically covering how ultra-nationalism in Turkey is a genuine problem. Okay? Here is the thing that I was talking about. How NATO worked with fascists to crush the left in Turkey. This is an entire video specifically around how the CIA and NATO, in collaboration with Turkish ultranationalist groups, basically created a network of fascist terrorists in the country. HasanAbi Turkey right wing. Is ultranationalism rising in Turkey? HasanAbi reacts. What's happening in Turkey? There are a shit ton of videos. The problem is you don't care. The problem is you don't actually give a shit. Now you're trying to double down and be like, you're just trying to save face. Where's that fucking chatter? What was his username? I like that this guy basically fucking came in and straight up said, I'm sorry, I have not done my research, and that is entirely your fault, and I'm also making up positions. I've hallucinated. $49K views from a random channel, not your channel. Who was talking in the YouTube video that you just watched? That was me. That was my words. Those were the words that were coming out of my mouth. It was me talking about this issue. You yourself don't promote this content. This has to be the dumbest person on the planet, right? He's going to tweak Hasan. It's okay. You're being baited. Ever since we covered that one guy yesterday who came in and was like, you're lying about Springfield. You're lying about Springfield, and immediately doubled down and was like, okay, maybe I was wrong, but it's good that you maybe I was wrong, but it's good that you actually showed the proof. Officially denounced the Grey Wolves, make a video about it. I want to see at least 100K. Okay, dude, suck my fucking cock, you little baboon. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry that the videos did not reach your metric of success. Who the fuck do you think you are? Who the absolute fuck do you think you are? You said I never talked about it. I showed you a bunch of videos where I have, and now you're like, well, they didn't actually get enough views. My bad that people don't give a shit about it as much. You know, it's not my fucking fault. I think the reality, yeah, and also I talked about the Grey Wolves here as well, for the record, and this one has 200,000 views, so you know we've already hit that. It's crazy. These brand new accounts are all professional trolls, dude. Stop raging at them. Okay, we're gonna move on. I do think it's kind of funny because he's gonna be like, well, it's only 200,000 views, and it's not directly a video of you being like, I denounced the Grey Wolves. And then he's gonna be like, oh, it sucks. It's not even 100,000 views, you know? Yeah, you can make an argument about that directly on any issue. You could be like, Hasan, I haven't seen a single video of you covering, you know, how pro-abortion you are, you know? You need to make a video just straight to the camera and being like, I believe that women should have a right to choose. And then that short video that you make straight to the camera has to get 1 million views, or else I will not believe it. You need to go and facilitate an abortion. They actually don't care about what they're talking about. They just sit in Discord and attempt to sunlock the stream so they can live with their buddies. I know, but that's like really fucking sad, don't you think? Like, that's a really, really fucking sad thing to do with your... Like, we all have a finite amount of time on this planet. Okay? We have a limited amount of time on this fucking planet. We're all going to die. Every day, we are closer and closer to death. One must ask the question, is this truly how you want to spend that finite amount of time you have? Is that what you want to do with your time? Do you think this is a valuable use of your time? A better troll could have easily found, if they cared enough and they wanted to actually troll, they could have easily just like found a video of me making jokes about the Grey Wolves and then acted like I wasn't being sarcastic and totally said I was serious. They don't even do that anymore. They just have given up. Trolls have completely given up at this point. Okay, let's continue. Trump is taking questions at the LA press center. Defends Laura Loomer. Dude, I think Trump is definitely fucking Laura Loomer, by the way. I mean, he's not. I think he's ace. So I still believe that, but I think it's really funny to say he is. All right. We're gonna get to the Laura Loomer stuff in a second. Let's continue
ahead of
with
the
this.
debate had the candidates roughly tied. Now a new Reuters Ipsos poll has Harris leading Trump 47-42. The Harris campaign reporting they raised $47 million in the 24 hours after the debate, their biggest haul since the day she joined the race. That Reuters Ipsos poll also showing that 53% of voters who heard anything about the debate said Harris was the winner. Only 24% said the same about former President Trump. On the trail, Harris arguing the debate shows Trump is a man of the past without a plan for the future, signaling out the issue of health care. At the debate, Lindsey Davis asking him if he has an actual plan to replace the Affordable Care Act, known as Obamacare.
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan.
That shit was so funny. It is very Simpsonian. It was very Homer. I have concepts of a plan.
I'm not.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
Harris.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. When you're president, you start making plans. That's how it works. He used to do this shit all the time. It's pretty funny. He would do this all the time where he would go, I'm going to deal with Afghanistan. And then they'd be like, what are you going to do? He's like, I can't tell you because then the enemy will know. I can't tell you what I'm going to do. I don't want to let the enemy know. An actual child take? I know, but like, here's the problem. Here's the problem. What do you mean he used to do it? He literally did that last week with Lex. Yeah, he used to do it. He still does it. But he used to too, okay? That's my point. Like, he did this when he was running for president in 2016 and then successfully became president. He did this during his administration, and he never really stopped doing it. Now, the one thing you have to understand, yeah, Mitch Hedgeberg, shouts out. Rest in power, Mitch. So... What you have to understand is in this time frame, okay, over the course of the past 8 years, 9 years, I genuinely believe that the broader electorate and their demands have gotten dumber as well, both on the Democratic Party side and certainly on the Republican Party side. On the Republican Party side, I think that the electorate has gotten way more like insane, hysterical, and primed to believe like whatever kind of psychotic thing that Donald Trump says is real, especially if it corresponds to their personal biases that they already had. Like immigrants are bad. So like you can say anything about immigrants and they'll believe it and they'll just like advance that. They'll be like, no, it's definitely true. Right? No matter how insane. And I think COVID greatly accelerated this process as well. But beyond that, like the number of people that also aren't really looking for any fucking seriousness from either candidate has grown, I think. Or maybe they always were like this, and I'm just like more annoyed by it as years go by. You know? Because I feel like there is just no interest whatsoever. There is no interest whatsoever from the Republican base for Donald Trump to be like, here's what I'm going to do. Okay? Praying you stop stuttering. I will never stop stuttering. It'll happen. It's the Brandonization of the HasanAbi broadcast, just like the Brandonization of Donald Trump. I think it's funny how the voters get dumber along with our elections, makes it aesthetic. Yeah. No, that is what's going on, though. That is what's going on. On the one hand, okay. Hold on one second. Are you going to get Trump affair with Loomer and Laura? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. He's piping. He's lit. He's piping that shit, dude. He's hitting that. That's right. He's hitting that. Sometimes you take asshole chatters comments and stride so well. I don't know how you do it and don't always flip the fuck out. I'm in a good mood because I hit 320 for 3. So I'm in a fairly good mood right now.
It's now mocking that answer.
He said, concepts of a plan. Concepts. No actual plan, concepts.
Still, the Harris campaign maintains she is the underdog, launching a more aggressive phase to build off her debate momentum. Now, Kamala Harris will be back in must-win Pennsylvania. Today, Donald Trump is in Nevada and out in California, where he's supposed to be holding a press conference later this morning as the final sprint to Election Day now ramps up, George.
Also, Mary, the former president, been traveling the last few days with this woman, Laura Loomer, social media influencer.
Dude, I do love this. Look, I said it. As soon as I saw Laura Loomer as soon as I saw this demon on the motherfucking plane, I was like, how is the media not covering this? Remember, like, she is such a target-rich environment. It makes no sense for Donald Trump to be close to her. She is an insane person, okay? She is an insane person, which is hilarious because she has no base. She's an insane person with no constituency, okay? No constituency whatsoever. Didn't she call that one senator gay Lindsey Graham? Yes. There is no reason for Laura Loomer. There is no reason for Laura Loomer to ever be anywhere near any campaign whatsoever.
Very much.
Unless there's a different reason for why she's there. Here is Laura Loomer saying, I just ate dog food. It's human grade, which means you and your dog can share a tasty, nutrient-dense treat together. Order yours today. Roger Stone said it's gross. That's how bad it is. Please stop showing her. My kids are in the room and they're sobbing, says the DUI champion. Friend of the show, Ken Benzinger, wrote about her for the Times. The former activist's decision to elevate Laura Loomer, a far-right activist known for racist and homophobic posts online, has stunned even some Trump allies. Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, who is this for? Who is this for, really? Like, who are you? Who did you make this decision for? Because I am once again saying I do not support all women. Some of them are uggo. It's for me, I think. It could be for me, because I think it's funny that he's doing it. But like what is the political calculation to having someone like Laura Loomer by your side? Because now you have to inevitably defend her, which is weird. Because you already have this issue with JD Vance. And she is somehow objectively worse than JD Vance. Like, she literally is both uglier than JD Vance, like hard to look at. Okay, JD Vance also looks kind of weird and creepy and gross, but like she has no benefit. Like there's no added value to the campaign to bring Laura Loomer around. There's got to be something. There's got to be something. She's horrifying to look at. She literally has tried to fuck Nazis. She herself has had a lot of groiped up far right Nazi takes. Tell Andrew I'm going to ban him. You know those two are making the humidity on the Trump Force One rise to 70% pure stank. He's going to give her a little leather football baby that comes out already with fillers and Botox bloat. HasanAbi to distract us with her good looks and rockin' body. Yowza. Humana. Oh, baby. Like, Trump is already not doing great, okay? He was smooth cruising when he was going up against Biden. And then, obviously, the race changed. And it was already a difficult one for him to win from this point on. But then he just, like, keeps adding, it seems, new game plus difficulty for no reason. He's just like, nope, I'm going to make this as difficult as possible for me. I don't care. I will win again, but this time even harder. Also, is that Van Cleef, chat? Is Jason the Ween hanging out with Laura Loomer? Every time I see Van Cleef now, I'm assuming that Jason the Ween has been there. Yam Queef? Has Jason the Ween... This is like a baby Gronk was rizzing up the... baby Gronk was fighting the Rizzler to rizz up the Livy Dunn. Has Jason the Ween of FaZe Clan actually been hanging out with Laura Loomer? Jason the Ween of FaZe Clan is known for giving everybody Van Cleef bracelets that a lot of people are saying he got from Temu. And many people are wondering, since Laura Loomer, the alt-right neo-Nazi, has been hanging out with Donald Trump a lot, and she's been prominently featuring Van Cleef bracelets and Van Cleef necklaces, which has led a lot of people on TikTok to speculate that Baby Gronk and Jason the Ween have probably been hanging out with Laura Loomer. I just alienated 98% of people over the age of 30 in the audience right now that have absolutely zero fucking idea what I'm talking about. It's one of those jokes that's like funny for 8 total people in this chat that actually watched me collaborate with fucking Jason the Ween. Bro, you just made me realize I'm turning 30 in 2 months. I appreciate it. Yeah. What the fuck is a Jason Ween?
Influencer, very controversial for racist comments about Kamala Harris, suggesting in the past that 9/11 was an inside job, and that's drawing fire even from...
Why is that the only thing that you guys talk about? That's like a defensible position, dude. Holy shit. She has done way worse shit. She is banned from virtually every application, like not just social media in the past. Like when she was banned from Twitter, she literally chained herself to the door of Twitter headquarters, okay? She started an ISIS club in college because she thought liberals would join it. I don't know if that's real or not, but I'm going to go on with it anyway because it's funny. But the Twitter thing is real. She got banned from every application. Uber, Lyft, every single one because of her fucking relentless Islamophobia. There are so many things. I don't believe that Twitter-ish. Okay, here. She got banned from like Uber Eats and shit, bro. She is like just look at her goddamn, look at her background. Laura Elizabeth Loomer, born May 21st, 1993, is an American far-right political activist, internet personality, conspiracy theorist. She was the Republican nominee to represent Florida's 21st congressional district in 2020 House of Representatives primary. She also ran to the Republican primary in Florida's 11th congressional district, losing to incumbent Daniel Webster. She has described herself as pro-white nationalism and a proud Islamophobe. Loomer has worked as an activist for several organizations, including Project Veritas, the Geller Report, which is Pamela Geller, who is a fucking far-right terrorist herself. I think her daughters were like memers on Instagram and they got canceled too because her mom is like a fucking rabid Islamophobe. She worked for Rebel News and InfoWars. Loomer gained notoriety as a result of being banned from numerous social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, payment processors, vehicles for hire, and food delivery mobile apps. Bro, she doesn't even have the weather app on her phone, okay? She turns on her phone, it's a brick. She got banned from the weather app. How do you even do that? Anyway, I'm joking about the weather app thing. All right. For various reasons, including violating policies on hate speech and posting misinformation, Loomer has also been banned and removed from events and had her press credentials revoked for harassment and causing disturbances. In April 2023, it was reported that Donald Trump wanted to hire Loomer for a campaign role. However, the idea was said to have been met with heavy resistance from Trump's team, as well as warnings from Marjorie Taylor Greene over hiring a documented liar. Since 2023, Loomer has written and posted false claims about the Israel-Hamas war. Loomer and her 2 brothers were raised in Arizona, yada yada, doesn't matter. Here it is. Between 2015 and 2017, okay, Loomer used a concealed video camera to record a conversation with Barry University officials discussing the idea of starting a club called Sympathetic Students in support of the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. The school apparently asked only that the club's name be changed to Students in Support of the Middle East. James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, a right-wing organization known for producing secretly recorded and deceptively edited undercover audio and video investigations about media organizations and left-leaning groups, released a video to Encounter alleging that it captured a university official unfazed by the idea of an on-campus organization to support ISIS. Shortly thereafter, the university suspended Loomer for violating the student code of conduct, and a professor shown in the video filed criminal charges against her for recording him without his knowledge. At the time, Loomer was an honor student in her senior year and the president of Barry University's Young Republicans Club. According to a Hillary campaign official, Loomer and 2 other women posing as Clinton supporters attempted to entrap campaign workers into accepting illegal cash donations. In July 2015, the official said the campaign had complied with the law. These guys are some of the most insane freaks out there, okay? Remember James O'Keefe? That fucking freak who used to run Project Veritas, but obviously people that were donating to Project Veritas were like, what the fuck are you doing, when they found out that he was embezzling funds to fly Project Veritas members to go and watch him do Oklahoma, the Broadway musical? Like, he is such a fucking musical fan, just like Donald Trump, by the way, that he was like, yeah, I'm gonna take all this money that you guys gave me, and I'm going to make everybody fly out and watch me do Oklahoma. So they fired him. Wait, Donald Trump loves musicals? What do you know about that? Wait, you didn't know that Donald Trump is a musical head? Are you kidding me? How the fuck do you guys not know this? Have you guys never heard Donald Trump talk about like Phantom of the Opera? Why do you guys think I always say he's my zesty king? Like he fucking loves musicals, bro. Are you kidding me? Donald Trump, Phantom of the Opera. The only time when you see a spark in his eye is when he's talking about
this beautiful letter I get from Andrew Lloyd Webber, who was big before Phantom, but nothing like Phantom. And he did Jesus Christ Superstar, which was another great one. He did a lot of great things. But he said, because he lived in the building at Trump Tower, he knew me a little bit. And he said, I'd love to have you as my guest. I'm opening up a musical called The Phantom of the Opera. And I said, oh, so let's go. So I say on the letter, okay, I'll go. And anyway, we went. And it opens with the chandelier and this. You've been there, right?
Yes,
You've seen
yes,
it.
yes.
Do you agree? It's like
first time I saw it shocks you when the chandelier drops.
No, but
you guys didn't know this? I mean, this is like, sometimes I forget that there's people in here that just like are unfamiliar with like all of my commentary, but this is a classic, dude. Donald Trump is a very, very zesty man, okay? Very zesty man. Also, he's literally like, I think he also tried to produce a Broadway musical and it failed, and it like altered the trajectory of his life dramatically. Donald Trump's one-show career as a Broadway producer, If Paris Is Out, had been a smash, we might be living in a different. If Paris Is Out had been a smash, we might be living in a different America. I've watched you for years. I swear to God, you've never talked about this. No, I've definitely talked about Donald Trump loving the arts. Bro, he blew a kiss at Hulk Hogan. Like, what are you talking about? He loves his little boys and girls. He loves a good performance, okay? He loves a good performance. Why do you think he always talks about how hot his generals used to be or how hot his military men were? He loves a man in uniform, okay? What the fuck? You're the biggest Trump stan in the universe? I mean, yeah. I've definitely brought up the Donald Trump. I've definitely brought up Donald Trump's. I never brought this one up, but I definitely brought up Trump's love for musicals.
The whole thing.
The whole magnificent.
It was a great, great musical. He said, but I'm opening a musical called Phantom of the Opera. And I'm saying to myself, all right. Now, I get many letters like that. I still get letters like that, except it's a little hard when they make you put masks on and do this thing. I mean, you know, I think Broadway, you still have to, it's brutal. It's brutal. I mean, if you had a Broadway theater right now, it just is just
Well, plus the city. What's happened to the city?
Plus what's happened to the city.
Look, it just closed after, what, 40 years? This letter is inviting you to opening night. The reason I want to start with that, it just closed last week.
Yeah, no, it did. It did. It was very sad.
Because of what's happened to the city.
I think I know why it closed beyond that, but I think it's, you know, you got to have a lot of things going right, and they get so politically correct. But it did close, and I would think it's very hard to open on Broadway, have anything on Broadway. But Phantom was one of the greatest of all. So I go in and I see this music. I said, this thing is unbelievable. It didn't take long because the music is so good. By the time we had intermission, it was like, I said, this thing is incredible. And by the end, you know, with the whole thing, with the gondolas and the candles and the whole thing coming out and the great music, and we play a lot of that music. I mean,
Dude. This one I didn't know either. Shouts out to the chatter who brought this up. Trump calls Ocasio-Cortez Evita in new book, American Carnage. President interviewed for book on Republican Civil War. Comparison to Eva Peron indicates respect for Democrat. Donald Trump has compared Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to Eva Peron, saying that though he first saw the New York congressman ranting and raving like a lunatic on a street corner and thinks she knows nothing, she has a certain talent. That's Evita, he said. On Sunday, Ocasio-Cortez seemed to welcome the comparison. I know that, like every woman of the people, I have more strength than I appear to have, Evita Peron. He is legitimately, yeah. Oh, Trump had cats in Phantom of the Opera played to soothe him, a new book claims. Trump has long loved Andrew Lloyd Webber. His staff members used that to their advantage. Many of you will also remember he had a penchant for drag as well. Here is Donald Trump participating. He's not in drag, but Rudy Giuliani is.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try.
Like, what, do we forget all this stuff? Like, what's going on? I feel like a lot of people just like memory hold this shit, which this one makes sense to memory hold because it's so bad. Like, that one is like, it gives you psychic damage when you watch it. I said, man's a rapist even in his commercials. True. Anyway, Ruby Giuliani, not Rudy. Anyway, so yeah, he loves fucking Broadway, dude. Trump has not previously made the comparison, but he did write a 2004 book that his favorite Broadway show is Evita by Andrew Lloyd Webber, starring Patti LuPone. I saw it 6 times, mostly with Ivana. He likes Elton John too. Remember how Elton John was like, oh yeah, I heard he likes me, or you know, he's like, Elton John was like being canceled by people, which is so funny. You can't cancel Elton John, you're out of your mind. But like, people were upset at Elton John for not immediately dismissing Donald Trump saying he likes him a lot. And he loves the village people too. This is a zesty man.
I go to places when we want background music. That's beautiful. It's great. Everybody likes it. But you go there and it's opening night for one of the most successful plays, musicals ever, I would say. Maybe the most, but certainly one of the most. And it was sort of cool to see a letter where I'm opening a show on Broadway.
A show on Broadway. Remember musicals, folks? Chinese coronavirus took that away from us. We used to listen to musicals, but we no longer can listen. We can't even watch. This is why I say Trump is ace biromantic, okay? He is a biromantic asexual man, okay? That's why he says he likes to kiss the boys and the girls. I'll kiss the boys too. Honestly, it's kind of sad. This pathetic man can't enjoy the things he likes publicly because of the culture he fosters. No, fuck no. He don't give a shit. What are you talking about? He's talking to Steve Bannon about how much he loves Andrew Lloyd Webber. No, he doesn't care at all. He openly does say he likes those things. The funniest part about it is that's why when he has this like cult-like following, he goes up on his rallies and he talks about fucking that sissy Graydon Carter. Okay? Ain't nobody in fucking Michigan gives a shit about Graydon Carter. Are you insane? They just go along with it. They're like, hell yeah, sir. I think Graydon Carter is a sissy. Vanity Fair parties have really been lackluster in the last couple of years. I know. You're right, sir. I hate Graydon Carter. New York Fashion Week is falling off, brother. Yeah, I'm a Alabama Republican lifelong. And let me tell you, when Donald Trump came to my town where there's no active sewage system, and he started talking about that sissy Graydon Carter, that pansy who fucking sucks at throwing Vanity Fair parties, and that really spoke to me, okay? I hate my coastal elite libtards. For that reason and that reason alone. Here's a clip of you double down on why you think Trump is zesty. Never happened before. We've had gay presidents. We've had bi presidents. We've never had a president that is also technically ace and aromantic. Those are three massive reasons why I will be voting for Donald Trump. I can't even get myself to say it. Someone's going to clip that and be like, oh, he said it. Okay, this has never happened. Please stop calling him ace. No, Trump is ace. Trump has never had sex for sexual gratification. Like, I know that in my heart, okay? And also, just because someone is ace doesn't mean they're a good person, okay? Automatically. What the fuck are you talking about? Lincoln was bisexual, yes. Donald Trump absolutely is ace, okay? Absolutely. He has never had sex with a woman for actual sexual desire. It is only to fucking enforce. It's only to enforce power, and it's like a thing. Like, he likes pretty things, and he likes having pretty things around him. Okay, he likes having pretty objects around him, and that's why he only sees women as like objects of desire, and that they're aesthetically like nice to look at, and that's why I'm kind of shocked about the Laura Loomer situation. Okay. Like, women are, for him, status symbols. You have good status. Other men respect you more if you have sexy women around you, okay? Like, the only reason why he cares, yeah, he likes pretty women around him because he likes the way men react to him having women around him. Yeah. Bro is not AIDS. You have brain damage. He 100% has never felt longing for a woman beyond just like having them around. You know, you got to reproduce every now and then, obviously, consensually and also non-consensually, as we know. Is this a HasanAbi bit or a genuine belief of yours? No, it started off as a HasanAbi bit, but then it became a genuine belief of mine. I do think that Donald Trump is ace. Like, he will be outwardly sexual, or like he will very rarely, I guess, like the way he's talked about his own daughter, I think kind of goes back to like narcissism, because that's a piece of him. Like, he is very proud of her because she's beautiful and he created a beautiful thing. And I think it's because he's so narcissistic that like, he's like, look, I made this thing that's hot. I want to fuck myself. Like that type of situation. Because surprisingly enough, he has never been outwardly horny in that exact same way about any other woman. As far as I know, I have never heard Donald Trump be outwardly horny in the same way that he has like talked about Ivanka at all, ever. Okay? What about grab him by the pussy? Grab him by the pussy, literally. Bro, he raped 75 women. Dog, rape has nothing to do with sexual gratification. What's wrong with you guys? This is like this is like basic shit. This literally is about, rape is not about like, oh, I was really horny and that's why it happened. It is straight up about enforcing your will on someone. It is about power. The fuck? Harvey Weinstein doesn't even have a dick, okay? I think he has like a gangrene on his cock or some shit. Do you not remember? How the fuck did he rape so many women? Rape is directly about power. That's what you're getting like sexual gratification from. Not the actual act itself. Yeah, rape is not about sex at all. Rape is not about like in most circumstances, like sexual assault and rapes directly happen as a consequence of like wanting to enforce your power over another person and deriving some satisfaction from that. Weinstein's dick was the color and shape of a rotten egg, according to victims and attorneys' court testimony. Yeah. Why does he hate Don Jr.? Shouldn't he be horny when talking about him as well? What? No, Don Jr. is disgusting. At least Ivanka is like hot. Ivanka is a liberal elite until the, Trump presidential run. And even after that, she was still in those circles. Ivanka is everything he wanted to be his whole life. Someone who is like broadly accepted by liberal elites. Donald Trump's anger and resentment in New York towards the bicoastal elites that, perfectly played into this narrative in 2016, especially directly came from his desire to be welcomed by these by this crowd that found him to be crass and rude and silly. They never actually welcomed him. Hasan can't conceive rape or sexual assault. Wait, what? Anyway, let's get back to Laura Loomer. Now that we Yeah, Don Jr. has everything he hates about himself, just like directly in his face. The ugly, annoying, nervousness, like a nervous energy. Eric, too. He hates them. He hates them both.
Some of former President Trump's allies.
Exactly right, George. Now we are hearing from some Republicans who are voicing concerns that Donald Trump is growing increasingly close to this far-right activist.
I'm Dante mentioned you in a video.
Yo, TC weird, and I'm Dante's vouching for him. And, like, he don't care. Like, let's stick within that. All that outside stuff is like, that's like Hasan. That's like Hasan stuff. And I don't do that. I don't do that, man. I don't want to get into that's when the stream just get boring and then like people actually arguing and actually getting mad, bro. I don't know how Hasan be on stream every day like this, just like this, man.
Okay, I don't do mouth noises.
Why are we down to the same? Like, why are we supporting Tom Cruise when the world is actually No, the world is actually like. You guys need to understand what you guys don't understand is it's like, yo, damn, you really just be sitting there. I can't do that, bruh. The second nigga say something stupid, I'm like, yo, shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
He's right, and I should probably do it less. He's right, and I probably should do it less. Okay, that was a fun. That was 10-10. That was a 10-10 perfect demonstration of what I do. Like the only thing you get added to that is if I like get up to piss or serve a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. When there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, I also tell you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6. Even though it's September, it's actually 30% off, or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Boom. Ultra Instinct. I locked in. Adrian is online. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Hasan, look at my chat message. He got your ass, bro. I did. You said he got your ass, bro. I got it. Quantum Monk, thank you for the 5 gifted. Gum. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, we're going to do the Trump presser in California in a second. Let's finish this Laura Loomer segment.
Laura Loomer, as you note, is someone who has espoused conspiracy theories. She has used racist rhetoric in describing Kamala Harris, and now some of former President Trump's closest allies in the party
Tragus. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Are urging him to distance himself from her, George.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much.
I would give Trump a smooch if he wanted. I would probably. It'd be hard not to. All right, let's get to it. Donald Trump, is he piping Laura Loomer? This is a question that is looming on everyone's minds. Let's take a look.
Republican colleagues or your allies who are concerned about your close relationship with Laura Loomer?
Well, I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but Laura is a supporter. I don't control Laura. Laura has to say what she wants. She's a...
Damn, the way he's talking about Laura fondly. Laura, I don't control her. She's a fiery woman. I can't control her even if I wanted to, believe me, folks. She's so fiery. She's so fiery, Laura. She's a real fierce woman, kind of like Evita. Evita, my love. Laura.
She's a free spirit. Well, I don't know.
She's a free spirit. She's a free spirit. She's fiery. She's a passionate woman.
I mean, look, I can't tell Laura what to do. Laura's a supporter. I have a lot of supporters. But I don't know what exactly you're referring to. That's okay. Yeah, please. I just don't know. Laura's a supporter. I don't know. She is a strong person. She's got strong opinions, and I don't know what she said, but that's not up to me. She's a supporter. Please.
Traveling with you.
This goes against your narrative of being ace. No, dude, he's still ace, okay? He's still ace. I'll stand by that. But also, briefly, for the sake of, having a funny moment, I don't know what he sees in Laura Loomer. Not to come across like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is like very obviously jealous because Trump has like a slot for at least one ugly woman that doesn't fit the standard of the women that he surrounds himself with. And like, it's clear to me that Marjorie wanted to be that like freakish demon looking woman by his side. And Trump completely sidestepped her and went to Laura instead. I don't know what he sees in her. I don't know. But they're fighting, and it's really funny that they're fighting.
On your plane.
Okay, a lot of people do. It's a very big plane.
Come on, Laura isn't ugly, dude. Bro. Laura Loomer is not ugly because there's a different category, okay? That's it. Like, that's the only reason. Because, like, saying that she's ugly would not fit the term. She is in the Marjorie Taylor Greene category, okay? Which is like a different thing. It's just like it's not like, it doesn't read as human. You're like, oh, I've seen this before. This is a hard to look at type of situation. And I think this is just something that you see normally in like, I don't know, like horror movies or something. Like she's scary. Scary would be the term to describe her physical appearance.
She made racist remarks about your opponent. She also espoused conspiracy theories.
Chatters, you don't need to be that quick, okay? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 chatters that had immediate links ready to go in the chat. Ain't nobody wants to see Laura Loomer that much, man. Come on now. I'm personally trying to avoid seeing Laura Loomer while talking about her. And you're like, no, let me prove that she's ugly. Like, we know, man. Why do you got that shit bookmarked?
Is about 9/11. Do you disavow those remarks?
Well, to see what the remarks are. You're telling me for the first time we're here discussing the destruction.
That's so dumb. Media is so dumb. Stop talking. Stop talking about fucking Laura Loomer's 9/11 remarks. She's done so much worse shit, okay? I don't know why they're like, oh, she said it was an inside job. Like, 1, a shit ton of Americans also believe it. And 2, it's the exact type of sentiment that is like vague enough that you can actually show conclusive evidence, okay? Like, there's enough like lack of cooperation amongst intelligence agencies, and the fact that like the fucking hijackers were trained on US soil, the fact that Osama bin Laden was personally also trained by the American State Department at the time when he was a fucking a counter-revolutionary fighter against the USSR. Like, please. Okay, stop being a truther. I'm not saying like George W. Bush did 9/11 personally, okay? And that's not what I'm saying at all. But the idea that like what do you call it? Like that is one of her worst statements when it's like there are defensible aspects of that sentiment that you can point to real historical evidence is silly, okay? I'm not like a jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams kind of guy, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. Do you understand? I think it's personally stupid to hyper focus on that when there's like a million other things that are way worse that she has done in the past fucking week. Okay. It's like it's literally like shitting on Adolf Hitler by bringing up that he was ass cheeks at painting. Okay. Like, I feel like that's not the worst thing he did. Okay. I don't know. Don't call me crazy. I feel like his art is bad objectively, but like, that's probably not the worst thing that he did, you know? I feel like there's a list out there of significantly worse things that he did, you know? Yeah, it's like saying O.J. Simpson was a bad tipper.
Of San Francisco and California by a person that's
9/11 truthism, bad at painting. Yeah. When we're talking about Laura Loomer, the Adolf Hitler comparison is not, you know, is not a ridiculous comparison to make. Obviously, in terms of like Hitler's magnitude of evil, yes, but it's in the same direction. We are talking about a person who has called herself a white nationalist. What the fuck? Oh my God. Isn't she Jewish though? Yes, it doesn't matter. So is Stephen Miller, and he's a fucking Nazi too.
Running for president, so I don't even know what you're talking about. I do know that she may have said something based on what you're telling me, but I don't know what she said.
Yeah, the media should ask about this.
Aaron, your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
The Nazis hate me.
It's fine.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Here's the news conference.
It's an honor that you're here. If you'd like to take some questions.
This is where the Q&A begins. No? All right, I got to pee. I'll be back.
First of all, I know you've said that you will not do another debate. Some of your own Republican allies have come out and said that you missed the mark.
No, excuse me. Most of my Republican allies had said I was great in the debate. You're just like, a lot of other people at Fox. Well, why don't you say 94% of the Republicans said I did phenomenally in the debate. Some said that I could have been tougher. I don't know how I could have been tougher when I said he's the worst president and she is the worst vice president in the history of our country. 94% of the Republicans, and the only one that wouldn't would maybe a Mitt Romney or somebody like that. But we've gotten great praise for the debate, and based on the polls, like Rasmussen being up 6 today, the first poll out, based on the polls, obviously I did well in the debate. Also, based on the debate polls, where I sometimes had, in one case, 92% win. So, look, you come from Fox. You shouldn't play the same game as everybody else. Go ahead.
What would you say to your Republican colleagues or your allies who are concerned about your close relationship with Laura Loomer?
Well, I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but Laura is a supporter.
Yes.
I don't control Laura. Laura has to say what she wants. She's a free spirit. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I can't tell Laura what to do. Laura's a supporter. I have a lot of supporters. But I don't know what exactly you're referring to.
Mr. President.
That's okay.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. I just don't know. Laura's a supporter. I don't know. She is a strong person. She's got strong opinions, and I don't know what she said, but that's not up to me. She's a supporter. Please.
Laura Loomer was traveling with you on your plane.
Okay, a lot of people do. It's a very big plane.
She made racist remarks about your opponent. She also espoused conspiracy theories about 9/11. Do you disavow those remarks?
Well, I have to see what the remarks are. You're telling me for the first time we hear about We're here discussing the destruction of San Francisco and California by a person that's running for president. So I don't even know what you're talking about. I do know that she may have said something based on what you're telling me, but I don't know what she said. But I'll go take a look and I'll put out a statement later on. But I really don't know.
Mr. President, Springfield, Ohio is experiencing a
She's never brought it up in bed, so I've never heard of it. If she brought it up in bed, I'd know about it, but she doesn't. Her pillow talk is the best. Her pillow talk does not feature 9/11. Which, of course, was tragic. But the silver lining was that the Trump Tower became the highest tower on Wall Street. He did say that. He said that. He called in like while 9/11 was happening to a radio show to fucking flex that his tower was the highest. God, what a man, dude. What a man. "9/11 happens, you call into television, you call into your favorite TV show to be like, now my tower is the highest." Oh, yeah, remember this? Here.
We are having some technical difficulties, which is totally understandable when you try.
Amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage, or did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people, and they said it's the most unbelievable sight.
Dog, this is, when I say this is during 9/11, I mean like literally this is happening while 9/11 was going on. Okay? I had a fantastic phone call. It's the tallest tower now. Wonderful stuff. Is this before or after he saw Muslims in New Jersey? Oh, yeah.
Migrant crisis. Will you
Yes.
an event there to show the media what's actually happening, maybe a town hall?
Well, we could, and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from?
Real America's Voice.
That's good. Very good.
Amanda Head.
They're doing a very good job. Yeah.
Mr. President, what changed?
No, I will. Maybe Springfield, maybe Aurora, maybe both. We'll go there. I can say this. We will do large deportations from Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not accepting anybody.
He's going to deport the Haitian migrants to Venezuela. Nice, man. Good stuff. Here, if you needed further evidence that he doesn't give a fuck about what he's talking about. Also, they're legal. The Venezuelans in Aurora are legal. They have TPS. So do the Haitians in Springfield. They have TPS.
Back. They moved all their criminals, not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country. And we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora.
The mayor of Springfield, Ohio, the police chief, the Republican governor of Ohio have all debunked this story about people eating pets. And now there are bomb threats at schools and kids being evacuated. Why do you still spread this false story?
The real threat is what's happening at our border. Because you have thousands of people being killed by illegal migrants coming in and also dying. You have women dying as they come up. They're coming up in large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really what it is. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women.
He said he came up with the name caravan? Awesome.
And being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the country and they end up being sex slaves and everything else. Those are your real problems, not the problem that you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
One American News. A quick question. So you just said that you'll carry out the largest mass deportation of illegal immigrants. How are you going to have, for example, Governor Gavin Newsom or officials in sanctuary cities comply with that?
Well, you know, if you...
I like that for One America News, the problem isn't like mass deportation of, you know, it's One America News chatter. She's not asking the question of logistics to be like, this is cruel and unusual. She's just saying, here will be some hurdles for you. How do you see? Here will be some hurdles for you, like woke ass Governor Gavin Newsom. How will you overcome said hurdles?
You go to the people of California, they don't want to have sanctuary cities anymore. They're tired of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are really blocks that protect bad people from deportation and other problems. And they're going to do it. And our federal government has tremendous power, but we're not going to let...
He did answer the school bomb threat question. He said, it doesn't matter. He said, that's not a problem. The real problem is the migrants. Okay? He did. He answered it. He's saying it don't matter that schools get bomb threats. It don't matter if like fucking a couple of Haitians are like killed in the process or whatever. What matters is the migrants. Which, by the way, remember, this is the type of shit that was the reason why everyone was very frustrated with Donald Trump in the 4 years of his administration, because he would do stuff like this all the time and his fan base went fucking crazy. This is something that Americans need to be reminded of. But because the Democratic Party is such cowardly little fucking babies that they won't invoke that. Like they won't even use this as an electorally beneficial front. Because they are completely captive on the immigrant agenda, because they also went with a right-wing immigration bill, an anti-immigrant bill, which agreed to the underlying premise that immigration is a problem for national security. When you do that, it's very fucking hard for you to go back on that. And then they double down, and then they triple down, and then they quadruple down. So now we're fucking stuck. Good stuff. Great stuff.
Let states, even like California, even though I know it's largely sanctuary state, essentially, but we're not going to let that happen to the people of California. They want these people out. They're just as scared as everybody else. The people of Ohio are scared.
Dog, you are so wrong, especially about California. Okay? That is so crazy that this motherfucker's like, oh yeah, people in California love, like they hate migrants. What are you talking about, dude? There's a reason why nobody ever talks about the border crisis in California, because it's not a fucking problem at all. It's so dumb. Yeah, dude, people in California want to deport themselves. They hate it. Piece of shit.
scared. The people of Colorado, you have a governor there who's very weak. He doesn't know what to do. And he doesn't want to talk about it. A lot of it, as per your question, they don't want to talk about what's happening. They say it's so bad for the city. Let's not go public. Let's live with it for a little while. Maybe it'll go away. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. It's going to get so bad. You know what we're experiencing now is they're just getting settled in. There's 21 million people that have come in. They're just getting settled in. It's going to get much worse. It's going to get worse at a level like nobody's ever seen before. Go ahead.
Follow-up question regarding the economy. They're seeing more and more companies they're shipping their jobs overseas, but
Yeah.
even for white-collar jobs,
That's right.
they're having problems with that. We've been seeing mass layoffs. How would you prevent these white-collar jobs from being
By lowering taxes and regulations. And what they're doing is they're seeing that every time it looks like Kamala's doing well, companies want to leave. Stock markets go down. The stock market, there's a great gentleman, Scott Bessent, who is one of the top Wall Street people. He said the market's only up because they all think that Trump is going to get elected. We had a great stock market. Even with COVID, we ended up handing over a market that was higher than previous to COVID or the China virus coming in. No, we are going to make sure that the taxes are going to stay where they are and or come down, ideally come down, both for the middle class and for corporations, because corporations put the people to work. We had the best numbers in the history of our country, by far, not even close. And there are companies leaving because they cannot stand what's happening right now to our country. And one of the reasons I'm doing this today is to let them know you're not going to have to leave because we're going to take care of the problem. They have a tremendous crime problem. Like if you're in Los Angeles, look at the crime numbers. And then you have the FBI lying about the numbers, saying the numbers went down. But anybody with common sense know the numbers are through the roof. I didn't know they were as high as they are. But think of it. How good is a person from a government agency that would release the numbers when they saw that I was unfairly targeted by ABC, and you could say by the FBI with false numbers. So I have great respect. I have to find out who that person is or who that group is, but I have great respect. Go ahead, one more.
North Korea, Kim Jong-un, he just toured a uranium facility. The U.S. is saying that Iran is sending ballistic missiles to Russia. How, if reelected, how would you address the situation with our adversaries?
I'll be able to make phone calls and solve most of the problems. I may actually have to meet a couple of times. But, you know, Viktor Orban, and you've heard me say.
Great stuff, man. Oh, thank you for the Viktor Orban mention again. Crime is down as fake. Why? Because I made it up. I just decided, look around. The vibes are fucked. I will never forgive the Democratic Party for completely fucking being captive to the whims of this madman and allowing the conversation on immigration to reach this fucking boiling point. Just completely dropping the ball in the most, like, in such an evil fashion. Just letting the entire conversation be dominated by this piece of shit, especially when it directly gives them an electoral advantage. And beyond that, this is not even an issue that is like Israel, okay? This is not an issue like Israel. This is literally just like there isn't like big donors that are actively pumping the Democratic Party to be like, shut the fuck up about migrants. Like, they all rely on migrants. That is just pure incompetence. There is not even a material reason for them to actually not counter on this message. Okay? The actual reason for why the Democratic Party is not countering on this message is because they're tied to this right-wing immigration bill now, deliberately. And I said this months ago, right before October 7, when Joe Biden unveiled his immigration proposal. The only reason why they are refusing to communicate, the only reason why they are refusing to communicate on the anti-immigrant sentiment coming from the Republican Party being objectively insane, more insane than it was before, somehow, is because they are locked in. They're locked in on the anti-immigrant slant themselves because they saw polls. They saw fucking polls that said like 60% of Americans want, the 60% of Americans want mass deportation, and they got terrified. At least with Israel, there's like a significant powerful force that they can point to be like, we're fearful that they're gonna launch massive opposition against us. I think it's ridiculous regardless. Those fears are unwarranted. When it comes down to it, like fixing the housing market, they could point to all the homeowners that'll be pissed off that their housing prices are going down. I still think it's ridiculous, and they should do the right thing on that front as well. But this issue, as it pertains to the right-wing sentiment that Donald Trump is expressing about migrants, is completely unacceptable. It's gotten worse than 2016 and worse than 2020, and they're not even fucking saying anything about it because they're trapped. They lock themselves into this weird ass position, and anyone with more than 3 fucking brain cells could have seen this being a major problem. When you go right, they're going to go more right. You can't win that argument, dumbass. You cannot outflank the Republican Party on racism. And even if you could, the question is, should you? I mean, you did. I know. I've been saying this for fucking months. I mean, I've been saying this for years, technically.
Say this, but it wasn't long ago. He said the only way you're going to solve the world problem is Trump has to be president again. And I don't say it. I didn't say it. I sort of would be embarrassed to say it. But he said everybody was afraid of Trump. He said China was afraid, Russia was afraid, North Korea was afraid. Everybody was afraid. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks, and they said it was going to take 5 years, right? The generals in Washington. I went there and met a great general and some great people. And I said, go to it. And he took them out in 4 weeks, 100% of the ISIS caliphate. I flew there. I flew to Iraq, to the field. And they took them out in a very short period of time, short order. We have a great military, but, you know, a great military needs a leader. If you don't have leaders, then you end up with Afghanistan, the worst withdrawal from a country in the history. Look, I've gotten to know great people. I went to Arlington at their request. And I stood, and I was with them for hours. And I stood with them. They did a ceremony, and then they asked me if I'd go down to the graves of their children. They called them their children, that they always will be their children. And there were tears all over, as they should be. And they said, sir, could you take pictures with me by the grave of my son?
What the fuck? A family of 4 in Rochester, New York was just murdered by an illegal immigrant who came from Puerto Rico? Does he think Puerto Rico is not an American territory? Like, what the fuck's going on? Anyway, we'll look back at the new thing that they... Listen, anytime an undocumented migrant or someone who is suspected of being an undocumented migrant, as in Brown, does anything, you're going to hear about it from this day onward, okay? And if there's nothing going on, on that front, then they'll just make shit up like they did with they're eating fucking cats and dogs. Have you ever met a single conservative that knows Puerto Ricans have U.S. citizenship? Democrats don't even fucking know that half the time.
In one case, a daughter. And I said I'd love to. And I took pictures with them for a while, and then I left, and that was it. And I got home, and I got a call from the people in the campaign. Sir, the Biden people are saying that you did this for publicity. If people knew how hard it was to get there, because I was coming from...
I'm going to be real, Chief. I learned that when you just said it. Wait, what? God damn, dude. Yeah, we know their priorities are not exactly there. When a fucking registered Republican tried to assassinate him, and they just shut the fuck up about that immediately. But, if a fucking person who even may or may not be undocumented does something, God forbid, that very same thing that like American citizens do 10,000 times over, then you'll hear about it for weeks. We have no way of examining, most people have no way of examining this from the lens of like individuals, okay? They don't look at it and go, okay, this is like a fucking criminal. Like, it happens. And I hope that justice is served in a swift manner. No, they go, all right, this is how they all are. And because they're all illegal, okay, then you find out they're not illegal, okay, because they have TPS, temporary protected status, so they have paperwork so they can work on U.S. soil. Then they go, okay, but we don't want them legally either because their IQs are low or some other shit. That's what the problem is, okay? It is this supremacist attitude that they have. It's fucking bullshit. For those of you wondering, my CNN docu series Misinfo Nation comes out on Sunday.
Of these comments from Trump.
Well, let's start with the California thing. I mean, it simply is not true. He was saying if the votes were counted fairly, he would win California. As you rightly point out, obviously Ronald Reagan in 80 and 84 won. George H.W. Bush won in 1988. Since then, a Republican has not won statewide, and he will not either. He knows that, but it's just one more way to amplify his, really has been a frustration for him about the popular vote. I think that's what he's talking about here. Obviously, California, the largest state, and it contributes to his losing the popular vote. But beyond that, I think the more important thing is if he goes to Springfield, Ohio, that confirms what we were talking about earlier. He's trying to keep immigration alive, front and center in this campaign conversation. He believes that that is something that can sort of gain ground.
He's not trying to keep immigration alive front and center. He's trying to kill migrants. Okay? The real principle behind this kind of movement and messaging is to basically whip up a racialized frenzy against the migrant population in this country. And considering that these are not undocumented migrants, but instead documented refugees with temporary protected status that happen to be black, it's very obvious that they do not even want the documented migrants to be here. They just don't want, they need an outgroup to kill. That's it. They need an outgroup to radicalize against. Two bomb threats. They had to close 2 schools in Springfield. They had to close down City Hall.
That he was unable to do at the debate. But imagine all that would do for that town of Springfield.
Let's bring in Donnie O'Sullivan to the conversation as well. And on the topic of Afghanistan, Donnie, and then you can leap off on whatever fact check you see of import on this, because there is a lot. He said and seemed to indicate that there were 18 months in his presidency where there were no casualties in Afghanistan. That's not true. This was a period of time that actually spanned his presidency and Joe Biden's presidency. But he also seemed to rebuff suggestions that he had politicized the deaths of American service members by then going on to politicize the deaths of U.S. service members, saying just as if Kamala had shot them with a pistol in her hand.
Brianna, I mean, I think just taking all of that press conference and what we've heard through the last few days, I mean, we're really through the looking glass here when it comes to, you know, you mentioned schools in Springfield, Ohio being shut down because of these conspiracy theories. One thing that did stand out to me there towards the end of what we took from the press conference was he was asked about whether he would start posting again regularly on X, formerly Twitter. Of course, he was kicked off off of Twitter after January 6th. He's now back on the platform thanks to Elon Musk, but he isn't posting regularly. I think that highlights something important here, which is, you know, easy to get lost in all the developments that is happening, is that the role of Elon Musk has in all of this, right? Because Laura Loomer, who most Americans probably have not heard of until this week, she was effectively cancelled. She was kicked off Twitter years ago. Musk brought her back. She now has millions of followers. Her posts are going viral all over the world. She has become and been made relevant in part by Elon Musk. And of course, you can see over the past few weeks all the other ways that Musk has been helping Trump, actively promoting posts and also hosting discussions with him. So I think that's just one thing to mention here. And just back to the idea that Trump doesn't know really what Laura Loomer is about. You don't have to dig hard for these posts. I mean, it's literally, it's every second post is something toxic, is something racist, is something hateful from Laura Loomer.
Daniel Dale, I mean, you've followed Trump and some of these dubious claims better than most. What did you take from that press conference?
I thought you all did fantastic fact-checking, truly. You barely need me on this panel anymore. The California claim was absolutely accurate. I think it was great. But the California claim is bonkers. Like, it's one thing to say I would have won Pennsylvania if the count was honest. The count is, of course, honest in swing states too. But he lost California by 5 million votes, about 30 points. So even under the wildest imaginary conception of voter fraud, election fraud in this country, that's still bananas. He said again, as he usually has, that ISIS was defeated in 4 weeks during his presidency. In fact, the ISIS caliphate, or so-called caliphate, was declared liberated about 2 years into his presidency. He spoke of supposedly thousands of people being murdered by migrants under Biden-Harris. There have been some homicides in which undocumented people are accused. I don't have a precise number, but it is nowhere near thousands.
I do. How do you not have a precise number on that, Daniel? Your whole thing is fact-checking. The number is 26. In the fiscal year 2024, the number is 26. It's kind of wild that when I brought this up to a fucking American politician, Ro Khanna, he was shocked by the number. And if you remember my conversation with Ro Khanna, I was like, why are the Democrats not just constantly fucking talking about this? Overall homicides and manslaughter in this country is like around 20,000, okay? Undocumented migrants contribute 29, like 29, that's it. He said accused, not convicted. What are you talking about, dude? You could just accuse. Okay. I accuse every murder ever committed on migrants. I guess then that's fine. Like, what are you talking about? Where did the 29 number come from? It's not 29. It's 25, I think. It's the Customs and Border Patrol. .gov. Import the third world, become the third world. We have to prioritize our own people, not who's actually like, dude. Wait till this white supremacist gets his fucking talking points out before banning him. Come on. Import the third world, become the third world. We have to prioritize our own people and those who actually have a place in the U.S., not people who don't have jobs, who don't have anywhere to go, who have no skills or anything else to offer the country, who don't have a dollar to their name and no business in the U.S. in the first place. That's really interesting, Copium, because Springfield, Ohio, that we're talking about specifically, literally had a shit ton of jobs readily available that they could not fill because it was a town that the industry had left behind. Okay? Springfield, Ohio got an influx of Haitian migrants specifically because there was need for working hands. They went there and they filled those roles. That's the reason why the guy typing this is definitely unemployed. Oh, 100%. Springfield, Ohio's taxable revenue increased as a consequence of this, okay? By a lot, as a matter of fact. I think it was like, what, 25% increase in taxable revenue year over year? You just basically said a whole bunch of nonsense, okay? They're just people. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. All of them are looking for the same things, okay? They're all looking for the same things, to be able to get, to be able to make an honest living, to be able to have a roof over their heads, to be able to put food on the table, okay? And the economy has nursing student who works at a hospital, so not unemployed. Oh my God, dude. Don't get me fucking started on this, okay? I just wouldn't admit that if I were you, because you just said something so fucking stupid and so racist. Like, every single thing that you brought up with respect to Springfield, Ohio is just wrong. Now that I've told you this, does that actually change your perspective at all? Do you think, will you question it a little bit more, the narratives that you've read into? Or are you going to double down? In order to become a nurse, as a nursing student, you read shit, right? You read stuff. You get tests. You have to, you have to have decent fucking grades. Like, you have to exercise some level of critical thinking, which many nurses unfortunately lack sometimes, okay? I know a lot. Not all nurses are great, okay? I'll just say it. Having said that, like this one, it's not a requirement for the job. Anyway, does this make you reconsider? Does what I just told you make you reconsider your stance at all? Many nurses are as stupid as the cops they're married to. I'm imagining Andrew being married to a cop. M. HUD. Anyway, we're doing nurse slander out here, and our resident nurse is not even in the chat. And his brother is slandering him. It's messed up. Okay, all jokes aside, I want to know if this guy like got any new takeaway from this, or if he just moved on. I don't know, man. I appreciate the dialogue, but I have to agree with Trump's plan. Wait, what? Dude, what do you mean you appreciate the dialogue? Did nothing go through? Like, did any of the information that I gave you register? Springfield, Ohio is in a state of fucking disrepair before the Haitian migrants actually came in. The reason why they went there is because it's a very poor town that needed a lot of people working these jobs that were now readily available. That's the reason why they went there. They also did get those jobs. They also increased the state's taxable or increased the city's taxable revenue by like 20%. Don't you think that that's a good thing overall? This is the exact same attitude that conservatives demonstrated with Hazleton, Pennsylvania. They were like, "Oh, we would rather have a town be left behind but remain white than have a bunch of Mexicans come here and actually fucking revitalize the town." That's usually what happens. Now, the real question I have to ask you is, do you have this exact same kind of opinion of people that come from one state to the next? They're documented U.S. citizens, just like the Haitians are. They're fucking not U.S. citizens, but they're documented. They're not like undocumented migrants, right? They have temporary protected status. They're refugees. They're working. They got the paperwork to be able to work. So do you have this kind of attitude when like there's an influx of people coming from, I don't know, California to Nevada? Yesterday, someone tried to make this argument. Also, they got, yeah, that's nice bathroom is right. They got TPS under Trump too, by the way. So that's the other part of the story that's like kind of silly. Venezuelans got TPS under Trump. Trump also greatly accelerated the sanctions on Venezuela that deliberately was to cause instability, deliberately to cause chaos inside of Venezuela, which of course led to a shit ton of more migrants coming to the United States of America. Now, it's not even a problem at all in terms of like Venezuelan people coming here. There's no issue with this. Because at the end of the day, the real problem always is that these guys are not able to unionize, right? They're not able to participate in the workforce in the same exact ways that the rest of the documented U.S. labor force works. The real solution is to allow them to give them the proper documentation and allow them to fucking unionize alongside everybody else.
From a location that was very far away, and yet they were having the ceremony, and I really felt, I had them up to Bedminster, most of the family members, and I got to...
Fair enough argument. Oh, shit. I accidentally fucking banned him. Unban. Fair enough argument. America is a place where everyone is known for a melting pot for a reason. Do you think we should have any regulation on immigration or just let everyone in? I think anyone and everyone that wants to come into this country, as long as they don't have like a fucking record that is like truly heinous or some shit, which you can literally look at if you process them, should be able to come in, yes. And if they want to work for an extended period of time, depending on the needs of the economy, because there might be certain instances where there's like too much of a certain type of labor, for example, or whatever. Those are like economic reasons as to why you would restrict certain aspects of immigration. But yes, the immigration process in this country is utterly fucked. And yes, they should absolutely process these people faster and allow them to come in. That is a significantly better way to actually do national security. The irony, of course, is that this already happens, right? Like you have state by state, border crossers, I guess, amongst documented American citizens. Nobody ever bats an eye at that. No one ever goes, whoa, what if someone is a pedophile in the fucking state of Florida and then they travel to the state of Ohio? It's like, yeah, we have a process to catch these people, but ultimately you're not ever going to make this argument to make like harder boundaries among states internally. The only difference is you personally think that these guys that are coming in are somehow nefarious, somehow bad. They're here for bad purpose. They're here to do evil things. What's Hasan's opinion on Tyler Oliveira's video on Springfield? It was the most Hitlerian YouTube video I've seen in a long time.
To know them, they're great people. Their sons and daughter, just as though Kamala shot them with a pistol in her hand or his hand, they were killed by Biden and Kamala. They were killed. They should have never left from that airfield. They should have left for Bagram. We should have never given up Bagram. Bagram now is controlled by China. The reason we shouldn't have given it up was not because of Afghanistan. the reason we shouldn't have given it up. 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And I wasn't giving it up. We were getting out quickly and effectively. I'm the one that got the numbers down to less than 5,000 soldiers. But I would have never left unless they fulfilled their obligations under an agreement. I had a wonderful agreement, but the agreement said you have to do this, this, this. They didn't do 3 of the first 5 things, so therefore they would have done it. Abdul was the leader.
That's crazy that he just straight up said, like, Biden and Kamala Harris assassinated all of our soldiers. That's wild.
And he wouldn't have done it, and he would have never done that to us. And just in finishing up with that, and I appreciate the question, actually, but in finishing up with that, for 18 months, spoke to Abdul over the phone. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot or killed. Not one American soldier was even.
It's weird because you were president for much longer than 18 months. So why do you say in 18 months not a single American soldier was shot and killed? Because you were president before those 18 months. And it seems like a lot more American soldiers were killed in that process, which you also openly admitted during the debate is why you negotiated with Abdul. I live near Hazleton, Pennsylvania. People are still so insanely racist, even though the migrant population brought back the mall there from the brink of closing and opened several more businesses and have increased the quality of life there by a ton. Used to be a shithole when I was younger, but you can go hang out there for a day now. It's awesome. Yeah. Hazleton, Pennsylvania is a perfect demonstration of like how immigrants basically are the backbone of this country and how immigrants end up literally revitalizing places that are in a state of dire disrepair. And also the reaction to Hazleton, Pennsylvania from the former residents of Hazleton, Pennsylvania, some of the former residents of Hazleton, Pennsylvania, is also a perfect demonstration of the fact that like a lot of these people would rather die than live next to fucking brown people. Okay? Like they would, there's like hella people straight up, like old racist dumb fuckers who would rather die than live next to a brown person. That's it. And Tucker Carlson used Hazleton as an example of a country, of a county whose demographic makeup changed dramatically. You have video. I've dealt with this issue before. This is not my first fucking foray into the subject matter. Immigration is a major problem for me. Like the way we treat immigrants in this country is obviously something that I have personal feelings about. It's something that I've been covering for years and years, and I've noticed that like the Democratic Party is completely. The Democratic Party has always capitulated, but nowadays they've like completely dropped the counter argument, the counter messaging, and beyond that, they don't even like demand any sort of like concessions from the Republicans. Yeah. This is from the Woke George W. Bush Institute, summer of 2018. You know, those woke guys. This dude is always eating. Yes, I eat at the same time every day. If you come in here at the same time every day, you're going to watch me eat for a little bit. Okay. I apologize. I'm a human being and I spend 8 hours in front of the camera every day. And yes, in those 8 hours, one of those 8 hours, I'm going to be eating. You don't have to watch me eat though. You can just turn it off or you can just, watch the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, for example. But if you want to watch me eat uninterrupted, then all you need to do is subscribe for $6, even though it's 30% off right now. So I don't know what that means math-wise, or for free with a Twitch Prime. you too can watch me eat uninterrupted. Do you respond to someone commenting on how you eat at the same time every day? Pretty much. That's why a lot of times I feel like, you know, days just kind of melt into one another, you know? It's just like I have no concept of time anymore. I do feel sometimes like a robot that is just repeating the same things over and over and over again. Oftentimes the same points over and over and over again. It's very interesting. Anyway, it's not just Tucker Carlson's video. There is a video that I've done on Tucker Carlson. Let's find that one. Here. In terms of like immigration.
Hi, Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
There's one thing Tucker Carlson hates. It's continuing to wear bow ties. That and talking about race. Unless it's about preserving the white race.
Everybody gets a safe space except white men. They are hated and despised. Attacking white men for being white men. Attack white men for their privilege in a whole bunch of ways.
I was handed a box of saltine crackers, and in a group chat during the event, a student photoshopped my face onto a cracker.
This is what
Isn't it funny that like dudes who used to be a part of this community, or at least adjacent to this community back when I used to make these videos, unironically now behaving exactly the same fucking way as that kid that went on Tucker Carlson? I'm of course talking about Boner Chelly's fan base and how much they get mad about anti-white racism.
Tucker Carlson's doing with Bill O'Reilly's coveted 8 p.m. slot on Fox News, which is currently the third most popular cable news show in the country.
By the way, just to pause, I assume that's a slur against your ethnicity, correct?
I've talked about this on my Twitch a lot, but only the most important subjects are covered on Tucker's show, like white genocide, which is in fact something that the left is advocating for, apparently.
But he did not, notably, advocate for genocide. A Georgetown professor called Christine Fair did do that.
Imagine being a producer on Tucker's show, constantly scouring the internet looking for blue checkmark Twitter users saying dumb things while they're emotionally distraught in order to make wild claims like that the left is advocating for white genocide. Of course, this isn't how white genocide is actually happening. According to the folks Tucker is mirroring, white genocide is happening because immigration is changing the nation's demographics, and it's being justified by an evil liberal plot called diversity.
Diversity is our strength, they screech, as if that settles the conversation by itself, like a magic talisman.
Diversity. We hear about it non-stop. It's the mainstream motto.
Tucker's relentless attacks against diversity, multiculturalism, and immigrants as a whole are literally identical to white supremacists, white nationalists, and neo-Nazis. They're also reductive and oftentimes completely baseless comparisons.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Since you've made this our new national motto, please be specific as you explain it.
Well, for one, diverse executive boards generate better returns, among countless other studies that show the many benefits of diversity, but I'm sure the biases of racially anxious agitators are more important than empirical evidence.
Can you think, for example, of other institutions, such as, I don't know, marriage or military units, in which the less people have in common, the more cohesive they are?
Well, Tucker, you have the most in common with your family members. Are you suggesting keeping marriage within your family? Why do you want to have sex with your cousins, Tucker? Also, as far as non-diverse militaries go, maybe you should open a history book and take that up with General Robert E. Lee. Go on, Tuck. What else?
Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want.
This assertion is preposterous because, I mean, it's completely untrue. Just look at polling data. 75% of Americans say that immigration is a good thing. So who are the Americans you're referring to here? These guys?
It sounds to me like we got a problem with people who got here legally altering the landscape politically. I don't like it. You. Stop it.
But I guess we should just run the country on the white fragility of crying neo-Nazis as opposed to the overwhelming majority of Americans' wishes. But play us out, Tucker. Give us a cherry-picked example that could easily be countered with facts.
Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic. That's a lot of change. people who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there. And that's bewildering for people.
Hazleton's a perfect example of immigrants saving a small coal mining town from absolute economic annihilation by opening up small businesses, and even the large immigrant-run corporations who have brought jobs over to the small town. This is, of course, despite the efforts made by the white population to fight off the immigrant scourge with unconstitutional regulations. And even the Nat Geo article that you're using here to advance your narrative mentions the reality that immigration has drastically improved Hazleton. But you won't hear that part because Tucker's not in the business of making America better. He's just trying to do white identity politics. And I'm sorry to tell you this, Tucker, but facts don't care about your feelings. I'm Hasan Piker. If you're mad that one of the biggest cases...
Damn, dog. This motherfucker is right. Oh my God. Extremely unimaginably rare HasanAbi W, bro. Just kidding. I've been saying this for years. Suck my dick, everybody.
Investing in the ambitions and aspirations and the incredible work ethic of the American people, and creating opportunity for people, for example,
that
to
was
start
fucking
a small
6
business.
years ago, by the way, that
so
video.
My opportunity economy plan includes giving startups a $50,000 tax deduction to start their small business. It used to be $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. Opportunity economy means, look, we don't have enough housing in America. We have a housing supply shortage. And what that means, in particular for so many younger Americans, the American dream is elusive. It's just actually not attainable. To help people who just want to get their foot in the door, literally. And so giving first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment.
Anytime she says opportunity America, I'm Brian Kill Me, dude.
Approach is to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for young families for the first year of their child's life.
Americans need help. They need $6 to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which I forgot to fucking run after I said I was going to serve it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. 20K viewers, you fell off, picker.
Of course, we'll post the entire thing on our website as well, where you'll also find our recent interview conducted earlier this cycle with former President Donald Trump. Of course, we want to put as much information in your minds and in your...
What is this, like, piece-by-piece bullshit? Knowing how the other shoe drop really took the air out of these policies. Okay, this is ass that they're like, this is what they're doing. Anyway, exact same shit that happened in Hazleton that I talked about in that Tucker Carlson video is happening in Springfield right now. Like, are there going to be issues? Are there going to be issues in an area where there's an influx of migrants? 2 elementary schools were forced to evacuate after receiving threats in Springfield, Ohio on Thursday. Another middle school was closed. This comes as Trump and other Republicans continue spreading racist, dehumanizing lies about Haitian immigrants in that country stealing and killing neighborhood pets. Haitian families who have been instrumental in ushering an economic revitalization of the city are speaking about leaving the town entirely, fearing continued threats and harassment. Jake Johnston, author of the book Aid State, a critical examination of U.S. aid industry's impact on Haiti's sovereignty development, was interviewed by Majority Report. In the clips below, he provides crucial context. Yeah, I don't want to talk about like how Haiti was destabilized by the United States of America, specifically the Clintons. I know every single person, whenever we talk about Haiti, loves bringing that shit up. Right now, think of it like a sinking ship, okay? America is a sinking ship, and there are holes in this ship. I'm trying to plug as many holes as possible. You want me to steer the ship into a different area? I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to just plug the fucking holes. Okay? And I feel like with the way that American political discourse has evolved over the course of these past couple of years, the more holes I plug, the more there are new holes.
Thousands. He said again that Venezuela is emptying jails, prisons to somehow deliberately let criminals come to the U.S. as migrants. Even his own campaign, let alone experts, have been able to substantiate that.
There are currently 28 vacant homes for every one person experiencing homelessness in the United States. That's a NIMBY talking point. Holy shit. Dude, this NIMBY YIMBY shit is so fucking stupid. That's not a NIMBY talking point, okay? It is correct. We don't only have a lack of housing units, which is a major problem, but that also points to the reality that housing being used as a vehicle for upward social mobility, as a mechanism to generate wealth for yourself, is at the heart of this issue. This is one part of that process. This is one fact that shows that treating housing as an investment, of course, is going to inevitably lead to the housing market behaving in the most predictable way possible. And yes, that's why I always get mad at the Yimbies and the Nimbies when they like fucking duke it out in the chat. Because there's truth to both sides of that argument, okay? Because ultimately the problem is capitalism. Ultimately, the problem is the profit motive associated with the way that people analyze housing. That is the real problem. Housing needs to be decommoditized. I am in favor of building denser housing around transit. You're absolutely correct on this front. That's why every time I talk about this issue, Yimbies think I'm a Yimby. And every time I also talk about this issue, Nimbies think I'm a Nimby. Which, by the way, Steph Curry is the actual NIMBY in this situation, but a lot of Yimbies who are, yes, in my backyarders, the urbanists, okay, in my opinion, openly rely far too much on market conditions when in fact the actual system is fundamentally broken as a direct consequence of market conditions. If you have a bunch of upper middle class people who own homes and see their housing value as a direct way to generate net worth for themselves and as a asset that they can leverage against and borrow against, then they always want to make sure that their housing value goes up. How do you make that housing value go up? By reducing supply or limiting supply. Okay? One of the biggest problems with housing in this country is, in my opinion, a lack of government intervention. Okay? A lack of direct government intervention. That's what needs to happen. And the irony is, given that there are more renters than there are owners of homes, that the democratic process would allow government intervention in this process. Problem is, renters are poorer than homeowners. And therefore, homeowners and their attitude matters more. They're high propensity voters. If you're a renter, you're probably a lower propensity voter than a homeowner. This is the real problem in a place like California, where we fucking look for new initiatives year over year in an effort to at least attempt to decommodify housing, or in an attempt to like fix at least certain aspects of the housing crisis. We get nothing done because people vote for it democratically year over year, and then Governor Gavin Newsom, gruesome Gavin Newsom, destroys those initiatives. The only initiative you ever get is actually some fucking neoliberal urbanist bullshit like, oh, we can build ADUs. Here, we'll give you a tax credit so that you can fucking build an ADU. Build public housing. Build public housing. Okay? I don't give a fuck. Yes, in my backyard. Build public housing in my backyard, please. Okay? Please. It's not about building more units. It's also about building affordable units. Okay? It's not about building more units. It's also about ensuring that it is not cost effective any longer for people to sit on real estate without using it. Anyway.
the experts say is just not true. And Brianna, you fact-checked the claim about debate polls. I think we can get more specific. He said, he has more than...
It's boring.
Official drink of America first.
Let's get to Laura Loomer before we get to the full interview on ABC 6. This is why the rich are freaking out about the unrealized gains thing that Kamala wants to do. In my suburb, little neighborhood, 1/4 of all the houses are empty, owned by giant corps. Yeah, it's funny though, because none of the rich people in your fucking neighborhood would actually be harmed in any meaningful way, harmed by taxing unrealized gains at the levels that they want to tax. It's just fucking idiotic. Everybody personally thinks that they're 100 millionaires when they're not. That's why the dumbest guy you know, whose only tangible asset, okay, is his own personal property in the form of a fucking busted ass 1999 Honda Civic that was a hand-me-down from his older brother. But that guy thinks he's a rugged capitalist, okay? That guy's in the chat right now, probably chirping on his 11th sock account, being like, you're fucking idiot, Hasan. You fucking claim to be a communist. Meanwhile, you have a nice-ass house, okay? And you also have a nice-ass car. I fucking hate you, you fucking piece of shit. You're actually a real capitalist. It's like, okay, so what? Yes, I'm a capitalist. What changed? What changed? Let's say I'm a capitalist. Did my argument change at all? It didn't. You're just a fucking idiot. It has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You just don't want to listen to what I'm saying. That's why I always say this. I'm like, yeah, call me a capitalist. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, sure. I love capitalism. You got me. Okay, now let's discuss the issue at hand. But nobody ever wants to do that. It's very stupid. Like, do you think it's beneficial for me to present myself as a socialist in a fucking nation where, this is the country where the Red Scare propaganda was most effective? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If anything, it's a weight that constantly is on my goddamn shoulders that like makes everyone less charitable to me. I don't give a shit. Practice what you preach. How much you want to bet you have no idea what I'm practicing and what I'm preaching? I can't practice what you preach, idiot. I'm practicing what I'm preaching. It's just I'm not practicing what you think I'm preaching. That's the problem. We're not going to have this conversation a million times over. If you think I'm a capitalist, then yeah, I am. I'm the biggest capitalist you've ever done seen. Who gives a fuck? Now let's talk about the actual issues that matter. You know? Unironically reinforcing the idea that rich people shouldn't want socialism is so detrimental to fucking fuck. I mean, I get why people are hostile towards that sort of thing. It makes sense because plenty of people whose extraction of revenue requires them to hire help, hire workers, yes, automatically develop that kind of attitude where they're like, oh, I don't want this system to change at all. This is how I make my money. The difference, however, is that it doesn't matter for me because I'm the one who's fucking working. Yeah. As the one who's working, I have to deal with these little fucking micromanager shitheads all the time. All right, let's continue. Who is Laura Loomer, the right-wing activist in Trump's inner circle? I'm stroking my shit right now. Yeah, you got oil on your shit?
This is far-right activist Laura Loomer and white nationalist Nick Fuentes cheering to
the hostile takeover of the Republican Party.
Absolutely. And they're not wrong. Both met personally with Donald Trump. I first met Loomer in 2017 at an event for manosphere influencer Mike Cernovich. At the time, Loomer was an activist who'd celebrated the deaths of Muslim migrants. But she was being harassed by white nationalist trolls because she's a Jewish woman. Since then, she's taken a strange trajectory, with years somewhat in obscurity because she'd been banned from so many social media sites like Twitter. When Elon Musk took over Twitter, she came back. She does stunts like ambush interviews.
Frank, why aren't you supporting President Trump? I'm a successful investigative journalist.
Loomer recently told CNN she's not anti-Muslim. Now, some might dispute that she's entered the mainstream, but she's reached the former president's elite inner circle. Flying to the presidential debate on Trump's plane, and to New York as he observed the anniversary of 9/11. A notable appearance.
Somewhat Maoist here. Everyone should have a house, even streamers, even though their audiences think it's a crime. That's awesome. God, I love streaming, dude. This is why, okay? I love this community. I love that I'm fortunate enough to be able to build a community like this. It's fucking fantastic, okay?
Since Loomer has pushed the false conspiracy theory that 9/11 was an inside job. She's been seen with Trump a lot.
We're here at Bedminster. I'm with the greatest president ever.
After rumors circulated among right-wing Twitter users, including Loomer, that Haitian...
Genuine question, is giving her this much airtime good or bad? No, it's over. She's already in his inner circle. Hiding the truth about her fucking insanity is worse, okay? Up until the very moment... Look, guys, I have a policy of not highlighting Nazis on this broadcast, even if they're doing a lot of funny things that, you know, people love to clown on them for, until it gets to a certain point where they reach a prominent mainstream platform, and at which point they have to be fucking dealt with. Okay? Laura Loomer is the perfect example of this, where, like, until she reaches Trump's inner circle, she's irrelevant. Who gives a fuck? Don't talk about it ever. Do not give her any fucking, do not give her even a moment of coverage. But the moment that she reaches Donald Trump's inner circle, then it's a problem. Okay? Then you have to cover what the fuck is going on there. Is she a Zionist or a Nazi? First of all, Zionists are Nazis. What are we talking about? That's number one. And number two, she is both a Zionist and a Nazi at the same time. She's reaching far more than the inner circle. Connor, you are one of my favorite, consistent, funniest members of the community. Yeah. What's interesting is not that she's both a Zionist and a Nazi, because, you know, that's a distinction without a difference in many instances. What's interesting is that she is a Nazi and she's Jewish at the same time. How can Zionists be Nazis? Zionism is the exact same thing as Nazism. It's just that the in-group that is supposed to be holding on to the power and racial superiority or ethnic superiority or religious superiority is different than the Nazis, and the out-group that you're supposed to be dominating is different. That's it. It's both fascist, okay? Zionism is a fascist ideology. It is an ultra-nationalist ideology built around ethnic and religious boundaries, okay? That's it. Who is considered to be Übermensch and who is considered to be Untermensch in this regard is different, but the fundamentals are the same because it is fascist. Like, you purposely ignored Booger Nick until he was in the inner circles of Kanye's campaign and had dinner with Trump. Exactly. I never talked about Nicholas Fuentes. I never brought him fucking chicken and waffles or had my ex-wife now make him a sandwich when he was at my house and we were fucking hanging out. Because why the fuck would I do that? Why would I give him a prominent role? Why would I platform him? That is insane. Because I'm not a fucking Nazi like some people. You know. You banned the shit out of me? Wait, where's that chatter? You banned the shit out of me a few years ago for sending a Fuentes link. Yeah, of course. You know what's really funny about that? I do that shit, and then people get real fucking mad. They're like, oh, how dare you do that? Some people are understanding, like Hellbender, 62-month subscriber. Other people see that and literally clip it on Reddit and post it on the fucking boner Chelly community. Be like, Hasan can't take criticism. That's why he banned a long-term community member. I'm like, yeah, you should know better. Anyway.
Immigrants are eating people's pets in Ohio. Trump repeated the claim in the debate.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
I spoke to Loomer before the debate. She told me she's attacked as a childless woman who devotes all her time to a man who will never pay attention to her, meaning Trump. But Trump does pay attention to her and reads her reports.
Laura, how are you? You look so beautiful, as always. You don't want to be Loomered. If you're Loomered, you're in deep trouble.
Trump!
Oh!
Good morning, everybody. My name is Laura Loomer.
She ran for Congress twice and lost. But she told me she built a constituency among the very pro-Trump voters in the Villages, a retirement community that's important in Florida Republican politics. She called them boomers for Loomer, and they were paying attention when she began attacking Governor Ron DeSantis for having the temerity to run for president against Trump.
You are never going to be president of the United States of America.
Loomer told me one of her donors let it slip that DeSantis was running for president in 2021. So on the first stop on the DeSantis book tour, she stood in front with a Trump sign and a T-shirt. Despite her new closeness to the former president, some pro-Trump Republicans are very against her.
Her rhetoric and her tone is
Okay. Now it makes sense. Trump has become increasingly more paranoid over the years. And as a direct consequence of that, he has made his circle even tighter. This is the exact same reason why he chose J.D. Vance, who is a bloodless, soulless, monstrous brown noser. And this is now, I assume, the reason why he has Laura Loomer in his corner, because that is a ride or die.
does not match the base, does not match MAGA, does not match most Republicans I know, and I'm completely denouncing it. I'm over it.
There is a growing feud that is playing out in public today, and it's really exposing tensions between Donald Trump's allies. Far-right activist Laura Loomer was seen with Trump yesterday at events commemorating 9/11, despite the fact that she previously spread conspiracy theories about those very terrorist attacks.
Yeah, she posted on social media saying that it was an inside job. She was also seen getting off his plane. You see the video here. This is in Philadelphia, just ahead of the debate. Some of Loomer's comments, though, have proven to be too extreme for some in MAGA world. CNN's Manu Raju's following this story. Manu, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene is not holding back going after Loomer, and now other Republicans are joining her. What are they saying?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone herself who has been very outspoken, very controversial in some of her rhetoric, but she says what Laura Loomer has been saying has been going too far. And she contends it does not represent the MAGA movement, does not represent former President Donald Trump. This in the aftermath of her racist post about Kamala Harris's Indian heritage. That was too much for Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then afterwards Loomer went to attack her on social media. So I asked her about this feud between those two, and this is what MTG said to me just moments ago.
I have concerns about her rhetoric and her hateful tone. To me, many of the comments that she makes.
Oh my God, I just realized maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene hates her because she's Jewish. Before I said Marjorie Taylor Greene hates her because like Trump has to have one Trump can only have one ugly, like freakish looking demonic woman in his corner. And like first it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and then now it's, you know, it was supposed to be Marjorie Taylor Greene, but like kind of Laura Loomer just like came in and, you know, cast her aside. And I thought maybe that was the reason, but now I'm thinking it could be because don't forget Alina Habba. Alina Habba is a fucking smoke show. What do you mean? Alina Hubba? Are you crazy? Donald Trump does not give a shit about what women do beyond the fact that they just look good behind him and like other dudes think that that's sick. The two angles that I think MTG, the 2 or 3 different angles here, okay? One, it could be because Marjorie Taylor Greene is anti-Semitic and thinks that Jews have space lasers, which, by the way, she used to think that before Israel said they're working on an actual space laser. That has nothing to do with what Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying. That's totally besides the point. But she used to say Jews have space lasers, and maybe she's mad that, you know, she wants it in the hands of America, and she probably thinks that Laura Loomer knows where the space laser is. That could be one reason. The other reason could be that Marjorie Taylor Greene is upset because she was supposed to be slotted into the hideous, the hideous demonic monster category that Trump has to have around him at all times. Or, last but not least, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'm sorry to say this, I know people are going to get mad. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a sexual dynamo. This is a factually accurate assessment of the situation, okay? She is. You might not like it, but this is what peak sexual performance looks like. We know this because she literally cheated on her husband at the time with her like weird tantric sex gym owner, CrossFit gym owner, who Laura Loomer says looked like Zangief. Marjorie Taylor Greene since then has allegedly slept with Kevin McCarthy and also the guy at like One America News or whatever, or Newsmax. That's the boyfriend. That's the open boyfriend that she has now. Most controversial take is not even controversial, it's just the truth. I think a lot of you look at a woman that looks like a Titan from Attack on Titan and you think like she's not capable of being a sexual dynamo. Okay? But the unfortunate reality is that she absolutely can be a sexual dynamo and is a sexual dynamo. Here it is. Hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, remember when you destroyed your family so you could have sex with a Zangief cosplayer? Tell me again how you and the Arby's in your pants are representatives of the GOP. She said her pussy is like Arby's. The girls are fighting. Like she's doing the roast beef slur thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is wild because you're literally a woman. Why would you ever say that about another woman, dumbass? They will say that about you too. You couldn't even run your own family. Don't tell me how to run my free speech. This is who Marjorie Taylor Greene fucked. Embattled QAnon Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene openly cheated on her husband of 25 years with a polyamorous tantric sex guru and then moved on to another affair with the manager at her gym. This is, I mean, come on, guys. You know this at least. I've covered it a lot. I cover it all the time. I bring it up like all the time. You've definitely heard me talk about this. Is it absolutely necessary to talk about this? Yes. Yes, it is. Not only is it absolutely appropriate to talk about it, you have to talk about it, and you literally have to memorize these facts. Okay? I will be quizzing you on this later.
And how she attacks Republicans like me, many other Republicans that are strong supporters of President Trump. I think they're a huge problem. And that doesn't represent MAGA as a whole.
She's still traveled with the former president. Would you encourage Trump not to keep close contact with her?
You know, Laura Loomer has lost 2 Republican congressional campaigns, one in a general and one in a primary.
Damn!
And
damn!
This is such an important election. I don't think that she has the experience or the right mentality to advise a very important presidential election. But I do know this, that her rhetoric...
Dude, what is this? Welcome back, Nikki Haley. Dude, ever since she started fucking Kevin McCarthy, okay? Ever since she started fucking Kevin McCarthy, she's been like so... Like, obviously, she still does the QAnon shit. But every now and then, dude, like, she just has like a moment of clarity, and you're like, you're Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, what do you mean? This is not the Republican Party. Like, you literally are the Jewish space lasers lady. Like, you were at an event for January 6 prisoners, like, last week, advocating for their release. Like, you called them political hostages and shit. Like, I don't understand. Like, there's nothing funnier than being like, wow, it's like AOC coming out and being like, the Democratic Party has gotten too woke, folks. You know? We got to stop. We got to cut it with this fucking progressive nonsense. Like, you are the movement. You are the momentum you are the person. You're like Laura Loomer who got elected. That's it. Like, there's not really anything different between you and her, honestly.
And her tone does not match the base, does not
like she's saying what Laura Loomer is saying does not match the tone of the base. Like, it kind of does. That's why you do it all the time. It's just that, like, she's a little gross with it. Like, she goes above and beyond. She absolutely passed she actually ends up passing the boundaries of permissibility, which you do all the time too. You want to hit so bad with a shovel? Like, what the fuck do you mean you want to hit so bad? I want to hit myself in the head with a shovel instead of thinking about that. That's insane. You see that thing from the corner of your eye in the middle of the night, okay? You are not going, ooh, I'm horny. That's not what's happening. You're not like, ooh, wonderful. That's like, oh my God, this is my sleep paralysis demon. When did you go from politics to gossiping about who sleeps with who? Politics is about sometimes gossip surrounding who's sleeping with who. Especially because currently we're talking about Laura Loomer. A real will they, won't they situation between her and Donald Trump.
Match MAGA does not match most Republicans I know, and I am completely denouncing it. I'm over it, and I would encourage anyone else that matches her statements to stop.
But Trump himself was indeed traveling with Laura Loomer in the way to Tuesday's debate. And he's someone that she has been within his inner circle, and someone has causing clearly concerns, not just among Marjorie Taylor Greene, but also other people who are aligned with Donald Trump, worried about his alliance with someone who espouses such extreme rhetoric, racist rhetoric, pushes conspiracy theories and the like. This was Senator Lindsey Graham just moments ago told our colleague Ted Barrett here on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, that's so funny. Someone in the chat said, what the fuck is that chatter talking about? A politician literally sleeping with someone led to the second ever presidential impeachment. It's like, no, that chatter was there being like, sweetie, I don't like that you're talking about tea between Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton, okay? Ugh, this is just gossip.
He said, I think what she said about Kamala Harris and the White House is abhorrent, but he said it's deeper than that. He said she says some things about Republicans too. And he went on to say about Trump, he would serve himself well to make sure that she doesn't become a bigger story. So a clear concern among some of Trump's closest allies that he's getting too close to her and that he needs to show some distance. Guys.
Interesting.
Are we legit reporting on whether Trump has sex with Laura Loomer during his campaign tour? I mean, honestly, if you ask me in all sincerity, I don't think so. Okay. But having said that, it is very funny to endlessly speculate. Like, if I'm being fully real, like, no, I don't think Trump fucked Laura Loomer. Get out of here. But do I think it's a phenomenal story to cover? Yes.
Manu, and that Marjorie Taylor Greene is drawing a line at what acceptable rhetoric is, and it appears to be Jewish space lasers, but not this. Manu Raji live for...
Damn! Okay, CNN, damn!
On the Hill, thank you so much. Joining us now is Jessalyn Cook. She's the author of The Quiet Damage, QAnon and the Destruction of the American Family. Jessalyn, Laura Loomer, as we just mentioned, seen getting off of Trump's plane. She had this tweet out, a source telling CNN.
Yeah, also, you're coming into the broadcast of a dude who spent like 3.5 hours describing how the Duluth Dyson Larry Sinclair sucked off Barack Obama in a limousine after Barack Obama gave him cocaine and then pulled out his own crack to do before getting his shit sucked sideways by the Duluth Dyson Larry Sinclair. Okay. Larold.
She has the former president's number. She has used it. What is the effect of Trump spending time with and elevating someone like this?
It's a really puzzling strategy. Obviously, when Marjorie Taylor Greene is the voice of reason, that's cause for alarm. A lot of Republicans are stunned by this. And what she's doing, what Laura Loomer is doing with
giving the Barack tour. We're done here. We're done. We're
Trump's
done.
help is just normalizing and spreading these really detrimental conspiracy theories. Even the conspiracy theory we heard on the debate stage on Tuesday night from Donald Trump that
I bet your chatter brings up Kamala's presumed sexual history as a political point all the time. Yeah. Oh, 100%. They're like, she fucked her way to the top, dude. Yeah, she fucked the guy issuing the bar.
Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio are abducting and eating people's pets. Reporting suggests that he is picking up this kind of rhetoric from Laura Loomer, who was posting these conspiracy theories before he took the stage.
And I'm wondering, since you brought up what he said on the debate stage about Haitian immigrants in Ohio eating pets, how do conspiracy theories like that, of that ilk, originate?
Marjorie Taylor Greene screaming from the rooftops about Laura Loomer being in Trump's orbit is giving Alex Jones telling Kanye West not to openly say he admires Adolf Hitler. Like, it has that same desperation, and it's the exact same type of situation. It's like, dude, what are you doing? You're giving the game away. You're being like far too open about your actual allegiances and associating yourself and others with like a truly toxic individual. Like, we agree with the ideas, we just can't say certain things. Why are you saying those things? It's the exact same situation. Don't say the quiet part out loud. You're giving the fucking game away.
And which ones are seemingly amplified more than others on social media and interviews and obviously on the debate stage?
It seems like the media talking about this is needlessly elevating this. Fuck no. It's a incredibly valid avenue of attack against Donald Trump. I'm just more so upset about the way that the media is covering it by like not really talking about how insane Laura Loomer is, like barely scratching the surface, okay, which has a shit ton. I mean, Laura Loomer is a target-rich environment. Like in this circumstance, you have to talk about like how fucking insane she is, and then immediately turn it into, and here's why he's saying, you know, Haitians are eating pets. Now, of course, they are kind of doing that. I like this guy. He's one of the best that CNN has, in my opinion. He kind of did do that. She's actually kind of popping off a little bit too. So I don't really have an issue with this kind of coverage overall. I do hate it whenever they talk about, what? If your 78-year-old grandpa called his new girlfriend a free spirit, you change all his passwords? That's a good take.
A lot of the time, it starts out with fringe figures online, increasingly more popular mainstream far-right
The jean jacket is, I think, Acne Studios.
Influencers like Laura Loomer, repeating these wild falsehoods that kind of trickle their way up through the system, coming eventually out of the potential future president of the United States' mouth. And there's real offline harm to these online conspiracy theories. Just today, we saw there's...
Yeah, God forbid you'd have a... God forbid we have a president who says like unhinged, unsubstantiated things like that he's seen dead children who are beheaded by Palestinian resistance fighters who then light them on fire with kerosene. God forbid. That would be, well, yeah, no, that would be actually really damaging to discourse, wouldn't it? Now, of course, if you're in mainstream media, you will substantiate those unsubstantiated claims because it goes along with the broader narrative that like Israel must bring about hellfire destruction on the Palestinian population in an effort to continue their genocide. That is the most moral army. That's the most moral military. That's the most moral country on the planet. You know?
There's a bomb threat in Springfield, Ohio. Reportedly, the caller was frustrated over Haitian immigration, and it led to schools closing. It led to city buildings closing. And even after that happened, Laura Loomer then went back on X and suggested that Haitian immigrants are not only eating pets, but eating people, just pushing wildly baseless, false, harmful claims.
And so, Jesselyn, I wonder if is there a way...
When left unchecked, by the way, this kind of narrative will only increase, as we have seen Donald Trump go from like Mexicans are rapist drug dealers and some are very fine people, I assume, to they're eating pets to they're eating humans too now. So that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't fucking actually, try to push back against this kind of wild, insane anti-immigrant sentiment, this Hitlerian nonsense.
National Reuters Ipsos poll has Harris ahead by 5 points. Let's take a look at that right now. CNN's Harry Anton is here with much more. Harry, can you give us some context around that margin and the movement that you're seeing in polling post-debate?
Yeah, I think it's rather important, Kate, to point out that the Reuters Ipsos poll has actually been one of Harris's best. So look, you get that 5-point margin, right? That 47-42 that you mentioned post-debate. But that's actually not a lot of movement from where we were in August when Harris was up by 4. Now, that is movement from where we were in late July when Harris was up by 2. But the bottom line here is this. At least in the first polling that we're getting post this debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, maybe slight movement in Harris's direction, but not over.
This is not good. At a minimum, you want to see a plus 2-point bump. At a minimum. It's too soon to tell, but if you don't see at least a plus 2-point bump, that goes back to the problem that I was talking about with Kamala's rhetoric. Showcasing that Donald Trump is a buffoon who is narcissistic is good, but it's not going to carry you across the fucking finish line. I don't know, though. I don't know yet. Like I said, it's too soon. I suspect she will see a bump.
Overwhelmingly so, which I don't think is really much of a surprise given the 50-50 nation we are right now. But the bottom line is, in the average of polls, Harris had a slight national lead, and at this particular point, I think she'll probably hold on to that, at least based upon this initial signal.
Yeah, didn't hurt her. Maybe
you're going to be right again when they listen to your "it works," when they go about their way as you predicted, it goes shit for her. We'll see.
But it didn't also, like, it wasn't, the nail in the coffin for a Donald Trump candidacy either, which is exactly kind of what people expected with this debate in the 50-50.
I still suspect that this poll is far too early to tell, truly.
Nation we are in.
Especially because, like, it's not just about the debate. It's not just about the debate necessarily, but it's also all the fucking content that you can cut out of it, right? Think about it in terms of, like, social media, it's not just about like how many people are live watching me collaborate with Jason the Ween. It's also about like, the TikToks that come after it, it's like that, the aftermath of that, where if the campaign moves in this direction where they can cut so much great content out of this, tie it back to like Trump's ridiculous lack of interest in like pushing for policies or anything like that, then you will see a bump.
And right now, what is the biggest difference though you see in polls, these polls compared to those that came after the Biden-Trump debate in June?
Yeah, I mean, look, it all comes down to mental state and being able to deal with challenges. All right, so mental sharp and can deal with challenges. Look at this. Back in the post-June debate, right, look at that. 52% of voters said that, in fact, Trump was mentally sharp and can deal with challenges. Look at the Joe Biden number. It was just 26%. Now, look at the difference here. Look at this. 58% in the post-September debate poll said that Harris was mentally sharp and can deal with challenges. Trump's number actually dropped below 50%, down to just 46, so that 52 to 46. So this was the big change that I think a lot of Democrats are hoping for when they switched out Biden for Harris. It came down to mental sharpness, and the bottom line is the clear majority of voters believe that Kamala Harris is mentally sharp and deal with challenges, and the number for Trump, that declined by 6 points between post-June and post-September. I think that's a very welcome sign for Democrats. So on the top line, maybe not so much movement nationally, but underneath the hood, I think Democrats really have to like what they see.
In talking with people on TV from the Harris campaign and then hearing from Democrats involved with the campaign, one of the things you hear is that everyone feels they did great in the debate. The question is, can it reach the undecided voters?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they have an answer, or at least not the answer they want yet. So it leads me to this question. Rita, what really is an undecided voter? Where are they and who are they?
Yeah, well, look, part of the challenge here is that undecided voters are undecided because they're not really focused on this campaign. They are low information voters. They tend to be younger. And likely they didn't watch the debate. They may be seeing some social media on it, but they're hard to reach voters, and they may make the difference in this race.
Are they undecided between the candidates, or are they undecided about whether they show up to vote?
Well, I think a little of both. I think one important thing to note is they probably have a pretty strong judgment about Donald Trump. They're skeptical about politics generally. They don't particularly like Trump, but they don't know very much about Kamala Harris. They're open to her, but they're also prepared to be disappointed by her as well. So a big task for the campaign is to continue to fill in the picture of her, and particularly around sort of transactional issues about the economy. Like, what is she going to do for me?
On that note, one of the things you hear in the chattering class is, oh, Kamala Harris needs more
Maybe all the liberals who fucking get mad at me when I bring this shit up will agree with it now that David Axeldick is saying it. Go back. This guy's so stupid. Wait, did I misunderstand it? Isn't he what he's saying? Like the campaign needs to fill the gaps on things that are transactional.
They're also prepared to be disappointed by her as well. So a big task for the campaign is to continue to fill in the picture of her, and particularly around sort of transactional issues about the economy.
The difference is he's being way kinder than I am, where I'm saying she's wrong for not doing this and it's bad and it's going to cost her. David Axelrod is saying the campaign has a big task ahead of her. In you know, Hasan is a low IQ voter. Yes, I am. I'm just low IQ in general. He said undecided voters are low info voters. He's not wrong. They're not low IQ voters. They're low information voters. He's right. The fuck? This doesn't mean that like high information voters are brilliant, mind you, even though many liberals act like they are whenever they talk about like harm reduction in this fucking chat and act like voting for Kamala Harris is going to solve a single fucking thing. But yeah, it's correct. Listen, one thing to understand is everyone in America is stupid, myself included, okay? All the voters are stupid. Voters who have done a shit ton of research and think that like Kamala Harris is going to reduce the harm in comparison to Donald Trump are stupid. People that think that Donald Trump is going to save the country are just, well, more, they're even dumber than the Kamala Harris stupidity, okay? And the people who don't vote because they're like, it doesn't do nothing to me, they're also stupid, okay? Everyone is stupid. Everyone. It's just there's not really a lot of good options here for anybody. What about the uncommitted movement? Low info? No, actually, they're the smartest out of a group of idiots in general because they're actually trying to use, well, they're naive, but that shouldn't stop them from advocating for their righteous cause. But having said that, you know, I do still believe that they're naive. There's a big difference between undecided voters and unconvinced voters. Pundits mix them up. These guys I work with say undecided voters are people who barely know what politics are. They don't care, while unconvinced voters are informed but need something to vote for. He's mixing them up a bit. I think there is no, I think ultimately that is a distinction without a difference, because all of those guys, okay, are choosing between the couch and voting for Kamala Harris. They're not choosing between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. They're choosing between the couch and Kamala Harris. And for many of them, the couch wins. Okay? So I don't have an issue with him saying like undecided versus unconvinced.
What is she going to do for me?
On that note, one of the things you hear in the chatter in class is, Kamala Harris needs more distinctive.
You literally are an undecided voter. You've stated multiple times you do not know if you will vote for Kamala. I'm a political commentator, brother. I don't think you should, I think that the people who care about who I'm going to vote for oftentimes just nefariously ask that question so they can just like cut propaganda against whatever the fuck I'm going to say next without having to listen to the message. Don't worry about me, okay?
Policy proposals. Is that what undecided voters want?
Well, I don't know if, I don't think what she needs is a voluminous...
They just want a gotcha. In either direction, really.
This list of policies, but there may be a few signature policies that speak to the economic experience, quality of life experience of voters, in which she wants to go deeper and drive with those voters to give a sense that, yeah, she gets it. I think she might help. I'll take a chance on her. But these voters are not going to be. This is not 2008.
Right.
This is not. They're not going to be swept along here. They're going to grudgingly conclude that I'll take a chance on this.
Which is why the Harris team, I think, genuinely does want another debate.
For the record, I have already made my decision. I'm writing in Joseph Robinette Biden. He's the man who can change this country in the direction where nothing will fundamentally change. I'm an AUKUS voter. How many times do I have to tell you? I am an AUKUS voter. I am a Five Eyes voter. I am a NATO voter. We exist. I also have been lying this entire time. I actually reside in Pennsylvania. That's right. And I will be voting in Pennsylvania, the pivotal swing state, the pivotal swing district of Erie, Pennsylvania, as a matter of fact, the district that swings the entire state. And as an Erie resident, I am staying the course. I am riding with Biden. As a prominent defender of NATO, it would be a crime for me not to give credit to the man who did NATO. Okay? That's why I'm voting for the NATO candidate. That's why I'm voting for the AUKUS candidate. That's why I'm voting for Joseph Robinette Biden.
Other chance to reach people who may not be paying attention.
Yeah, the problem with her debate, John, performance, one of the problems with it is it came rather early in this. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's going to be an eternity between now and November. And so the other motivation for a second debate is it's a second chance to do well. Yeah. And I think they're pretty confident she would. And I think Trump's people are like, you know what, this didn't benefit us very much. Why should we take the risk of doing another?
Yeah, for all the argument that goes on out there, inside a campaign, you do a debate if you think it will help you, and you don't do it if you don't think it'll help you.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yes.
And, and that's, I think, the only analysis on the Trump team right now. They may change their mind because they think they need it, but not
I don't
right
know
now.
if they'll change their mind. He may change his mind, and they keep.
I'm confused. Maybe didn't hear correctly, but the people outside the DNC you interviewed are people you consider misguided? No. The uncommitted movement is entirely different than undecided people. What are you talking about? The uncommitted movement is a totally separate thing. I said some are, they're doing the right thing. But I also suspect that there is an air of naivete to assume that the Democratic Party will shift priorities or positions. It's a common, yeah. The uncommitted movement are diehard Democratic Party loyalists, people who have voted Democrat every election, people who are literally a part of the Democratic Party. They're state delegates. They are people who are legislators that are Democratic Party legislators at their own states, right? They work for the Democratic Party. And what they are trying to do, which I think is brave and correct, is to get the Democratic Party to meet their demands because they have some leverage in this process because there's an election coming up. The Democratic Party, of course, is refusing or has refused so far and will probably continue to refuse to even listen to their demands. So undecided and uncommitted are different, but undecided and unconvinced are the same. Yes. Because one is a political movement with tangible, one is a political movement directed towards one specific policy goal, okay? Change the trajectory of the genocide that Israel is committing with American tax dollars and American weapons in Gaza. The other is the broadest electorate, the plurality of the voter eligible population.
goading him to try and change his mind by making it seem like he's not courageous enough to do another.
I do want your take on the Laura Loomer thing. Donald Trump has been traveling the country with her. George Bush, when I covered him in 2000, used to say you can judge the character of a man.
This is a great question. It's so stupid, though, that they risk letting a Trump presidency happening over it. No, it's a risk that the Kamala Harris campaign is not pivoting on Gaza. That is the correct way to look at it. Thank you, Real Nito, for correcting this other chatter. That is the right way to look at this situation, okay? The wrong way to look at it is by saying, wow, these voters are really responsible for letting Trump win. The right way to look at it is the campaign is responsible for not trying to win these voters. Okay? That's how this works. Kamala Harris is risking the outcome, not the voters, because we, at least theoretically, live in a democracy. That is the basis for the democratic process. That's it. It is, however, not a democracy at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break at the HasanAbi broadcast. That is a oligarchy, if you will, where those who have $6 or a free Twitch Prime can avoid seeing the 3-minute ad break. There is no way to earn your way out of that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
And by the company he keeps. You know, Donald Trump is keeping company with this person who said just wildly racist things.
Yeah.
You know, what does he get out of that?
Including anti-Semitic, by the way, which is interesting given Trump's rhetoric about.
Wait, what?
Company he keeps. You know, Donald Trump is keeping company with this person who said just wildly racist things.
Yeah.
You know, what does he get out of that?
Including anti-Semitic, by the way, which is interesting given Trump's rhetoric about that. I think, first of all, I don't pretend to live inside of Donald Trump's head, so I can't tell you exactly. But it may be that if there's a strategic reason, he's thinking, look, I got to get these people out who aren't particularly activated, or I have to get my base out, and she speaks to that base.
Studying media and politics in college, do you recognize anyone in this image, particularly in the bottom? Yeah, I am. If your class is showing a media bias chart that puts TMZ higher on the reputability and also accuracy chart than like Salon and MSNBC, then you should probably reconsider that fucking media class and your teacher. Breitbart, according to this chart, is literally more truthful than Pod Save America and the Rolling Stone. Okay? Breitbart is more reliable on this chart alongside the New York Post and the Sun and Daily Mail than the Rolling Stone. Okay? It's not made by boomers. It's made by a paranoid schizophrenic right-winger. I know the site that it's from. This media chart is insane, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? This chart claims I am more of a routine misleader than Joe Rogan. This is the most fucked media chart I have ever seen in my entire life. Jordan Peterson's daughter, Michaela Peterson, and Barstool Sports is leagues above me in terms of, you know, misleading information. Not saying I agree, but it is what the rest of the world thinks of us. No, it's not. It's not what nobody cares about this. You said you're a propagandist. You're just mad you're low on that chart. I mean, once again, please look at the other things on this chart. GBN, which is the UK version of Fox News, and Megyn Kelly, okay? Megyn Kelly, who we watched yesterday scream from the rooftops because Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, is above The Nation, okay? And Salon, and is akin to CNN Newsnight. Like, sure, this is funny, okay? It is. Especially if you hate me, this is hilarious. Like, haha, Hasan is the Alex Jones of the left, right? I got it. That's great. Sure. But I think that if you ever see a list, okay, if you ever see a list that is supposed to deal with media bias, and that list features, that media list features the likes of the Washington Times, Fox News, GBN, significantly higher than CNN News, CNN Newsnight, The Nation, MSNBC, Salon, you are out of your dang mind, okay? They put the Daily Mail significantly higher than the Rolling Stone. They put the Barstool Sports in the middle if you want to understand what their like bias chart looks like. The Critical Drinker is on here? Wait, no way. Where's... Dude, they put Project Veritas above me and Sean Hannity. And Joe Rogan. Come on. Just tuned in, but check this one out from last year, specifically friends of the show, TrueAnon. Where's TrueAnon? Where'd they put TrueAnon? Am I looking at the wrong side? In the middle. Oh my God. Oh my God. They put TrueAnon in the middle. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm glad that according to this list, Joe Rogan has gone up in truthfulness this past year. TrueAnon right there with Lex Friedman. Hey, at least you're better than Tim Pool, who is a literal Russian agent. Am I? Where's Tim Pool on this list? Am I not seeing Tim Pool on this list? Did they put him in the center or something? What the fuck? What is happening? I lost it. Look at Russia Today, dude. Yeah, the list is so funny because Socialist Alternative is right there with the Pod Save America boys. Anyway, point is, nobody understands a single damn thing about critical analysis, or nobody has an opinion. Like no one knows media literacy, okay? No one. Like Jimmy Dore being on the leftmost position here is insane. Jimmy Dore literally is voting for Donald Trump, and he's smack dab in the in the most leftist position on this chart. They also think TYT is further left, significantly further left than TrueAnon. If you want to understand this ad fontes media bias chart, if your takeaway from this is like, this is a reliable chart, then good luck. You probably need to watch a lot more of this broadcast. That's why I use Ground News. Yeah, except Ground News apparently uses the ad fontes media bias chart. Is what I found out. Yeah, I was on this visual. Yeah, I mean, look, I get a lot of decent press, okay? It's fine. I think I'll be all right. Speaking of decent press, before we get to Kamala Harris, let's take a look at this. How a former Bernie bro became a pro-Putin propaganda machine. From
movement, one of the biggest voices online.
Friend of the show, Donnie O'Sullivan, who did a new docu-series called Misinformation.
In the pro-Palestinian movement, one of the biggest voices online isn't a former diplomat, regional expert, or even a Palestinian. It's a 24-year-old white kid from California named Jackson Hinkle.
That at all, just like you're not prepared to admit that Israel's a terrorist organization.
Yeah, but you're wrong.
Kim Jong-un is a peace-seeking leader. We're going to de-NATOfy Ukraine, and we're going to de-Nazify
All right, you just sound completely bonkers.
And the people in the established Palestinian movement just want him to stop.
That part is really... The people in the established Palestinian movement just want him to stop. It's true, but it's really funny. Please, dude, stop. He's like, yeah, I'm...
He and his followers call themselves MAGA communists. And that isn't supposed to be a joke. The crowd here was mostly male and mostly white.
I will just say once and for all, so Piers Morgan never has to ask me again, no, I do not condemn Hamas. It's very simple.
Jackson's social media following skyrocketed after the October 7th attack on Israel.
I've been to Russia, I've been to China. Their major cities are much nicer.
But Jackson had barely started speaking about Gaza.
There is something really interesting about a man who is able to travel so freely to Venezuela and Russia and even prominently be featured amongst like the Ansar Allah movement and not even get an ounce of scrutiny from the American federal government. I feel like people have been, people have had their entire bank account seized for much less. That's all I'm saying. Listen, all I'm saying is people have had their shit seized for much less, okay? And there are definitely historic examples. He white, though? No. There have just been prominent examples in the past of similar splinter groups among the supposed left that have also worked with federal agents. You're wrong. The federal government does background checks on all their employees. Don't you dare speak badly of a Johnny Harris coworker. Okay. I know we say like Johnny Harris is a CIA agent or whatever, but like, come on, dude. Like,
No, Russia's better and stronger than ever before, and their leader has a very high approval rating.
before he launched into pro-Russia and pro-China talking points.
The more America supports real terrorist entities like Israel, real terrorist countries like Ukraine, the more that we...
See, one must ask, like, what purpose would this serve? Especially when you got a guy like this who says a whole bunch of incredibly unhinged things that are directly at odds with a leftist movement. Because when he talks about Israel-Palestine, he sounds, you know, depending on what he's saying about it, he's like right there. He's right there. Okay? But when you tie that to all of the other stuff that he says, all of a sudden, maybe he's wrong on Israel as well. That's kind of the I would say intended effect of actors such as this one. You know? Does that make sense to you? This is why I used to say Alex Jones is a Fed, because, you know, for every like correct position that he had, like, oh, we are living under a mass surveillance state and that the government is spying on you, or that they're turning the freaking frogs gay. They're not turning them gay. They're turning them trans with chemicals in the water. That is true. Okay. For every like correct thing he says, it is packaged in a sea of nonsense, like utter nonsense, which kind of makes the correct assessments that he makes seem very incorrect, doesn't it? It almost feels like you can point to this guy as like a prominent piece of the Palestinian resistance, and then all of a sudden the Palestinian resistance looks ridiculous. You don't think that's what Donnie CNN is doing here? I don't think that's what Donnie is doing. If Donnie was doing that, he wouldn't have said the Palestinian, like the national Palestinian movement, the established national Palestinian movement wants him to stop. I don't think that think that he would say that if he was like associating it with pro-Palestinian sentiment.
Strengthen our actual enemies. Most of what is said about Vladimir Putin in the mainstream press is just factually not true.
Jackson has become a darling of the Kremlin and Russian state TV. He's made multiple trips to Russia this year.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, like Tucker Carlson goes to Russia, cuts propaganda, right? And he doesn't get popped. What does Tucker Carlson's dad do again? What did Tucker Carlson's dad do? I can't remember. Oh, that's right. He was in charge of Voice of America. He was literally in the CIA, and Tucker Carlson actually very famously wanted to also work for the CIA. Or maybe he did, and we simply don't know. All I'm saying is, if you're a fucking media figure and you fly to Russia, which is under the most rigorous sanctions regime of all time, okay? And then you get not even a fucking slap on the wrist for it, I'm gonna be suspicious. I'm gonna be a little suspicious. I'm gonna be like, that's weird. That's a weird thing. That's an odd thing. It's kind of odd. How does that happen?
We're in Tokmak, which is just a few kilometers away from the front line, and back in.
But Jackson wasn't always like this. Just a few years ago, he was a soft-spoken Southern California kid, a Bernie Sanders supporter who even ran for city council as a progressive.
Why do you think the Russians like you so much?
I speak truth.
You are, in some ways, the quintessential American man, right? You're surfer guy, California. So for the Russians or the Chinese to have somebody like you to go over there and basically shit all over America.
No shitting on America. I love this country, I love the people. I just want it to be better.
Is there not a way to do that without having to fly back and forth to Moscow and seem to be embracing authoritarian regimes?
Well, they're far less authoritarian than the United States.
Come on, man.
Ultimately,
like, come on, dude. Russia is far less authoritarian than the United States. Like, you can make the argument that American foreign policy is significantly worse in terms of its global footprint than the Russian foreign policy, which is also very bad, okay? This is not a defense of Russian foreign policy. They're literally fucking murdering Ukrainians every day, okay? But the moment that you're like, Russia is not anywhere near as authoritarian as the United States, like, come on. The United States doesn't need to be as authoritarian as Russia because it is the global hegemonic superpower. That's why motherfuckers like me can exist in the United States of America, but I would be fucking in prison if I was in Russia making the same exact criticisms against the Russian state. That's why motherfuckers like me would be in prison in Turkey making the same criticisms against the Turkish state. Okay? America is so fucking powerful that it can get away with having naysayers. Now, that might change. Who knows? But it's crazy to make this statement. Isn't Hinkle a fallen HasanAbi head? He is.
Ultimately, I live in the generation where for the first time there's going to be a lower standard of living than the previous generation. That's not good.
And I mean, I hear all that. You can't genuinely say that people in Russia and people in China have more liberties than people in the United States.
Well, there's no free speech.
You have a lot of.
That's crazy that he's saying that. Okay, again, China as well. No, China as well. I would not be able to launch the same fucking blistering criticisms of the American government as I do in China against the Chinese government. Okay? Come on now. That is literally, objectively, patently false. What the fuck? Yes, American media lies about China quite frequently. Okay? All the goddamn time. I actually saw TikTok where some woman was talking about Wukong, and she literally, it is so like, anti-Chinese sentiment is so baked into every fucking orifice of media that like some random old lady was like, Wukong is a computer game that came out of China, and to help you understand how unimaginably the advancements have been for China, 10 years ago, it was illegal to purchase a console in China. It's like, what the fuck are you saying? It was illegal to purchase a console in China? What are you saying? What are you fucking saying? What are you saying? You're insane. Like, every console is made in China, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway. Yeah, it's still illegal there. What do they mean? Yeah, it's illegal to have a console in China. Xi Jinping killed my uncle for buying a PS4 in 2014. He also sold poisonous baby formula, but I think it was the PS4 thing. China has been doing anti-gamer policies for a while. I know they fucking banned gambling in games. Wait, where the fuck is the video? I'm missing it. All right, let's get back
Free
to
speech?
it.
Really?
You
think
do.
I have free speech?
You don't think you have free speech?
No. I mean, what's the public square today? It's obviously social media.
You have 3 million followers on X. You can post whatever you want. You're hosting events here. How do you not have free speech? What part
it's
of your
very
speech
simple.
is being curtailed?
It's very simple. It's very simple. Yes, I have 3 million followers on X. But what about Instagram? I've been banned. YouTube, I've been banned. I was banned from Raya, a dating site.
Jackson's bans might have something to do with his repeated sharings
I was banned from Raya.
Post,
bitch. I bet you weren't able to get in. That's just
and his celebrations of violence.
You look like you're in pain.
Whatever his motivations, his message and his propaganda is resonating.
I just don't know if I believe you or not.
Guess you'll have to wait and see. I got my whole life ahead of me.
You said that.
That's it. That's the promo for now. For the upcoming show, which Donnie promoted here and gave me a shout out on as well.
And you mentioned the creators at the DNC were actually hanging out in the whole story on Sunday with Hasan Piker, who is one of the biggest Twitch streamers.
This worried me a little bit. Abby Phillips's look changed dramatically when he mentioned me, and that scares me a little bit. I'll admit. I saw this last night while playing Wukong. You guys probably missed it, but like the vibes changed dramatically when he brought my name up, and it scares me a little bit.
And you mentioned the creators at the DNC were actually hanging out in the whole story on Sunday with Hasan Piker, who is one of the biggest Twitch streamers, video game streaming platform for people who don't know what Twitch is, but it is where a lot of political discussion is happening. It's where a lot of Gen Z is getting their political discussion. And what we're focusing on in this documentary, this hour on Sunday, is we're really looking at disillusioned.
Maybe she watches your thirst talks. That's her face change. No, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? Y'all are. I don't know if I'm reading too much into this, but it felt like her expression changed. She was like smiling, and then she just. Because she was laughing here. Look.
At the DNC were actually hanging out in
He's
the whole
smiling.
story on Sunday with Hasan Piker, who is one of the biggest Twitch.
And then she's no longer smiling. Stop saying stupid fucking shit. She liked your Insta post, or she watches your thirst traps or whatever. Okay? You guys are so fucking stupid. Shut up. I'm just worried, okay? Maybe I'm overthinking it.
On in this documentary, this hour on Sunday, is we're really looking at disillusioned young white American men who spend most of their waking hours online and who believe that America's left them behind, and it's everybody's fault but theirs.
And there's such an interesting crossover ideologically now with people in conspiracy land. That's happening all over the place. Watch Donnie's Hour Sunday night at
8 p.m. Eastern. Let's say that. And you mentioned the.
Why does her opinion worry you? I hope that no one at CNN knows who I am. That's it. That's my position on the matter. Obviously, Donnie knows who I am. That's not what I'm talking about. I love Donnie. Donnie's great. And depending on how much editorial control he has over this process, I can assume that he has. I can assume that he is like. I think he's placed me as like a sane version of like leftist commentary as a counter to the misinformation, to the flow of misinformation that runs rampant online. But that could change depending on who the editor is and what kind of editorial control they have. Does that make sense? I know how journalism works. I have a lot of friends in the media, as you know. Okay? I know how this shit works. Anyway. Your standing in mainstream media will always be precarious, and maintaining that is important for the proliferation of its message, for your message. Yes. So we'll see. I don't think Donnie would fuck me over though. The last thing HasanAbi wants is a CNN primetime left bashing session debated to the internet's famous himbo. Yeah. Anyway. His interview with you was precisely the opposite of his talk with Hinkle. You're good. No, I know that. It's not about what Donnie would do. It's about what level of editorial control he has over the process. And beyond that, like what his editors might want to do with the footage. Because I think that just as easily they could just like cut it in a way where it's like, see, Hasan is also just like the rest of these guys, a serial misinformer and an anti-American campist, a Muslim Islamist, fundamentalist, socialist who loved that 9/11 happened. You can spin it for any person, but especially a person like myself who has countless hours of opposition. I did see this, yeah. Misinfo Nation. Here's the promo video for it. This is the one that we watched.
Sunday. Would you like for me to pull up the definition of journalist?
That's okay. We'll see. We'll see. All of this will be brought to the light on Sunday.
Is the rise of misinformation tearing America apart?
By now, everyone knows Taylor Swift is a government psyop. You don't believe Taylor Swift is a government psyop?
I don't know what to believe. Donnie O'Sullivan reports from the front lines.
But also, of course, there's a separation between church and state. No, there's not. That's another lie that's been portrayed by the left.
In the battle for facts. The whole story with Anderson Cooper.
This isn't the one. There was one where I'm in it as well. One of the promos that he made, I'm in it. But this isn't the one that I was in. But regardless, Misinfo Nation. O'Sullivan visits a church where Scripture competes with QAnon. He's January 6th felon who's now running for Congress. Spends a day in an alternative reality to Trump's social media universe. Goes behind the viral Taylor Swift Super Bowl conspiracy theory and speaks to neo-Nazi skinhead turned pastor. It was a warning for America about Christian nationalism. This was the one, I think, that I...
Today on The Whole Story, how does a Bernie bro become a pro-Trump, pro-Putin social media superstar?
I've been to Russia, I've been to China. Their major cities are much nicer.
Donnie O'Sullivan meets the terminally online young men of the disillusioned left.
This is, by the way, this destroys the MAGA conservative movement. Or, I mean, the MAGA communist movement more than anything else. This guy. This one brief moment. This one clip, okay? This one clip right here just destroys everything.
Online young men of the
that they would have tried to put together, okay? Someone said, won't Neff.
left.
MAGA communism. You know, people watching CNN are going to say, you're crazy.
And star influencers trying to stop the spread of misinformation.
I want to make sure that they're not falling down this right-wing rabbit hole.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, next Sunday at 8 on...
Yeah. Dude's balling in flip-flops, yeah. Apparently that guy was in this chat as well, and he fucking hates me now or something. That's what they were saying. Always eating. The guy in the flip-flops, I'm saying, he was in here, and then, like, I think COVID broke his brain or something. That's what Donnie was saying. Jealous of his jumper? Yeah, I am. Anyway, oh yeah, House passes $1.6 billion to deliver anti-China propaganda overseas.
Base, and I don't really care what the rest of the world thinks. I'm speaking to these voters who may make the difference, and right now this is a motivational race to try and get your base out. It's not a persuasion race. She can help persuade. You know, look, he had all those influencers who are, you know, there was a kind of exotic character to them, but they speak to like tens of millions of people.
David Axelrod, next time I promise there will be fireworks.
Yes,
thanks so much.
Please,
thanks so
that.
much for being here.
I insist.
Former President Trump unveiling a new tax break, this time on overtime pay. He says it will boost Americans' incentive to work.
I'm also announcing that as part of our additional tax cuts.
Do you think David Axelrod knows you exist? I hope not. The Kamala interview didn't go over well with Kamala stands. Big Kamala stand, but this is a terrible answer to the question the reporter asked. He asked for two specific things she will do to improve middle-class economic outlook. She goes off on a tangent about her family and never answers the question, at least not for the 2+ minutes in this clip. Yeah, it's not going well with Kamala stands because it's policy-less. All right, let's look at it. Kamala Harris earlier today gave an interview to a single sit-down interview to local Philadelphia Action News, okay? How is it policy-less? She literally outlined policies. Oh, my God. MagaPhonix, dial it back, please. Okay?
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Good. Awesome. Madam Vice President, pleasure to meet you. Thanks for your time today. Our audience appreciates your time as well.
Of course.
As you know, we're sitting here in a state and arguably in front of an audience that 54 days from now could decide the outcome of this presidential election. Yeah. You hear it more than I do. People want to know more about you and about your specific plans. At the debate the other night, you talked about creating an opportunity economy. Mm-hmm. I wonder if we can drill down on that a little bit. When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle-class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked very hard. She was able to finally save up enough money to buy our first house when I was a teenager. I grew up in a community of hardworking people. you know, construction workers and nurses and teachers. And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, you know, but a lot of people will relate to this. You know, I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn, you know? And I was raised to believe and to know that all people deserve dignity. And that we as Americans have a beautiful character. You know, we have ambitions and aspirations.
This reads as like too, maybe not as bad as like Hillary Clinton in general, but like too much space, too much filler. This is harder than a goddamn fucking Toei filler episode because they caught up to the fucking original manga type shit. You know what I mean? Anyway, you have an economy of words. You have a finite amount of time. If you are seemingly running out the clock, people are going to get annoyed.
And dreams, but not everyone necessarily has access to the resources that can help them fuel those dreams and ambitions. So when I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is very much with the mind of investing in the ambitions and aspirations and the incredible work ethic of the American people, and creating opportunity for people, for example, to start a small business. My mother, you know, worked long hours, and our neighbor helped raise us. We used to call her, I still call her, our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small business owners. I learned who they are from my childhood, and she was...
I will once again ask the question, what do you think is the larger number of voters in totality? People who own small businesses, people who want to start small businesses, or people who work for small businesses, or just work in general? Before you say, oh, this is for Philadelphia, that same principle holds in Philadelphia as well, okay? Pennsylvania is not like, you know, outside of the bounds of reality where there's just magically more small business owners and small business owners and people who want to start small businesses than actual people who currently have issues with the economy. Okay? Not everyone can be a small business owner. Why don't they get that? It's just silly. Wouldn't this be better if she framed it as supporting small businesses will create jobs and help employees make more money? Not necessarily true, but wouldn't that sound better? No. What she should do is say, we want to expand social safety nets in this country to help American workers who have for far too long been sold out by both parties. Okay? This will also obviously improve the standing of small businesses and the American industrial force as a power player in the global economy. Because as my vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, Coach Walz, expertly showed in the beautiful state of Minnesota, when you pass with slim margins a bill that offers paid family leave, small businesses also get to compete with big businesses that have generated a lot more revenue and can offer these amenities at ease. This way, small businesses no longer have to worry about certain healthcare costs or certain costs of operating the business in terms of their workers, because we will take care of that. This is how you institute market reform and make the American economy more competitive overall. That way, you present a pro-working class message that literally expands to the broadest demographics. And on top of that, you present your argument in a way that also helps small businesses. But she's not doing that because her policy prescriptions are not actually focused on the broadest demographic of Americans. Americans who are wage laborers, okay? 1099 employees or W-2 employees, doesn't matter. Playing in imagination land? No, what I'm describing isn't some fucking communist idea either, Comrade Perry. This is like super simple, like let's say 1960s Democratic Party messaging, okay? This is just New Deal Democrat messaging, okay? If you are actually a New Deal Democrat, then this is what you would say. This is super basic shit. But we have, by way of third way politics and Reaganomics and neoliberalism as a whole, okay, completely gutted that aspect. I didn't fucking make a bold declaration to just like undermine the entire capitalist hegemonic status. I am simply saying you should expand on social safety nets. You shouldn't be afraid to push for social safety nets and expansion of social safety nets. And while you're doing that, you can present it as an argument that is also beneficial for small businesses, because it is beneficial for small businesses. The problem with your thinking that our small businesses owners are simply our swing voters and working class people are already voting Democratic. No, you just made that up. You made that up. You made that up in your mind. You're saying small business voters or owners are swing voters. And what you're trying to say as swing voters is you're trying to say that they're right wing. Okay? They're right wing, but with a proclivity to vote for the liberal. Okay? What does that mean? What does a swing voter mean in the way that you're trying to use it? I also said that messaging around small businesses by pushing for policies that help everyone and then saying this also helps small businesses still arrives at the same point, that is pro small business. Interesting that favorite centrist pollster Blueprint, I think, not Blueprinty, found that 3 worst messages from the Harris on the night were 1, how great the border security bill was, 2, the tax deduction for small businesses, and 3, the vow to not ban fracking. I rest my fucking case. I rest my fucking case. Here is the empirical evidence to show exactly what I'm telling you. When I tell you when it's happening in the moment, it's a prediction. This is no longer a prediction. This is just a fact. Okay? I love our small businesses. My plan is to give $50,000 in tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they're a part of the backbone of the American economy. 39% polling. I will not ban fracking. 31%. The United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. 42%. Let's look at some other ones. We need a president who actually brings up values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. Great message. Great message. It's not policy, but it actually shows the clear-cut differences between Donald Trump and herself. I do believe that the vast majority of us know we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is constantly trying to divide us, especially by race. We see in each other a friend, a neighbor. We don't want a leader who's constantly trying to have Americans point fingers at each other. Great message. Things that I've also fucking said about like shitting on your neighbors. That's what Donald Trump was. Donald Trump wants you to be afraid of your neighbors when talking about migrants. I've talked with women around our country. Of course, the abortion one was incredibly solid as well. Now let's get to actual policy. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people. Healthcare should be a right and not just the privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it. 58%. Interesting. So when I yell from the rooftops about how you should at least talk about expanding Medicare to Medicare eligibility to 55 years old to capture an entire group of high propensity voters with a policy measure that isn't even bold at all. Turns out, not necessarily a bad thing. I will be president. I will protect our fundamental rights and including our freedoms for a right for a woman to make decisions about her own body. Anyway. I really think, like you said, they're scared of Republicans, man, not like Obama doing it and lost it. So why are Dems more scared to be progressive when it's clearly on paper popular? It's not that they're scared of Republicans, it's that they're scared of their donors. That's it. It's not because the public demanded Joe Biden drop out. It was the donors that demanded Joe Biden drop out. And Nancy Pelosi responded to the donor pressure, not necessarily the public pressure. I just talked to my mom and framed Waltz's free school meals as saving people money because middle income families don't have to spend money on their children's lunches during the school year. Yup. Anyway. Where's the lethal fighting force? You said it's decently popular. Oh, is this the one? I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring we have the respect so that we rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. Ugh, gross. How much you want to bet if she... I mean, look, there's no counterfactual here, but if she probably took that out of that equation, the lethal part of it, she probably would get a fucking stronger point on this message too. I didn't even hear the lethal fighting force part, though, in her conversation that night. 51% means it's not popular. I mean, it's pretty popular. You have to also look at, like, what's the most popular here, though. I think I will not divide us, but I will bring us together. And, like, Donald Trump is actually doing the unnecessary divisive rhetoric is not necessarily a bad thing, okay? Especially if you're going to talk about it expertly in terms of immigration, but you also need to call that out a little bit more. Anyway. Interesting, most effective, the classic bring us together bipartisan pablum. Not surprising, also not too surprising that fracking is last. That's directed almost entirely at PA, the only swing state that has a lot of it, and most people aren't starting a small business. Majority of PA voters want it phased out or banned, and that's been consistent for about 4 years. Yeah. Energy and immigration are tough issues for Democrats, says Blueprint, the centrist pollster, responding. The most persuasive, proactive messages typically come from Democrat strengths, e.g. healthcare and abortion. However, taking more moderate stances on these issues and concrete policy change can dramatically reduce the surface of attacks from Republicans. Yeah, it doesn't matter because obviously it doesn't fucking play that well. It doesn't play that well at all. Yeah. They've been calling Kamala Harris a fucking communist, dude. They've been calling her Communist Harris. Comrade Harris. It doesn't change anything. You saying, I'm not a communist, I hate communists, is not going to change that dynamic. These people think you're a pedophile vampire. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous. It's so dumb. Pete Buttigieg, I can't believe I'm saying this, said it best in 2019. They're going to call you a communist anyway. Just point to things that actually help people. That's what he said. That was Pete fucking Buttigieg, Mr. Messaging himself, okay? He was right. They're going to call you a communist anyway. Just fucking who cares? Yeah, that was peak Buttigieg.
A community leader, she hired locally, she mentored. Our small businesses are so much a part of the fabric of our communities, not to mention, really, I think, the backbone of America's economy.
Can you please not reference sexual abuse? Wait, what? What did I say?
My opportunity economy plan includes giving startups a $50,000 tax deduction.
Reminder, the question to her was bringing down prices, making life more affordable. What are the specific things you have in mind for that? Yeah. I gave you guys what I would answer in this situation if I was Kamala Harris. I tied it back to Tim Walz. I tied it back to policies that have worked and messaged it in a way. Oh, it's because I said pedophile vampires. That's what it is. I mean, that's what the Republicans do say. What the fuck? What do you want me to do?
To start their small business. It used to be $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. But investing in people's
like, she's still talking about small business. I'm gonna fucking Brian kill me, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit, it's Brian kill me time. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Ain't nobody cares about that, man. That's so dumb. I can't believe that's your most prominent fucking economic policy. Goddamn. 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 It just seems out of place. Like, look, small businesses are great and all, but our rent is expensive. We can't even afford that. How are we going to start a business, Lamau? Thank you. Exactly. Even LibDrive, not MagaPhonix, who is now officially the biggest liberal in the chat. LibAphonix is actually is outliving LibDrive, okay? This man has been consistently following me since 2019, and every fucking election cycle since 2019, he's coming in here and just saying the most liberal shit you've ever heard. And even he's like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Meanwhile, LibAphonix is like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? She's talking about policy, 50K for small businesses. Like, that's not 50K for startups. It's not a good policy, man. It sucks ass. You consistently misrepresent me, but it's okay. I'll stick around. Damn, dude. Okay, now I feel bad. He's already getting fucking yelled at by Republicans. We have to protect MagaPhonix, okay? We have to protect him. He's getting attacked by the right. He got featured on Tim Pool, apparently. That's so funny. They put him on Timcast, bro. Oh, no.
Innovative ideas and giving them the ability to go for it. Opportunity economy means, look, we don't have enough housing in America. We have a housing supply shortage. And what that means, in particular for so many younger Americans, the American dream is elusive. It's just actually not attainable. So part of my plan is to work with the private sector.
She should have cut all of this and literally started with the American dream, especially for young Americans, is no longer a reality, okay? It's elusive. It's no longer a reality. We need more houses so we can fix the goddamn housing market so that rent prices come down. The rent is too damn high. We don't have a housing supply shortage. Why is she lying? Oh, in high density urban areas, we do have a housing supply problem. Of course, across the board, when you look at the entirety of the United States of America, we do not. Okay? She's talking about places where people actually live. Now, of course, there are still places in even in high density urban areas where there's like still a bunch of fucking empty apartments. That is also true. Okay. But that number dramatically decreases. That number dramatically decreases when you look at available housing units in a place like Los Angeles versus how many homeless people are there in comparison to fucking Wyoming, which is not a real state.
Many younger Americans, the American dream is elusive. It's just actually not attainable. So part of my plan is to work with the private sector and housing developers to give them.
Yeah, I don't want to live in buttfuck Idaho. Sorry, chatter. Well, that's kind of funny you say that because, like, even in places like buttfuck Idaho, or also known as Springfield, Ohio, when people do move in, they get real fucking ass mad about it. They're like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, you mean, hold on now. Hold on now. I didn't mean black people. I didn't mean like that. They must be eating the dogs or something.
A tax credit to be able to partner with us as the government to build, and my goal is 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. In addition, to help people.
I hate this. I hate this shit. I want her to fucking be like, listen, we're making a jobs program, bitch. We're making a fucking jobs program. We got to build some goddamn houses, okay? I'm going to put these motherfuckers to work. Good, high-paying jobs so you can build some fucking houses once and for all. Federal jobs program, okay? I'm opening up the money faucet, and I'm giving motherfuckers money. I'm giving you money, okay? You want to build a house? I'm going to give you money, okay? I'm going to give you the money to make the house. Not $50,000 to buy the house. I'm doing a federal jobs program. We're building housing units, 3 million of them. You're writing Kamala fanfic, bro. She's never going to say this. I know she's not. I'm just telling you how sick it would be if she did.
People who just want to get their foot in the door, literally. And so giving first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance to be able to just get in the door, and then they will do the work that they need to do to save and to pay that mortgage and to build wealth for themselves and their family. These are some examples of what I mean when I talk about an opportunity economy, and a lot of it has to do with just the community I was raised in and the people that I admired who work hard, and deserve to have, their dreams fulfilled because they're prepared to work for it.
She has still yet to talk about the $6 she's going to give every American taxpayer so they can avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is, in my opinion, kind of fucked up. I thought the HasanAbi voter block was a very important constituency of 28,000 voters in the state of Pennsylvania, specifically in Erie Township or Erie County. Okay. And we are all undecided voters deciding whether or not we're going to vote for Kamala Harris or the couch. Okay. And there has been no movement on this front at all. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
You talked at the debate and at previous appearances about turning the page on the past. And in fact, here today in Johnstown, you're talking about a new way forward. Yeah. I think some people have a question, given maybe your current role as Vice President of the United States, how different you are from Joe Biden. And so I wonder if there are one or two spots, policy areas or approaches where you would say, I'm a different person.
Well, I'm obviously not Joe Biden. And, you know, I offer a new generation of leadership. And so, for example, thinking about developing and creating an opportunity economy where it's about investing in areas that really need a lot of work. And maybe focusing on, again, the aspirations and the dreams, but also just recognizing that at this moment in time, some of the stuff we could take for granted years ago, we can't take for granted anymore. For example, another plan that I have that is a new approach is to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for young families for the first year of their child's life, because that is obviously a very critical stage of development of a child. And a lot of young parents need the help to buy a car seat or...
This is actually a really, really great graph that a chatter brought forward that actually kind of corresponds to the point I'm making in terms of like housing availability, like vacant units versus homelessness. So if you look at like the top 20 cities where you have the highest ratio of vacant homes to people experiencing homelessness, number 1 is Detroit. Number 2 is Syracuse, New York. Number 3 is St. Louis. Okay. Number 4 is Lakeland, Florida. Now, when you look at this ratio of available units to homelessness, okay, you immediately recognize one thing, okay? Why is it ordered like that? I don't know. With the exception of Chicago, Illinois, okay, a lot of these places are places where like industry is left. There used to be life there. There used to be a city there. There used to actively be people living there. Okay. But it's no longer like a very densely populated area. And there's still a shit ton of homelessness there. Even though there is a lot of vacant properties. But when you recognize like places like Los Angeles, California don't have that same level of readily available housing in comparison to the number of homeless people. That is 1, because there's a shit ton of homeless people, and 2, not as much readily available vacant housing. So this is why I always say this is a two-parter. There's certain aspects that people immediately cast aside as like NIMBYism or whatever. That is true. There are vacant properties. There are far more vacant properties in this country than there are homeless people. Okay. But in terms of looking at high density urban areas, okay, there needs to be more readily available housing units. That's where a lot of the homelessness happens. And a big part of the reason why there's a lot of homelessness there is a direct consequence of not having higher density housing available. Okay. That's it. Ultimately, though, this problem completely stems from treating every single homeowner, treating their house as not a place for shelter, but instead a place for shelter and also an investment vehicle. Okay, your house is your asset that you can leverage against. Your house is what you your house is what you borrow money against. Okay, your house is your nest egg. Your house is your retirement. Your house is the only way that you can generate generational wealth in this country. Okay? Do you get it? That is part of the reason why big businesses have been able to completely capture this marketplace, overtake it, and use many of the policies that have been implemented for years and years in an effort to make it easier to purchase a home and keep that home into a system that is fundamentally broken. That's why the idea for a lot of people is that, like, your value is never supposed to go down. It's always supposed to go up. No one actually treats it like a fucking investment. You get to have your cake and eat it too. In the United States of America, you get to have your cake and eat it too. Your house is your place of shelter, but it's also your capacity to generate generational wealth. So all of a sudden, it's not just shelter, but it's also an investment vehicle. Okay? What the fuck? What do you mean? I purchased this house. If the price goes down, you're fucking up my bag. That is the problem. This is why I always say we have to decommodify housing. We have to decouple the idea that housing is a means of generating income, passive income. Okay? That's it. Because if we were to simply treat it as a mechanism for investment, you'd go, sucks to suck, dog. What do you mean? Like, okay, your value went down. What are we talking about here? Yeah, you made a fucking purchase. You treated it like an investment, and then your investment didn't pan out. Like, that's the name of the game. Why the fuck are you gambling? But of course, you could never say that and win an election, which is why I advocate for authoritarian measures that aren't necessarily authoritarian on principle, but would be treated as authoritarian by dumbass Americans. For example, if a law passes where you actually do move towards decommodifying housing, you don't have to do town halls on it. If a law passes on a ballot measure, for example, for either rent control or, I don't know, building new additional housing units or building a homeless shelter, okay? And then you don't have to have town halls. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Eminent domain, baby. It's yours. Seize it. Take it. It's yours. Build on it. Get to fucking work. What are we doing? What is this? The democracy part already happened. Why the fuck would you have to go back after the democracy part already took place and then have to deal with some of the most schizophrenic Hitlerite suburbanites that don't want homeless people in the neighborhood? Like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Sorry. Everybody else in the neighborhood voted for us. Suck my dick. You can call that authoritarian, but I call that actually doing democracy. Okay? Those homeless will shit on their sidewalk anyways, regardless, Lamau. No, dude. I want those homeless to shit in a bathroom, in a fucking permanent housing unit. Nobody wants to shit on a sidewalk, man. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody wants to shit on a sidewalk. They want to shit in a bathroom, okay? Like, even here's the thing. Even animals, feral animals, understand the necessity for shelter, okay? It's like, it's not even like a obviously human need. It is an obviously animal need. You know? What are we doing?
Crib or clothes for their kids. And so my approach is about new ideas, new policies that are directed at the current moment. And also, to be very honest with you, my focus is very much in what we need to do over the next 10, 20 years. to catch up to the 21st century around, again, capacity, but also challenges.
Crime and public safety are two major issues, right at the forefront of voters' minds, in Philadelphia as well, where crime is a significant issue. When we talk about crime, the conversation turns to gun safety as well. And I think you actually probably caught a lot of people off guard, maybe a bit by surprise in the debate the other night when you mentioned that you are a gun owner. I know you said it in 2019 as well. I want to talk about your values on this issue. When it comes to gun ownership,
okay, that was 2 for 2, man. That was ass cheeks in terms of responding. Like, her answers were ass. This is not going to be good. This is not going to read well. Chatters, stop hallucinating a fucking random, like, undecided person. Okay? If you're watching Hasan on the weekend, kill yourself. Chatter, do we need to fucking do a welfare check on you? Are you okay? Dog, you're watching Hasan on the weekend. Are you okay? Chatter's like, this is my cry for help.
do you draw the line in America on gun ownership and gun use?
Well, like you said, Brian, I am a gun owner, and Tim Walz, my running mate, is also a gun owner. We're not taking anybody's guns away. I support the Second Amendment, and I support reasonable gun safety laws. Part of my approach to this is I was a career prosecutor for most of my career. I have personally prosecuted homicide cases. I have personally looked at autopsies. I have personally seen what assault weapons do to the human body.
Dexerto posted there, who are you watching this weekend tweet they usually do. Guess this chatter took it personally that you were listening to the tweet. Oh, God, I hate it. I hate it when Dexerto fucking mentions my name because it just like brings the crazies in here so aggressively.
And so I feel very strongly that it is consistent with the Second Amendment and your right to own a gun to also say we need an assault weapons ban. They're literally tools of war. They were literally designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly. I say we need universal background checks. The majority of NRA members support that. Why? Because it's just reasonable. You just might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others.
This is like probably the strongest she is on all three of the questions so far. Again, not enough Riz, but she's right.
You just might want to know.
Two final questions, if I might.
Sure.
On the appeal of the man you were running against, as you drove here today, you likely saw a lot of Trump signs. Mm-hmm. He has an historic appeal in this country. And as you are someone running against him and trying to understand that, I wonder how you distill it. What do you understand his appeal to be? And how do you speak to his voters? Or maybe people who just share his values but are open to something else?
I, based on experience and a lived experience, no. In my heart, I know, in my soul, I know that the vast majority of us as Americans have so much more in common than what separates us. And I also believe that I am accurate in knowing that most Americans...
Yeah, question for chatters in here that always are like, no, you don't understand, she's actually popping off on this, or no, you don't understand, she's actually popping off on that. Is she popping off on this for you? Not for some like undecided mythical voter that you hallucinated that is going to be really responsive to the things that she's saying. But instead, like, does any of this shit appeal to you or anyone that you know?
Want a leader who brings us together as Americans and not someone who professes to be a leader who is trying to have us point our finger.
Honestly, yeah, she seems calm and normal and like she might try and do stuff. Still not swung to vote for her yet, though, because of Gaza. I love that. I put my Frank Luntz cap on for a second. Okay. I love when I hear from chatters who are like, listen, I like the vibes. Okay. But also, I don't like that she's facilitating a genocide. So I'm probably not going to vote for her, but I like the vibes overall.
Fingers at each other. I think people are exhausted with that approach, to be honest.
I don't think the mythical voters are on the HasanAbi stream. No, of course not, because they don't exist, chatter. That's what I'm saying. Remember what I told you. Every American voter, okay, and non-voter as well, has like 5 immediate priorities. And you can look at that list as a hierarchy of need, right? Every American has this. Every human has this, right? Immediate priorities. And if you want to capture the broadest segment of society, you got to look at what their fucking priorities are. Not by people who are responding to polls necessarily, or like, what issue do you think the Democrats should be covering? But like analyze what is happening in terms of like people's material conditions. Rent and cost of living is a massive priority for the broadest subsects of the American population. Okay? If you honestly look at that, recognize it, prioritize it, put forward clear-cut policy prescriptions to this issue, okay, you will be able to capture the attention of a lot of people. You have to also obviously make them believe that you care about this shit. Okay? But that's it. Like, politics is as simple or as difficult as you make it.
I think people want a leader who has common sense and tries to find common ground. I'm supported by over 200 Republicans who worked for both Presidents Bush, John McCain, and Mitt Romney. I'm supported by the former Vice President Dick Cheney, former Congress member Liz Cheney. And I think people are more willing now, in light of the hate and division that we see coming out of Donald Trump, to say, hey, let's put country first. And I think that just makes us stronger and more healthy as a country. To say, look, we can all debate our differences around, various policies, but let's stop with the division. Like, enough of that. Let's bring everybody together.
And finally, as you introduce yourself to America in a new way, they've heard much of your story at the Democratic National Convention and in that debate earlier this week. If there's one thing that you wish Americans knew about who Kamala Harris is that you don't think they know yet, what would that be?
George W. Bush famously beat both he didn't beat Al Gore, but he stole the election from Al Gore and beat John Kerry in 2000 and in 2004. Okay? George W. Bush's vice president was Dick Cheney. The one state that George W. Bush didn't beat Al Gore or didn't beat John Kerry in, despite the fact that he actually won the election, was the state of, you might have guessed where I'm going with this, Pennsylvania. Okay? Not Transylvania, Pennsylvania. Okay? PA. You are talking to Philadelphians and Pennsylvanians. Okay? That's who you're talking to with this. That's who you are talking to with this conversation. Why are you bringing up an unfavorable person who doesn't even have a constituency in the Republican Party, but never won Pennsylvania anyway, even when he was the vice president? There is no good reason to invoke the name of Richard Cheney when you are trying to win Pennsylvania. Look to the issues that Pennsylvanian voters care about and try to win them over. Stop running to the bottom. Stop running scared. Stop imagining some fucking weird, like, neoliberal centrist Pennsylvanian out there who's like, well, I really want a reasonable person who's going to bring back the war criminals of the past that I fucking despised and never really voted for. And I did vote for Donald Trump after I never really voted for George W. Bush. And also Donald Trump literally ran against George W. Bush and made Hillary Clinton look like George W. Bush. But actually now I'm going to change my mind and vote for the person who George W. Bush's vice president, the fucking demon himself, endorsed. Who is this for? Who? You might as well talk about Viktor fucking Orban. At least I don't know who the fuck he is, and he sounds like a villain from a comic book. Who? Why are they so stupid? Why? Why are they so stupid? It's like you want to win, right? You want to win, right? Like, you don't want to lose. You want to win. You want to win with, like, the shittiest narratives possible. You want to win with the shittiest policies possible. You want to win by pushing neoliberal policies. Fine. But you still don't have to fucking mention Dick Cheney endorsing you. That's not a thing. That's not a thing that voters care about. How far is your head stuck up your own fucking asshole to think that, like, normal Americans are like, oh my God, Dick Cheney is endorsing her? Well, by God, I never voted for him. And I voted for the guy who positioned himself against Dick Cheney, but now I'm going to actually swing in the other direction. Most people at this point either don't know who the fuck Dick Cheney is, or they do not remember him fondly. The broadest majorities of the American population have recognized the Iraq War as an abject fucking failure. Okay, that's the starting point. People either think it's an abject failure or their son got their shit blown off for Dick Cheney. Okay, that's how they remember Dick Cheney, as the guy, as the guy responsible for why they only have a fucking urn full of their son's ashes. That's what they know Dick Cheney as, the guy responsible for that. They don't know Dick Cheney as, like, some elder statesman that's, like, really reaching across the aisle. Like, the fuck's wrong with you? The last poll I saw had Cheney at a 13% approval rating on YouGov. Yeah. Adolf Hitler endorsed me. Okay, sick.
I don't know. I mean, probably it's not very different from anybody watching right now. I love my family. One of my favorite things that I lately have not been able to do is Sunday family dinner. I love to cook.
Chatters are like, bro, the donor class loves Dick Cheney. No, they don't. But even if they did, then say that behind closed doors at a fucking $500,000 a plate dinner when you're doing a fucking fundraiser, not at ABC6 Action News exclusive interview for Philadelphian voters. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so fucking stupid. It's so dumb.
I have incredible friends. My best friend from kindergarten is still my best friend. I think that, I mean, I have a career that really, and I said it the other day, you know, as a...
I don't think mentioning Dick Cheney matters. When you have 11 minutes and 19 seconds to make your case in an exclusive interview to a local news station, specifically in the fucking heartland of the state that you are trying to win, that you are most likely going to lose and then lose the election to Donald Trump on, you probably should be using your time wisely. Stop making excuses for Democratic Party operatives. Stop. You are not paid by the DNC. And if you are paid by the DNC, you should listen to what the fuck I'm saying and then get that message across to the goddamn presidential candidate instead of chirping in here and trying to defend the shitty fucking advice you've given her if you actually are a staffer for the Kamala Harris campaign. Holy fuck.
A career prosecutor, I never asked a victim of crime, were they a Republican or a Democrat. The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay? And I think that's the approach that most Americans want, regardless of who they voted for in the last election, in terms of turning the page and charting the way forward.
I imagine you're looking forward to cooking Sunday dinner again.
I am looking forward. Yes, I am looking forward to cooking. With the whole family gets involved, the kids each have their role. Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful family, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, Brian.
She's not endorsing Dick Cheney. It's just a way to say that the establishment Republicans are deflecting for her. They hope it moves the needle. It doesn't. Because it's not Dick Cheney's Republican Party. Dick Cheney, in his last moments in office, had a 13% approval rating. It wasn't even Dick Cheney's party when Dick Cheney was in office. So it doesn't matter. That's my argument. No one looks at this and goes, oh, wow, establishment Republicans are swinging for her. I guess I should too. Y'all are crazy. I promise you, Kamala Harris does not need you to defend her in this chat, okay? They don't. She doesn't. Come on now. All right, well, let's do this. Why the H3 Leftovers podcast will never return by North Star Radio.
In 2021, Hasan Piker.
That's very patronizing. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the
Hold on.
You are, and you're over here chirping all the way from London about Palestine.
The biggest political Twitch streamer on the platform was blowing up in popularity, thanks in large part to his coverage of the 2020 presidential election following his controversial departure from the Young Turks.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
At the same time, Ethan Klein.
Yay!
What? One nacho con with extra beef, extra
Okay. Host of the biggest live podcast in the United States, was also blowing up in popularity, thanks in large part to Trisha Paytas and the falling out of their friendship, as well as their incredibly popular yet controversial podcast, Frenemies.
Ela says, don't talk about me on the podcast. All I said was you should have the guest. He's like, we can't mention Ela. She doesn't want me to talk about, oh, she's too good for a podcast, even though we were talked about. They never once consulted me at the beginning of the spring. She has a podcast. I brought life to the nature.
Given the increased popularity of left-wing politics at the time, after the grand finale ending of the Trump presidency, these two controversial chronically online men decided to team up once and for all to bring to the internet the greatest political podcast of all time, that being the H3 Leftovers podcast.
That's right.
Years went by, delivering to knowledge-hungry young people the tools they need to build a better future for themselves and their communities. But this all came to a screeching halt when one catastrophic event took place in historic Palestine on October the 7th, sparking hours upon hours of what at first seemed to be productive discussion, but what soon turned into quite childish one-sided debate.
If people are mad about that, it's probably because of the timing.
There's no timing placed on a group of people's emancipation. There's no, like,
Bro,
my
Their timing matters. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't shit on Hamas, dude.
The flames grew higher and higher, until it was eventually too much for Ethan Klein, causing the Leftovers podcast to fall off the face of the earth with seemingly no announcement. This is what happened to the Leftovers podcast. And this is why the Leftovers podcast will never return.
I think it's kind of funny to see like an effort post from a leftist about like a podcast that I was a part of. You know what I mean? I rarely ever have HasanAbi heads that make like effort posts in general. He did it like a true crime video. It feels weird. They said they were
Today's
ashamed.
broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/NorthstarRadio. Going back all the way to the beginning of the H3 podcast, politics was always being discussed.
He called you and Ethan terminally online. I mean, he's not wrong. Also, I think North Star is a really interesting subject because he's a great content creator in and of himself, like as a standalone content creator. But I find it really funny. I find it really funny that I think he like became a fan of mine because he watched me on watched me talk to Ethan the first time Ethan ever had me on his podcast before Leftovers. Dude, absolutely wild. You're about to talk about Ethan and Leftovers right now. I feel like you never mentioned him, or since it ended, I'm kind of in disbelief right now. The reason why I choose not to talk about like Ethan or Leftovers or anything like that is because I think it instills a lot of parasocial emotions in a lot of people. And that level of like parasocial behavior ends up being unproductive because there's no, like, people literally fucking bring up Ethan when I'm talking about Israel Palestine, when in my assessment it's like he is not even meeting the standard of like content creator who is across the board, a content creator who's like across the board against most of the things I believe in. Okay. That's it. That's it. And I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that matters, especially when he is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. In no matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. Because when people say like, oh, he's being Islamophobic. Yes, there are definitely instances where he said things that are Islamophobic. Okay, both in the past and even recently. I think you guys forget that I myself am also Muslim. So when he does that, it's not like a dehumanization that doesn't feature me at all. It does. It does. But like I said, time and time again, it ultimately doesn't change this dynamic. It ultimately doesn't change my understanding of the situation. He's also going after Frogan, though, right now. Just don't get upset when HD Dorks brigade this channel after reacting to this. Well, what's really interesting about that is that I think his community is probably more pro-Palestine than even he might be. Like, he is, yeah, I think there's probably other people from different communities that have presented themselves as like lifelong fans of Ethan. But I think he has a very large audience of very progressive young people. Okay. And as a person with a massive audience of very progressive young people, there are probably a lot of people who are more, I would say, more in favor of, not to say like he's more pro-Palestine than he is. I don't know how to communicate this. Like, I think his audience probably is more at odds with him on this issue than he suspects. Like, there's definitely a big audience overlap, but even beyond that, like, I think that there are probably more anti-Zionists in his community, overall than I mean, I don't even think that than he thinks. Like, I think that a lot of the anti-Zionist sentiment was attributed to me, but I think that's just what happens when you have a very progressive community overall. I suspect that given that that he is a content creator who's been around for a very long time, there are probably old fans who fell out of favor, then came back into the community that are presenting themselves as like diehard H3 heads in an effort to probably say like, no, we're with you. It's great. Keep doing what you're doing. That's it. It's always been about trying to manage like the outside forces that were desperately trying to work in an effort to separate both me and Ethan. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. There was a disagreement for sure. You know?
Jordan Peterson came on the podcast 2 times in the early days of his rise to fame.
You guys know who Jordan Peterson is? He's like a psychologist or something, but he's
a scholar.
He's a scholar.
He's a really smart guy.
It's a very strange story in many ways because Hitler was obsessed with order and cleanliness. He was a very orderly person. He was very sensitive to disgust, you know, because you think, well, the Nazis were afraid of the Jews.
This entire drama fest started because Destiny viewers tried to pit your viewers and Ethan and his viewers against each other. It worked. They continue to do this every day. And this chat constantly falls to the bait. Yeah, exactly. And it is also because there is a real, genuine parasocial desire from people who consume a lot of this content, whether it be just Ethan or myself or both, to like constantly cover a issue of real geopolitical significance, an issue of genocide, but from this incredibly narrow framing of like, what does this content creator think about this other content creator? As I always say, drama makes boring subject matter incredibly consumable. Okay? And that's precisely the reason why people like randomly will bring up Ethan, which I think is like not only unproductive, but stupid as fuck. Like, I don't give a shit. You know? Anyway. Ethan's so fucking woke on certain issues that he did things that I wouldn't have done, like deleting the Jordan Peterson videos, unless he like felt embarrassed by it, which is a, you know, different thing. But, and yeah, I don't know. I think it's silly.
You know, because they were other, and that's not right. What's more accurate is that, especially Hitler, he was very sensitive to disgust. That's what it looks like. If you're disgusted by something, then you want to eradicate it. Right? If you're afraid of something, you want to run away.
He's gonna make a why I left the left video and do a right wing shift. Mark my words. No, you're wrong. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You're crazy. No way, dude. No fucking way. Like, I would believe that for a lot of other people, but I would not believe that for Ethan. No, especially because no, you see, this is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are lasering in on one issue and not thinking about like the person, okay? Not thinking about the person, not thinking about all their other perspectives, all their other opinions. He's currently hanging out weekly with the Nelk Boys. Again, you're looking at like No. No, he's making friends with MAGA freaks. It's so what? So what? He's always had a shit ton. He's always had a shit ton of like right-wing freaks and whatnot in his orbit. Okay. Bro, he's using the term tanky. Come on, it's all there. No, it just shows that he's extremely online. You're doing it already. You're doing it. You're doing it. Just watch the video.
Away from it. If you're disgusted by it, you want to burn it to the damn ground. You want to get rid of it.
Andrew Yang came on the podcast 2 times in the early days of his rise to fame. And in the post-Trisha Paytas timeline of the H3 podcast, political discussion shifted drastically to a more supportive, inclusive understanding of the ever-changing world.
I like both you and Ethan. It's tough to watch. See, this is also the other thing that I didn't want, which was like chatters coming in here to like spark drama. There are certain things that I will not abide by. If you come in here and say, I wish you control your audience more against the anti-Semitism, is completely unacceptable. You're being disrespectful to me, and you're being disrespectful to the thousands of Jewish members in this community that are prominent members of this community for many, many fucking years. Anti-Semitism is completely abhorrent and completely unacceptable, and there's never been a moment where I've ever allowed anti-Semitism. That's it. That's my red line, okay? I'm very open-minded, and I'm very nice, but if you come in here and you ever fucking chirp and claim that there is anti-Semitism that I'm allowing in this community, you're fucking wrong, okay? That's it. Like, I think you are trying to bait in this situation. Like, you might be a former fan, but this is completely ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous.
World around us.
This guy is the peace and love guy.
There's no such thing as trans people. That's something that you created. So have fun with your little dreamland. But that's just not.
By the way, this is why I also say like Ethan is not gonna fucking become a right winger or whatever. Look at him. He's like shitting on Nick Merckx for his like obvious anti-trans takes. Like he's pro-trans.
Real.
Take it from me, a dude who's never known a gay person.
Penis, dude. Vagina, girl. Done.
Slam dunk.
Come in here with that fucking
We got him again. Slam dunk. Penis, vagina, boom, boom.
But it wasn't until one fateful day when Ethan Klein and the H3 podcast decided to dive into the deep end of the online sphere of political commentary. That day was the beginning of the end for Steven Crowder.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
But before this was released on the H3 podcast channel, 10 months after Hasan Piker made his first appearance on the H3 podcast, Ethan Klein made his first ever appearance on the HasanAbi broadcast to promote the release of this once-in-a-lifetime debate.
Boys, girls, Ethan Klein to the H3 podcast.
Are you pretty hyped up on the Crowder?
Oh my God, I'm so hyped up, dude. I'm so excited. Are you wearing holsters right now?
Yeah, yes. We're all wearing holsters.
Now, was the debate any good? Not really. They certainly got Steven Crowder to admit to quite a bit, like running away from past debates with Sam Cedar.
You're so clever. I had no idea that you were taking your show off early last time, coming in today.
He admitted that he followed the show last week.
We got him.
He admitted that he watched the show last week.
We got him. Dude, we played him so hard because he literally was following. He saw that you went live, dude. We got him.
Oh my God, we nailed him.
But most of the debate was pretty anticlimactic.
I have a general
This is a
rule.
great opportunity.
I don't start a debate based with people on a lie. And how about you get
sabotaging?
How about you get
Steven,
to
show yourself, you coward. Steven, show yourself. Don't show your co-host.
Ethan, you should show
Steven,
yourself.
Ethan, how can you respect yourself as a man, brother?
Steven, you are such a coward. Stop showing your little leprechaun co-host who comes out dressed like your sidekick.
Come on, Ethan, why do you have to bring on a
Show
guy who
Steven!
Despite the debate's disorderly nature, it sparked something in the mind of Ethan, a yearning, a craving. He had one tiny droplet of debate pervertry, and he couldn't go back.
Oh, God. Do you look back on these clips with sadness or joy? Kind of reminds me of looking back at photos of friends I'm no longer associated with, and it just feels like a massive void. No, I don't. No, dude, I'm happy. Listen, instead of being sad that something ended, why not be happy that it happened to begin with? You know, that's the way I look at it. It's like the DNC. Listen, I never in a million years would ever think that I would become one of the largest content creators on any platform, okay? As a political commentator who has opinions that are completely outside of what is considered normal and good in American political discourse, I never thought that I would get to this position. So I don't take that shit for granted at all, okay? I'm very fortunate. I talk about it all the time. I probably should talk about it more frequently, to be honest. Like, I have a place that I can go to every single fucking day, okay? A community of like-minded individuals who don't fuck around, who don't actually allow any kind of like serious infractions against marginalized communities at all. Like, this kind of stuff I never would have imagined it. I became a content creator in an era where there was nothing like this, okay? You had Sam Cedar, you had the Young Turks, which is kind of funny to bring back now. You had Democracy Now!, you had like Some Air America, okay? There was nothing. There was nothing online. The entire online commentary field was captured in completely by right-wing commentators. Many people were either center-right or just straight-up fucking Nazis, okay? Literal Nazis. Now, some of them still exist. Some of the literal Nazis still exist. But like overall, there was a very, very, very little, there was very little space for people who were like immediately hostile to this kind of sentiment, to like leftist attitudes, progressive attitudes, to social democracy even. So overall, because I remember that shit, and I remember how fucking isolating that felt and how shitty that felt to get constant death threats and you know, doxing and a litany of other like, you know, clip chimpers and whatnot. Like even back then, yeah, I'm incredibly fortunate to be in this position. And so, yeah, I don't think that this is, you know, I remember this fondly, you know, because it's not something that I would have ever expected. That's also part of the reason why I place a lot of value in people who have personally had an attitude change, who like recognize the errors in the way that they were thinking or the way that they were operating as content creators in the past, who like used to move a certain way and now and have now dramatically shifted away from that. Like that's why I hype up Ethan and hyped up Ethan quite a bit as well. Because like, regardless of what he had done in the past, like he is a person who truly changed. And I do believe it. I think that was legitimate. I think that was genuine. A lot of people try to ascribe like cynical motives to people doing things like that, where it's like, oh, he couldn't be edgy anymore, that's why he did it. Like, I don't think so. I think it was a genuine change of heart. And so, you know, if someone is capable of doing that, if someone is capable of experiencing that level of growth on their own, especially as a content creator, when they could have very easily probably continued doing exactly the type of shit that they were doing and also keep farming, you know, the right as much as they wanted to, then yeah, I'm gonna think about that differently. Like, it changes the calculation a lot. Anyway, you should be calculating how you're going to avoid the top of the hour ad break, though, because it's coming right now. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Boom.
Day and night, week after week, Ethan Klein was not only debating the greatest of the great, but was winning in said debate.
No, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
Based on what? Do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like concrete facts? I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Interesting defense.
You're done with that shit? Can we talk like adults now or not?
I think this...
Hey, I just got here. This video is low-key parasocial, and I apologize beforehand. Wait, is this North Star? Is North Star Comrade Casey? Oh, it is. Damn, dog. You're going to apologize for making a parasocial-ass video? That's crazy.
This conversation has kind of been exhausted.
People would rather watch me full screen cam do the worm
Do
than watch
that.
your prime.
Bro,
than watch your
do
prime
it for
content.
a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many views you get. Oh, he's crying in the corner.
No, he's not. He's not crying in the corner, Ethan. He is deploying the most powerful counter debate tactic known to man. That's right. I want you to see it for all of its glory. That is, ladies and gentlemen, The Worm, absolute cinema peak. Okay? No one has ever so thoroughly destroyed another interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas before or after this. Okay? This caused a worldwide shift in the way that people even analyze or internalize debates.
Okay, sure.
He went up against world-class greats. People like a 20-year-old dropshipper,
I'm just trying to flex on you guys.
But
I'm trying
why?
to show you guys what's up.
a printer salesman,
All day when you need a friend.
a character from the Asian version of Get Out,
I identify as Korean.
a Quebecois,
A carrot.
and even a man from the Nexium cult.
I got on the bus and they made an announcement about my Tourette syndrome. And earlier in line, a lady had heard me saying some inappropriate words. And she stood up and she said, well, how come he can say this word?
Okay, that one was actually pretty well done.
Let me, I have a theory for you.
I'm ready.
Okay, cool. I think you actually fake having Tourette's. Yeah, I think you actually don't have it. Here's my
Austin was wild for that day. Austin just walked in, by the way.
Let me just break it down. I think this is kind of a funny thing.
He
I
just
doubt
looks
this
like
is what
you,
happened.
this-
But maybe
this
you're just on.
sex
Maybe you just
guy.
called someone the N-word on the bus, and then you're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
no, I have Tourette's." As somebody with Tourette's, I actually have Tourette's. I know it's not curable, so I just find that claim to be absolutely a pseudoscientific, crazy claim that has no backing in science or at all. And I think you're actually. In my opinion, as someone with Tourette's, I think you're scamming people.
Did you say that you have Tourette's?
I do have Tourette's.
I didn't
Isn't
know
that
that.
crazy. Yeah, I know. That's why I was so surprised when you emailed me, because I was like, I have Tourette's. And what's
This is Ethan at
interesting
his
too,
peak.
I've also talked about how much I hate Keith and Nexium and what a psycho he is. So when I got your email, I was like, this is incredible, and I could totally see how it is you fell into a cult, because you clearly don't do any research.
Mind you, this was all taking place in the same timeline of the Leftovers podcast. They began the show on September 26, 2021, and Hasan Piker, but I'll call him Piker, seemed a bit uncomfortable at first, just getting the feel of the room and his ability to speak at will. This also wasn't a brand new podcast, rather a brand new show on an already existing podcast, so it makes sense it'd be a little challenging for Hasan Piker to just jump right in. But after only a few episodes, everything was perfect. I had already been radicalized by Hasan in 2019 and 2020, but the partnership of my two favorite creators only grew my passion for politics even more. So during this time, Ethan and Hasan are becoming best buds. They do a weekly show together. Ethan comes on the HasanAbi broadcast again. Hasan visits the H3 podcast again to help in the interview of Liver King. And during this time, Ethan is participating in debate after debate. And Hasan is watching these debates on his stream, supporting Ethan in his performance as friends do. Hasan would even text Ethan talking points during the debates.
This is from last year. It says, what the F is happening with gay people? 10 years ago, everyone called them F words, the F slur for gay people in high school. And today, 1 in 6 high schoolers claim to be gay.
1 in 6. So yeah, it's continuing. More and more people.
So do you miss the days when we could call gay people the F word?
No, I just think it's surprising. I think it's crazy that that's happened. It's been such a popular trend lately.
Yeah, but that's not true either, is it?
No, it is.
What's your data?
My cousins that are in high school. I've talked to my cousins in high school. I've talked to strangers. People liked that video and commented on it and said the same thing.
Oh, that's data. Never mind. Ethan got to bust out the left-handed. The number of people who are left-handed.
The amount of left-handed people back in the day was really low.
I sent it back.
People left-handed were seen as inferior, and they were forced to use their right hand more often. But as it became more acceptable and people realized left-handed people weren't demons, then the amount of left-handed people increased, and it became steady at what, like 10% or something?
12%.
12% is left-handed. It went up astronomically
Wait.
all of a sudden. Would you say people choose to be left-handed?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, but that'd be silly. Why would you?
You don't know anything about anything, and yet you still chirp on it. Why not chirp on this too?
But little did Hasan know, he was feeding the thing that would eat him.
I don't know if it's like that. I don't think it's like that.
He was flying too close to the debate pervertry's sun, and all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, Ethan, sitting there with a very large debate ego, turned around to face towards Hasan and said,
"Allow me to debate the master."
2 months before the abrupt ending of the Leftovers podcast, Ethan Klein was having some moral quandaries about his devotion for capitalism, where he enjoyed the freedom that came from capitalism, the ability to succeed from nothing that came from capitalism, but was disheartened by the inequality that capitalism fosters.
I know that I'm a capitalist, so I've been trying to think, like, how do you square that with my other, like, socialist ideas? Like, I think the government should have guaranteed jobs for people that want to work, that pay enough for the minimum amount needed to have shelter and food. First of all, I think it's like the natural inclination of some people. Like, I don't think it's even realistic to say, I want to live in like a perfect communistic society, because that just doesn't work. It's antithetical to human nature. But I do think there are good things of capitalism provides, which is, I do think there's a sense of innovation that happens when people are motivated by money and pushed to, do certain ideas. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good. I think that capitalism is a more realistic system of government.
It's because he's a dangist. Socialism is not about poverty. To be rich is to be glorious. Ethan Ciao. He's a dangest, dude. To be rich is to be glorious.
Governance than like fucking communism is, Communism never works because people are inherently corrupt, and whoever's in charge they're gonna be greedy, they're gonna be corrupt, they're gonna fuck everything up. It doesn't make sense. Like, it's almost like weird virtue signaling to be like, I'm living in modern day America, but I want a full communist revolution. I'll take on humanity, dude. I am a capitalist. What do you want? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I think but the thing is, like, they think that like workers should share in the workers should get a percent of your earnings, essentially, a percentage of their production. I don't agree with that. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. You guys are all like radical communists. There's that many radical communists.
They're not radical communists. Not everybody that's anti-capitalist is a communist.
It is kind of a radical take, that being.
So this is like, I think this should be a pretty good indication of like Ethan's community, at least like those who are chatting in his chat. Because it's not like I was watching him during this, or it's not like I was streaming during the, I mean, it's not like I wasn't streaming during this. Like I was probably doing, at the same time as this was happening, I was probably streaming my own shit. You know what I mean? Like these are his own fans, right? Like these are, my point is there's a lot of people who don't agree with Ethan on certain issues that still enjoy his content, and that's perfectly valid, you know? Yes, you were, and people were timed out. Yeah, I'm sure, because usually what we do is like when people are like, Ethan's talking about socialism or whatever, right? Like, I'm sure people were probably coming here to get me to like cover it or whatever. And I was like, not really inclined to do so because I was probably doing some other shit. That was actually a big part. There was a lot of people back in the day that would be like cross-pollinating both streams, where they'd be like watching Ethan and then would come in here to be like, oh, Ethan's talking about this, like cover it now. And I was like, no, I don't, you know, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm like talking about the news or some other boring shit. Okay. Like, so the reason why I say that is because like, I think that I can't speak to what is inside of Ethan's mind beyond what he has said. And I did always get the feeling that he thought that like I was egging on his own community to like hate him. You know what I mean? And I wasn't. Not only was I not, but I was getting yelled at by my own community for not, in their assessment, adequately addressing his takes with the same passion and fervor that I would address anyone else that I don't know if they were chirping in a similar capacity. Like, people still yelled at me and continue to do so for not arguing against Ethan hard enough, even. You were far more mad at us than him at the time? Yeah, no, for sure. I was, because I thought you guys were being ridiculous. I still yell at people when people come in here to be like, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. It's like, it's for me, it does not, like, it doesn't really matter necessarily, because once someone ultimately is like, what the fuck? Once someone ultimately is you know, 90% there, right? If there are personal hangups, or if they have like a personal association with the subject matter, and I can't like get over that hump overall on a single issue, I'm not just gonna fucking, like, I'm not gonna hold them to the same standard as some like random guy I don't know, whose opinions I'm not fully familiar with, that I don't know how they arrived at those positions. Okay. And for me, the way I see Ethan is like, the way I saw Ethan back then and the way I still see Ethan is like, I think he's a passionate guy who sometimes has a capacity to fucking, you know, fly off the handle a little bit. That's why he's got the button, right? And that in the heated moment, he says a bunch of stuff, and he will sometimes even repeat these things. But ultimately, as far as I can tell, his heart is in the right place. Like when he said you're fostering a community of anti-Semites, yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, I think that's I mean, it's hurtful. It's completely untrue, and it sucks to hear, but it is what it is, you know?
And it's like full anti-capitalist. I mean, you're essentially advocating to change the entire structure of all societies today on Earth. That's not radical?
Do you think democracy is a good thing, and do you think democracy is what helps prevent?
Yeah, but obviously our democracy isn't perfect either.
Right.
You know.
But you think ultimately that being a democracy, living in a society that votes and has, you know, the people agree on how we should, who should represent us and who should lead us is something like that's a better system than, like, say, China, right? Where they have a council of elites and somebody is elected from within, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what if we ran companies that way?
On the following Wednesday episode of the H3 podcast.
That's the other side of this, is that, like, there are a lot of people that work there that don't necessarily agree with him either. And he, like, the very fact that he trusts everyone in his production team, especially Dan, regardless of their difference in opinion, I think it also is, you know, it's another reason why I'm 100% confident that he would not, like, he wouldn't do like a right heel turn. Like, y'all are fucking crazy. Yeah.
Ethan once again brings up the capitalism discussion, stating that he's been thinking a lot about it and is looking forward.
Do you view the H3 like your Uncle Jank when he talks about crime? Is this a similar situation? You know what? That's actually a really good analogy. Obviously, Jank is my uncle. There's an uncle-nephew bond that is unshakable, unbroken. You know what I mean? I think it was, I think it was Shane, what's his name? The comedian guy? The one that does the Trump impersonation is really funny. What the fuck's Shane Gillis? He's like, I remember watching a bit from his podcast where he's like, listen, dog, I love my dad. I don't care. I don't care what people say. He's like, even if it was a Nazi, I probably still love the shit out of him. I'll be like, you're crazy, but I still love you. Which is funny. Like, I don't think it goes that far with the uncle-nephew bond. But, like, what are you going to do? Not fucking love your family? Like, that's insane. I'm sure there are plenty of people who have parted ways with their families, but it probably goes a lot beyond like political disagreements. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that I would love my uncle if he was a Nazi. I think that would be a bridge too far. But, you know, yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with Jank on the issue of I don't agree with Jank when he fucking believes that, like, Venezuelan gangs are overtaking Aurora, Colorado apartment complexes. But, like, you know, he's still my uncle. I love him. Like, that's it, you know? And with Ethan, there's a similarity to that. I mean, obviously, like, I don't think Jank is going to fucking run around being like, Hasan has cultivated a community of anti-Semites or some shit like that. That would be weird if he said that. But with Ethan, it's maybe less severe in terms of the familial bond, but yeah, it's a good analog. It's a good way to analyze the situation. Oh man. Did Ethan even say that, or are you just saying that he implied that? I don't know what he said. I haven't watched any of his, like, takes on me or anything else. People in the chat are saying he said that today, which, you know, it is what it is. What are you going to do? I mean, it's just patently false, and it's sad to hear that, but it's definitely, it hurts my feelings to hear that, because it's something that I do care about a lot. Anna might be a better comparison, maybe. Yeah. But no, not really. I mean, I guess. He said a small portion. No, there is no portion. Like, any kind of anti-Semitic tendency, we will laser you 100%. Like, there's just not, it's not going to happen.
To a further discussion with Hasan on the following Thursday.
Last week was the capitalism versus socialism week. But I have to tell you, I want to talk about it more tomorrow because I've been thinking a lot about it.
Great.
I do. I mean, well, that's what Thursday is for, right?
That's what Hasan's there for. You can talk about it with him.
Ass grift.
The better analogy might be Anika's parents. When it comes to Ethan, it's clear that despite his personal ties to Zionism, his fundamental values have not changed with Anna. There's so many different things that she's turned reactionary towards that it's obvious she's flipped towards the right to some extent. Yeah. Like, I think I would look at the situation differently if I saw Ethan, like, not on the issue of Israel-Palestine, but if I saw him, like, fucking taking like transphobic stances or something, like, then I'd be like, okay, maybe it's a little different. But I don't think he'd do that ever.
Dog shit moron motherfucker.
All right, chill, dude. To be clear, I'm not a capitalist. I'm a social democrat.
Okay.
I think that distinction is important because people lose their fucking mind when I say, like, I'm a capitalist. They just think that I'm like some fat cigar smoking boot on the worker's face, grind him into dust. You know what I mean? I'm a social democrat, motherfuckers. Recognize, bitch. But actually, I am looking forward to tomorrow because I have been thinking about it quite a bit.
Going into the discussion, Ethan had one overarching question.
What is it that social democracy can't achieve that socialism can? That's my question.
Okay. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Now, does Ethan actually want the answer to this question? Does he actually want to learn? Or does he simply already have an opinion on the subject he is willing to argue for hours? Yes. Ethan prefaces the discussion.
In the case of Ethan, it follows from being an Israeli, being propagandized, and having family living there. What happened to your uncle? Did he adopted shitty positions? Dude, great question. I think he just like saw too many homeless people and his brain broke. Like literally. That's just, he saw like the homeless lady with the fucking katana was a bridge too far for him. I think he just like, he snapped. Like he saw that and was like, nope. Nope. I'm done. Like that's, I think that's what it is. Plus he's old. Like he's like 50, you know? Come on. This guy keeps asking me questions, or there's like a bunch of people asking me questions about like Latin American leaders, man. I'm not going to answer that right now.
And by saying he's excited for the conversation, as he's been doing a lot of research. That research being talking to ChatGPT.
I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and I feel like I've done a lot of research in the week following.
The conversation.
So,
what did you do? What did you read? What kind of research?
I had a very in-depth conversation with ChatGPT.
Respect. Okay. That's good.
I asked it really kind of.
Well, Ben Shapiro thinks it's socialist, like ChatGPT socialist. So
Right.
like ChatGPT probably
ChatGPT
Lenin.
is
Right,
so
yeah.
real.
Yeah.
ChatGPT keeps it so real. You don't even
Yeah,
know.
ChatGPT Lenin pilled you.
They focus this discussion on a few distinct questions or quandaries Ethan is having with capitalism, and he's not as willing to learn as he originally made it seem.
And the labor class
I
still
feel like that's
exists.
an assumption. I don't know that that's true.
They first discuss his overarching question. What can socialism achieve that social democracy cannot?
So let's talk about this. Now, my first question is this. Given that, in a social democracy, we can regulate things like taxes, housing, higher education, sharing jobs, and all this kind of stuff, what are the problems in social democracy that we need socialism to address?
So social democracy is still capitalist with serious, severe market regulations, right?
Mm-hmm.
The issue is twofold. One, social democracies don't address some of the domestic problems because when there's still capital accumulation.
So which domestic problems?
Domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and the labor class still
I feel like that's
exists.
an assumption. I don't know that that's true. That there's just going to be, there's not going to be homelessness in socialism, but there will in social democracy.
Well, the idea is that completely abolishing the profit motive in certain commodities like housing, for example, will address that problem, because then you're making housing specifically for need rather than so you can make money off of existing units.
But we acknowledge that in a social democracy, that's...
I think one of the craziest parts about this conversation was that there were, again, charlatans who we know are fans of goblin porn, okay, who tried to make it seem like I didn't do a good enough job explaining certain subjects to a person who was like being, you know, somewhat contentious under the guise of curiosity. Okay. And that is like one of the most annoying things, because a lot of people don't actually just like look at a thing and let it sit and just analyze it with their own opinions. And they need someone to handhold them through this process. This has happened a couple different instances in my political career. Like when I talked to what's his face, the fucking Herschel Walker's son, Christian Walker, about transphobia. And obviously these are not the same. Like Ethan and Christian Walker are nowhere near the same. Like their level of curiosity and their charitability is you know, not even on the same orbit, right? Christian Walker was deliberately trying to be transphobic. Ethan here is definitely still curious about my position. And there's a level of respect. But with Christian Walker, when I dealt with him and I talked about how, like, you know, you're being crazy for, you know, this hyper focusing this much on like trans girls playing sports or whatever, a lot of people were like, why didn't you, you know, dive into the data? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Because I think that the way I dealt with it was a significantly better way, which now a lot of people also champion that position. Now that Tim Walz says they're being weird, for example, they're like, oh, it's so brilliant when Tim Walz says it. Just remember, being a real leftist is sometimes about being right just too early. And that in the future, if you were duped by other content creators in the way that they analyze certain situations and you came in here to repeat those talking points because you thought you would come across brilliant, maybe don't do that.
Run, ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism does better in that case.
At the end of the day, these countries, the social democracies that we were talking about, still have a lot of wealthy individuals, a lot of people who are making money off of finance capital and capitalism in general. And their interests are always going to be to further erode the welfare state as best as they possibly can in an effort to claw back all of those areas that they could still technically
You're
privatize.
putting that on them, but that's not, if you have a strong social democracy, that wouldn't be possible.
Ethan then asks another...
That's not true. And that is happening in Europe, all around Europe, where when there was a counterbalance like the USSR, when capital owners were truly afraid of like too much labor momentum turning the tide of capital, they actually made concessions to allow the welfare state to exist. But now that there is no USSR, now that there is no counterbalance, look at all the European states. They've lost so many aspects of their welfare state. People have become increasingly more reactionary. Fascist ideology is rising. And inevitably, no matter what happens, there's always going to be that push and pull. There's no like middle ground on this subject, unfortunately. As long as capital exists, it will always be a parasitic force that tries to claw back as much power as it physically can get. And historically, this is precisely what has happened in Europe. If you look at, you know, certain aspects of like even the medical system being purposely crippled, purposely underfunded in the UK. You have a national healthcare system in the UK, and the NHS has been purposely defunded by politicians that are backed by corporate interests, in an effort to inevitably privatize certain aspects of that system. People get upset. People get increasingly more mad at the way things are, and they have no way. And both parties are obviously captured. Both major parties are obviously captured by capital interests, whether it be the Labor Party, who are basically light Tories, or the Tory Party, and then they turn around and inevitably bring in an era of privatization. It's happening in Canada as well. Scandinavian countries had decades-long lockdown, concentrated political power monopoly, and these states are now being crippled by austerity and privatization. Yeah, exactly. Olof Palme, baby. Regime enjoyers in Sweden. Look at where they're at now.
Another question he's quite unwilling to hear the answer to. Are workers still being exploited if all their needs in housing, food, and healthcare are being met?
Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism and communism. Yes. And so I want to ask you this question. If an employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly I mean factors like work, compensation, you know, they're being paid well beyond the means of living. If they're provided in all those ways that we see as important, is that still exploitation?
In the Marxist perspective, under, Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes back to something I've described many, many times over. There are two classes. There is the labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right? Mm-hmm. And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. As someone who worked, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay. This inherent contradiction is at the heart of capitalism and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist mode of production. When you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now. So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
Yes.
Because there is no fairness in that situation. If you are not getting back the surplus value that you have created, or you have no democratic means of changing the way that your surplus labor value is being spent, then it is still exploitation under a Marxian understanding of exploitation. That's simply what it is. Profit is exploitation. For those of you who don't understand, that's what this is. Now, if you consider that to be good or bad, that's when things get tricky. If you consider that exploitation to be fair, that level of exploitation of what happens with your surplus labor value, if you consider that to be fair, then you are probably not a Marxist. Telling my boss this on Monday, good luck. Saying that this is fair, the assessment of fairness in this circumstance is actually a loaded premise. Probably should have dealt with that a little bit better when Ethan brought that up in terms of like being a pure debate pervert.
Because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of like living standards, but instead on the metrics of what their output is.
If the employee is extremely satisfied, and they feel well provided for, who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Ethan continues in his failure to learn and brings up a similar question in the field of workers' rights. Why should workers be given democracy in the workplace in the form of decision-making and profit sharing when they themselves did not create the business?
Would it be exploitation if all the revenue minus its expenses was distributed evenly through the workplace? Wait, first of all, distributed evenly? Like, no one is talking about even distribution here. I just want everybody to understand, Marxism is not egalitarian. Marxism is not about like offering every single person the same exact amount of money or the same exact compensation. Okay? It's about having the same say in the process at the least. Okay? There is no world in which every single person is going to be doing an equal amount of work and contribute an equal amount of output. Okay? There's like some people might do that. I do that with my podcast, as you guys know, but that's not inherently Marxist. It's just, you know, it's a different way of organizing. It's a cooperative corporation. But yes, each according to their ability and each according to their needs does not mean like everyone on a basketball team gets to make the same amount of points and no one actually wins or anything like that. That's not how this works at all. How do employee-owned companies fit into this? That's a great question. I mean, every single company works differently, but in terms of the way that profits are distributed after your base wage pay is given to you, in like depending on how much revenue the company has generated, you get to have a say in the process of how that revenue is distributed. Sometimes it might be we get all of the revenue and it's distributed amongst different groups within the organization. Like, you know, 20% goes to the janitor staff, 20% goes to the executive staff, 30% goes to the executive staff. But it's all about having a say in that process. It's all about having a genuine ownership stake in the company. Just mentioned Star Trek. Not everyone's the captain. You still need the mechanics. Exactly. And it does not mean that the captain and the mechanics are going to be paid the exact same either. Well, Star Trek is technically communist, so there is not really... They've moved beyond the need for money in their society. My dry cleaner uses profit to open stores and increase intake while keeping the workload on the fewest people. Yep. At my work, we have town hall meetings. They talk quarterly forecasts, blah, blah, blah. They basically dictate what's going on. In my optimal company, we go to that town hall meeting and each employee has an agenda card and we vote on a set of issues. Yes. The irony is capitalist corporations have a semblance of that. What you just described is quite literally a capitalist corporation, which is authoritarian in nature, making it seem like you have a say in the actual output of the company, making it seem like you have a say in the fucking process. So they know how this is done. They have the capacity to run it that way. They just don't want to give you the share. They don't want to give you the vote. They don't want to give you the opportunity to make demands. Because why? Because those demands would eat away at the share of profits that those at the tippy top get to dictate what to do with.
Business.
I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it. I started my career 10 plus years ago and I was successful.
I also don't personally know like what the best use case for like Marxian economists works in a global marketplace. Like I'll be the first to admit that. You know what I mean? I try to do right. I do understand that like ultimately considering that this is a capitalist global marketplace, like you have to rely on the magnanimous nature of a boss in that regard. And I would be the boss in this situation. But, you know, I don't know if there is like a mathematical equation that gives you the perfect number, the perfect dollar value.
By myself with 0 employees. I made a lot of money.
Because there's someone in the labor theory of value still applicable in a service-based economy. Follow-up, if it is like a recession year. Are employees in a socialist system obligated to pay you above the revenue generated by your labor, even if the value brought in by your labor nets you below living wage, such as in a bad recession year? Exactly. Like, I don't have a good answer for that question. But I do know that like in a recession year, employers in a socialist system are obligated to pay you above the revenue generated by your labor is not correct. Also, the idea is that like You're describing capitalist market conditions ultimately, like in terms of recession years and inflationary shocks.
Did well for myself. And then, 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. Let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer, yeah.
And obviously you moved to full-time, and I'll get to that. So he started as like a freelance consultant. What would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
And when Hasan gives him an answer, Ethan no longer wants to talk about it.
I just want to know how the socialist workplace works. It seems so nebulous when you talk about it.
Why is it? I don't think it's nebulous at all.
There's gotta be. Okay,
I have a
maybe we
living,
should move
breathing,
on.
working
Right,
example of it that I've given you.
I know, but like, there's got to be like a constitution that says, outlines, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to write, right? There's got to be something, and it says like, or rule laws that says, this is the minimum that a person should get from the company.
Yes.
And
it
what would
should
that
be married to the output. It should be married to the productive forces. It should be married to the output. That should be pegged.
We talked about this enough, though. I don't want to bore people.
That should be pegged to the performance. And I think that is the best possible way to work.
I guess
For the record, there was a second part of the conversation about social democracies and how they inevitably fail. I gave the first example in domestic inequality, and then I actually expanded on that to talk about the global inequality, which is the over-reliance on exploitation of the third world of developing nations, the unequal exchange with the global south, and that is obviously the broadest reaching and most consequential aspect of global capitalism. But Ethan did not want to talk about that in that situation. But I think that is, like, for those of you who want me to elaborate further, it's something that I talked about quite a bit. It's something that I have talked about quite a bit, rather. But I do, often I don't like to talk about it because, this is a nation in the imperial core. Many of you are watching from Western nations, so you do benefit from that. So you are a little bit of a labor arista KKK rat in that regard, which is why I think it gets touchy when people talk about that. I think we're not there yet in terms of our understanding, our class consciousness, in order to invoke class consciousness and a sense of and instill a sense of solidarity among American laborers with respect to, like, the children mining minerals in fucking Congo. So there is that as well. People get really touchy about that when they start having to reckon with that reality. What also needs to be mentioned is that Marxism, leftist theory do not automatically equate to a more charitable social norms either. This is to say socialism, Marxism will not make people better people. It's an economic structure, not a social one. Marxism can lead to better living outcomes, but it will still produce shitty people. It's about minimizing those people. Exactly. Just like I always say. A lot of people are hurt. Hurt people hurt people. If you fucking eliminate one of the major issues that they have in their lives, they are less likely to become unstable. They're less likely to become little freaks that say Haitians are eating cats and dogs. That's why I always say Medicare for all means for all. It includes Nazis as well. The entire goal of systemic change such as this one is to stop more Nazis from existing.
Problem on that is, like, how could you possibly
enforce that?
No, not even enforce. How could you possibly even analyze that? Like, how much more money are we making because the janitor comes?
That's where we go to the Walmart example. That, like, we are already completely aware of that. We have actuaries, we have CPAs that are working in real time, making mathematical equations to figure out exactly what not to pay people, technically, and they could be in a total social reorganization.
This is also the other aspect of this story, which is that there are already pre-existing constructs within a capitalist economy that we use to the advantage of capital, and that could absolutely flip in a moment's notice, almost overnight, if magically capitalism turned into socialism. All all of those forces that currently work at the behest of capital would be able to make these same mathematical equations, but this time for workers. So that is, I mean, obviously that's not going to happen, but the notion that we have no way of calculating this sort of thing is actually wrong. I think, what is it? The People's Republic of Walmart was the name of the book that dives further into like the command economy and centralization and how it has actually occurred inside of capitalist corporations in a way that like corporations now that have like the same output and the same revenue structure of an entire fucking nation at this point. And therefore we have the tools and we are actually using them. We're just simply not using them at the behest of workers and using them at the behest of the capital owners right now. Like, look at Amazon. You know what I mean? That's an entire fucking nation state in and of itself.
Of the economy with a socialist dogma would work in the opposite direction.
Okay.
It's kind of like this.
Please, let's move to another topic.
Okay,
I don't want to bore people.
All in all, this episode was very entertaining, despite some frustrating moments from Ethan. And it even went an hour longer than usual, given how entertaining and important of a conversation it was. This Leftovers episode was definitely not a contributing factor to the conclusion of the Leftovers podcast, but it definitely was a sneak peek for what's to come. Ethan's debate purgatory ego had reached a point of no return, a final form in which Ethan could not be incorrect. So after a few weeks had passed of some pretty normal episodes of the Leftovers podcast, something catastrophic took place, once again sparking the need for discussion on the Leftovers podcast.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jim Sciutto in Washington. It is now 4 a.m. in Gaza, where Israel is striking back at Hamas targets after these attacks we saw play out over the last 24 hours. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country is at war. The militant group launched an unprecedented early morning attack, series of attacks on Israel, firing at least 5,000.
Question, brother, for a social democracy like Norway, how exactly is it exploiting the global south? For example, the Norwegian pension fund is generated primarily through surplus oil revenues. Even further, Norway does not exist in a vacuum. Every commodity that you purchase as a Norwegian person when you go into a Norwegian market is still in some way directly tied to the global economy, and the global economy is capitalist, and therefore, like when you are like Norwegians use iPhones, you know what I mean? It's the simplest example, right? Norwegians use iPhones. Think about the process in which you have to extract natural resources from the global south in an effort to make those iPhones, right? Like just the batteries alone are exactly what I'm talking about in terms of like social democracies still relying heavily on the exploitation of the global south. It's not, and for the record, when I explain this sort of stuff, people get very mad. They're like in their feelings. They're like, what the fuck? You do that too. And it's like, I know. I have this recognition. It is also something that is impossible to avoid. That's why leftists will say there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, because it's just impossible. You cannot exist outside of the grid, right? Let's say you try to exist outside of the grid. You bought an axe at Home Depot. You didn't make the axe yourself. You literally had certain materials inside of that axe that at some point absolutely touched basically slave labor hands. You know? This is why Lenin was absolutely correct when he said imperialism is the final stage of capitalism and is an absolute necessity. Imperialism is a necessity under capitalism because you have to consistently eke out slimmer and slimmer profit margins as the profit rates have a tendency to decline. So then you have to look for new markets. And the only way to keep certain markets low enough so that your profits are high enough in the Western world, you have to keep them servile. You have to keep them, you know, in shitty conditions. That's why Parenti said, I think it was Parenti who said, Africa is not poor. Africa is rich. You don't rob a poor person. You rob a rich person. Africa has been kept poor because of its immense wealth. Or maybe he said that about South America.
In rockets.
Or
Israel
maybe
says
the Philippines.
at least 300 Israelis are more than 1,500 wounded. This was not just rocket attacks, though. The terror group overran border.
They are underdeveloped and they're not underdeveloped. They are overexploited.
Crossings invaded by sea, by air, and by land, taking over entire Israeli communities in the south. We must warn you, many of these images are graphic and frightening.
However, leading up to this episode, Ethan has some initial discussion of the October 7 attacks on October 9th.
So over the weekend, Hamas, who is the governing, they're organization, but they're also control Gaza Strip. They somehow managed to put together this surprise invasion of into Israel, and it was it was horrific. So far, at least 700 Israelis, which is nuts. One of the crazy things was there was a nature party, a peace party, they actually call it, ironically, and I guarantee a lot of people there were pro peace, who are anti Netanyahu and all that kind of stuff. And so
yeah, for sure, they were all young. Definitely that type of crowd that is unhappy with the government.
The really sad kind of crazy thing is that, I don't know if this has changed, but last that I heard, Hamas didn't even know about the party. They just happened upon it.
This discussion was pretty tame, and mostly understandable coming from two Israelis after such a catastrophe took
Ethan
place.
is not even technically Israeli, for the record. I don't think. Like, Ethan went on birthright, no? I don't think he's Israeli.
Ethan even made sure to make his stance clear about the Israeli government. Not by speaking from the heart, but by reading a tweet of a note.
No. He did. He has citizenship. He lived there, but he went on birthright. I think his parents might be... I don't know. I actually don't even know. Holy shit. I should know this. I know he lived in Israel. I know he lived in Israel because I remember him talking about like working at a casino and shit. But his origins are SoCal.
WhatsApp screenshot from 2021.
You know what? Let me do this. Before I even talk about this, let me just tell you, first of all, just so it's not ambiguous about how I feel about this situation as a whole. Okay? Let me just say this. I tweeted this. I think this was when the IDF blew up some apartment building or some horrific shit in Gaza a few years ago. I said the Israeli government's making me sick. Even if Hamas is operating as civilian buildings, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. Netanyahu's a piece of shit warmonger. It needs to go. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers...
It's like saying you're not American because you grew up in Turkey. Come on, dude. No, I didn't know that he had Israeli citizenship. Someone corrected me and said that he does. But like, culturally... Like, I don't think Ethan is Israeli culturally. I think Ethan is a fucking American. Like, what are we talking about? It also doesn't even fucking matter, honestly. Like, we're not talking about his background. We're talking about what he is saying. Also, this is very important for the record. They're shameless and hateful, fueled by religious zeal and enabled by the Israeli government. Ultra-right Jewish settlers. I wish settling and repossession land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live in life free of fear. For all the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all the power, and it is on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness for peace. So,
settlers among the greatest provocateurs in the world.
This is in
They're
May
shameless,
15,
hateful,
2021,
fueled
Chad.
by
Remember
religious
that.
zeal and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live a life free of fear. For all the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all the power and is on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness for peace. Okay.
For the record, like this right here in May 15, 2021 is like 90% there. You know what I mean? It recognized the humanity of Palestinians. Like, yes, it's not like, it still treats Hamas as like an aberration, as a separate entity, as a group that, like, it doesn't come with the with the conclusion that like people that are pushed into a corner that feel like they have no way out of that corner were inevitably going to lash back, right? They're inevitably going to fight back to fight their way out of that corner. There are definitely anti-Semites in this chat law. Point to them and we'll ban them. But if you can't find like at least a couple right now that we haven't banned already, I'm going to ban you. Point to them right now. You'd be doing us a service. This is not something that is ever tolerated. If you've been in here since 2024, July 17th, you would know that. You should know that. We smoke Nazis on a fucking daily basis. Is that chatter even Jewish, Lamau? One of those of us who are would be the first to point him out? Yeah, exactly. Maybe. He might be. Who knows? How the fuck? Classic Hitlerian politics. Unite the mass against a fictional minority that's coming to destroy society. How the fuck did this happen? How do you have this opinion? And then you go, there are definitely anti-Semites in this chat. Well, go ahead. Tell me who they are. Aaron Lopez. I saw a comment that said he's still a bloodthirsty Zionist a few minutes ago. Point to who the comment is. Also, in terms of people saying he's a bloodthirsty Zionist, like that is the opinion of a chatter who I disagree with because I'm currently making the argument that he is not a bloodthirsty Zionist. But you also need to understand that this is not devoid of any sort of fucking context in and of itself. Okay? This is coming from after Ethan made fun of Aaron Bushnell. This is coming from Ethan saying that this community is anti-Semitic. Like, calling someone a Zionist if they are in any way, shape, or form defending the state of Israel is not a slur. It's just what it is. Okay? Also, I think classic young Republican. He talked about how hot that pause was. Sad, stupid, ignorant. He's still a bloodthirsty Zionist either way. These are the exact same types of chatters, for the record. These are the exact same type of long-term community subscribers who pop off on me in the exact same fucking way any moment that they find a minor infraction. Okay? Just so you understand. This is something that I tried to communicate to Ethan personally and tried to tell him, like, listen, this is how politics is. This is how, like, political audiences are like. Okay? This is how they operate. If they find something that is even a minor infraction, as much as I have whipped my community into shape, as much as I've tried to make people in my community be normal about, like, analyzing the collective total of a person's opinions that they can see and not just have such hardline opinions, they're never going to do that. Okay? If you recall, a very famous moment of mine when I went to Australia was literally a HasanAbi head who was wearing my fucking merch, who came up to me at a fucking pro-Palestinian demonstration and yelled at me for drinking Coca-Cola. Okay? Does that person actually think I am a Zionist? Does that person actually think that I'm not sufficiently defending Palestine? In that moment, they did. And if the only way to analyze that situation, and this is understandable, by the way, this is totally understandable. If the only way that you can analyze the situation is off of, like, what you have seen, and especially if you're seeing it over and over and over and over and over again in the chat, you're going to start internalizing it and be like, damn. Okay? Damn. I yell at chatters like this on a daily fucking basis. Okay? I yell at chatters like this on a daily fucking basis. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I overreacted. I'm sorry. This statement that Ethan is reading here is the same type of statement that libs make when Trump is in power. Same vibe. Talk until there are real stakes for you and you have to do something. Yeah, that's ridiculous to say, especially about a dude who lived in Israel, especially at a time in 2021 when many members of this community were probably also unfamiliar with what the fuck was going on in Israel or in Palestine, or beyond that, Ethan himself, the expectation is he's going to be fucking full blown in support of Israel. So for him, it's extra nutty to have a take like that. What the fuck are you talking about? He is not. No, that's not liberal Zionism. Liberal Zionism, and I can't speak for what Ethan's perspective is now, but here, this is not liberal Zionism, because liberal Zionism does not actually treat Palestinians as human beings. Okay? Or liberal Zionism is simply makeup over the inherent fascist perspective of Zionism. Okay? I saw the comment. Totally get that. Ethan is a fucking gross Zionist. This is what I mean. This issue, considering that it is an ongoing genocide, invokes a lot of sentiment in a lot of chatters. And if you have no capacity to analyze this from the lens of, like, these people are not saying Ethan is a Zionist because he's Jewish. Okay? These people are not saying Ethan is a Zionist because he's Jewish. They're saying Ethan is a Zionist because they think Ethan is a Zionist. And he might be. I don't know. But here, I'm trying to explain to you that this is like 90% the closest you can arrive at. If you think any of those people are Nazis or anti-Semites in general, you're wrong. Like, that's a ridiculous assessment to make. Who doesn't think Ethan is a Zionist? He's a self-described one.
So, just so it's not unambiguous.
Now, I wouldn't say this discussion was completely tame, as Ethan got quite caught up in the timing of it all, criticizing people for saying Free Palestine as the attacks were taking place.
I think what people don't understand when they say that.
Are you making the comparison to the Australian girl because you think Chatter's calling Ethan a Zionist is the same as her? No, I'm not. I'm using that as an example of, like, people yell at me all the fucking time too. There is a level of validity to the criticisms, especially if that's your output, especially if that is what you're communicating to people, people that are outside of my immediate community, mind you. So that's another thing that you have to recognize. This is why I started off the conversation by talking about, what was I saying? Holy shit. Talking about how there are members in his own community that are completely removed from mine that would much rather watch him than me that might still have these kinds of opinions. Okay? They have these exact same kinds of opinions regardless. It has nothing to do with me at all. And if you mistake that kind of criticism that you're receiving from your very progressive community with, like, me egging them on, then you're missing the forest for the trees to a certain degree. Does that make sense? That is simply the point I was making originally. I think chatters are confused because Zionists is consistently used to replace Jews. Sometimes it's understandably difficult, especially as a Jewish person myself, to distinguish how the term is being used. That's why I don't like to call people Zionists. Instead, call them pro-Israel since it fits the title best. I don't want my words to be misconstrued as saying Jew, so I don't exactly love to call people Zionists. Yeah, I mean, but objectively, you are a Zionist. What? Yes, you're right. I am pro only the Israeli state from the river to the sea. You caught me. Okay. I am pro ad break. I'm pro ad break for you and you only. If only there was a way to do it. Oh, this is the fucking objectively chatter. Oh my God. So fucking annoying. The hyperfixation of this chatter is just me saying objectively. Yeah. Am Israel high.
That is like what it means to somebody in Israel who's going through grieving right now of so many people around them and their life as it used to be. Nobody knows right now what to expect and how long this war is going to last. Like, when you come out and say free Palestine after they just lost everybody, they have children taken away from them. That's not, if you're really for humanitarian reasons, that's not.
No, like I disagree with this. You know, much love to Gila, but I disagree with this sentiment. Saying free Palestine in that moment it comes with the recognition of all of the things that happened on October 6th, on October 5, on October 4, on October 3rd. It comes with the recognition of, at the time, 75 years of apartheid, right? Like, that is the reality. And this is just, I think what's crazy about this, and you guys need to stop, you need to shut the fuck up. There are probably so many people in here right now that are literally logging every single thing that you are saying, and they're going to use that against me and against the broader point that I'm trying to make. You're falling for the bait. You really, really need to, I can't ban every single person in the chat. Okay. But this is an unimaginably frustrating situation because a lot of you get up in your fucking feelings and you want to say the most unhinged shit you can, not recognizing that there are literally currently at least 300 to 1,000 people that are watching, not just me and not what I'm saying so that they can purposely misconstrue it, but also to look at chat so they can fucking log each individual person, okay? Log each individual fucking person. This is literally the reason why I hate talking about the subject from the perspective of what Ethan says, because 0 people actually care about my opinion on the matter. 0 people, including those who are saying unhinged shit in the chat right now. None of you actually care about the way that you are presenting yourself. None of you actually care any longer about Israel nor Palestine. You just simply want to talk shit in the chat because you think you're being anonymous. But every single thing that you say right now is being logged so that it can be used against what I'm saying, okay? Because there are thousands of hate watchers that are sitting in here right now that are purposely crafting the narrative that you motherfuckers are anti-Semitic, okay? Think about the student protests. Think about how well they conducted themselves. Think about what happened in the aftermath of the way that they conducted themselves, and people still consider them to be fucking anti-Semitic. And if they couldn't find a way to, massage the narrative, they made up fake fucking chats. Okay? I'm going to put the fucking chat in emote mode because a lot of you are fucking annoying. And if you think you can get away with this shit in the Discord as well, I will ban you from Discord too. Okay? Many of you want me to cover subject matter like this because you love fucking drama. All right? But in an effort, even when I'm doing it, you can't fucking hold yourself back. You get so autistic. Like your hyperfixation turns into just saying the most like unhinged shit, knowing full well that someone is out there just fucking logging every single time someone in here says some fucking unhinged shit. Shit that you wouldn't personally agree with, if you had a calmer mind. But in that moment, it doesn't matter. Your community does not understand that they're taking bait from other communities when they drama bait this shit. They're hurting you by doing this, by tweeting shit, by saying shit in Discord. Exactly. Because absolutely 0 people care about my well thought out, well balanced perspective on this issue. Most people simply want to say, Hasan hates Ethan because he's Jewish. Okay? And you are just giving people an opportunity for them to craft a wonderful narrative like that, undoing a decade of work I've put into, 1, shitting on anti-Semites, and 2, being a fucking anti-Zionist, because you just learned about Gaza yesterday, okay? And you are hyper passionate, and you want to show everybody how fucking passionate you are. And the only mechanism to show how passionate and how with Gaza you are is by fucking chirping about a content creator you see on screen and calling them a fucking Nazi. Okay? Shut the fuck up. This is precisely what I've described a million fucking times over. This is exactly why I hate covering this issue, because Ethan's perspective on this matter is completely irrelevant to me. Okay, it doesn't change the dynamic of geopolitics. Okay, it doesn't change the dynamic of America's undying loyalty to continuing to facilitate the genocide in Gaza. Okay, children are fucking dying every day. You saying Hila is a Nazi is not going to save anyone. It's just going to make you look like a fucking asshole, and it's going to make me look like a fucking asshole, because they're going to clip that and turn around and say, see, this is the community he's fostered. And you don't even fucking believe that anyway. You don't. In the moment, you're mad, so you want to show everyone how fucking pro-Palestine you are. That's it. That's all this is. It's understandable to be passionate about this issue, but you also have to recognize the environment that you're in, okay? A lot of you dumb fucks don't understand that the American government and the way that they analyze pro-Palestinian sentiment is just, you're a terrorist, okay? They currently are literally behind closed doors going, how the fuck do we deal with so many goddamn children talking about how much they love Hamas, okay? Shut the fuck up. It's very annoying. And let me tell you, okay, people that have fucking been doing this for years have definitely a very different framework of how to carry on their message. Okay? You think fucking, what's his name, Moin Rabban, or any number of different like Muslim commentators, think about the way they fucking carry themselves. Think about the way they talk about this issue. Why do you think they talk about this issue like this? You think Rashid Khalidi is going to fucking say shit like this? You think Edward Said would have said shit like this? No. You want to know why? Because they understand the fucking environment they're in. I've been saying this since October 7. Never think that you can be even remotely as callous as someone who defends Israel. Okay? They can say everything about you and you can say nothing. You have to put your best foot forward, okay? You should never, ever, ever say shit like this. God damn, you live in America. That's exactly what I said about fucking Edward Said got his office bombed simply for existing as a Palestinian in higher ed. Yeah. People who have been in favor of Palestinian emancipation, especially those from Arab background or from Muslim backgrounds, have known this reality for fucking decades, okay? I'm sorry, I don't want to hear from white people in fucking Iowa. I love how excited everyone is in terms of Palestinian emancipation, but I don't want to hear fucking, you know, people chirping, especially when they're not the ones who are going to get fucking deported, okay? I just wish your young viewers who are borderline obsessive about you would trust what you say on the shit. Yeah. Come on, guys. Please. Being a leftist is about getting shit on every damn day of the fucking week, okay? But still maintaining your principles and trying to make sure that you can communicate a better future for all people, okay? Including people who are living inside of Israel. Very disappointing. But now you know why I don't fucking talk about this shit that much from this perspective. Now you know why I don't talk about what Ethan has said about me, because some of you dumb fucks do get fucking out of control. Fuck.
What you should be saying right now.
And I'm Free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing. I know what it is. You're saying I support Hamas. I mean, that's what you're saying. Maybe not even intentionally, you know. But that
it might not be intentionally, but that is what it means.
Now, as I've explained in a previous video, the news break was quite vague at the time. So much of the breaking news was focused on the destruction of the Gaza wall and the escape of Gazans, not the mass atrocities. So hearing the great news of Gazan freedom, I and many others were quick to say, "Free Palestine." But for the most part, this reaction from two Israelis was understandable. For the most part.
Ethan, please learn more about this. Shut the f up.
What was not so understandable was Ethan's reaction and commentary in the following H3 podcast episode.
Emote mode ends and immediately someone comes in and has to fucking do this. Like immediately. Immediately. God damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all can't behave at all. This is precisely the reason why it's also impossible to moderate. It's impossible to moderate to that degree a massive community. It's probably D Shadow's cosplaying. It abso-fucking-lutely is not. Okay? It abso-fucking-lutely is not. Is not. It's this community. It's long-term community subscribers that fucking chirp at me every moment of the day too. The problem is, this is a very different issue. This is not about me. This is not someone yelling. How many times do I ban fucking 48-month subscribers that come in here and will be like, you are not sufficiently leftist. You actually have completely given up on the leftist project. You love Kamala Harris. How many times do I yell at a long-term community subscriber? Okay? No, it's people that love being incredibly fucking annoying. I think Ethan doesn't see this because if he did, he would know how much you're trying to clean up chat. No, I've told him this. He just must not believe me if he doesn't think so. Oh. Be normal, dude. Be fucking normal. You're not doing praxis by typing in a fucking Twitch chat. Like, if I ever catch someone being like, oh, Gila is like killing Palestinian children or whatever, I'm gonna fucking ban you. You're an unhinged psycho, dude. You're a fucking weirdo. Okay? Sorry, you are. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you saying? Like, what are you saying? There's fucking veterans in this community too. Do you fucking treat them in the same way? There's American veterans. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, do you not live in the real world? Like, what do you, this conversation is so frustrating because it like breaks the boundary of the real world and online shit because the people that we're talking about are people that I know in the real world. Okay? Is that what you do to your fucking uncle who's a veteran or to your cousin who's a veteran? You walk up to him and you're like, fuck you. You fucking rape and kill 14-year-olds, you fucking piece of shit. I hope you enjoyed your fucking trip to Iraq. Is that what you do? You're such a fucking base leftist. You're the Mr. Troop Exploder. Shut the fuck up. Be fucking normal, man. Jesus Christ. And when people say that about all American vets, I yell at them too. No, it's because you normally have the smoke for other dumbass YouTubers except E-tard. Like, this is what I mean. Okay? I don't even know the collective total of Ethan's like personal opinion on the matter, but I seemingly will never find out by the end of this video if you guys consistently try to make the argument about yourself. Okay? Have the smoke. The fuck do you mean have the smoke? Ethan is wrong on this, dude. I'm not saying he's right on this, but him being wrong on this doesn't change the reality that like you guys can behave in this way in the chat, especially considering that there are a shit ton of people. There are a shit ton of people in this community right now alongside you, waiting for the opportunity, salivating to make a fucking fool of all of you and myself. Okay?
So, where for whatever reason, Ethan decided to pick a fight with a Muslim woman who happened to be one of Hasan's mods, a Lebanese Twitter.
I don't chirp at you. I'm trying to be my most best faith, honest self. I promise I have family in Israel and lost so many friends and connections from advocating for Palestine. I don't live in Ohio and I don't have an issue with anyone at H3. I think Ethan should just know better and give you and your community a sliver of grace you award him. Yeah, I agree. No, I don't disagree with you. It's just that this very reasonable take that you just mentioned is not going to make it to the fucking supercut that like Boner Chelly's fucking genocide loving community is salivating to make. No one is going to hear this. They're only going to see the fucking random dipshits in the chat being like, this guy's a bloodthirsty Zionist. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Do you salute soldiers over time? You see them always. I suck them off too. I love that I'm like, listen, this is not a fucking anti-Semitic community. And then chatters are like desperately trying to present it in a way as unhinged as possible so that outsiders who are themselves anti-Semitic half the fucking time can present it as though this community is anti-Semitic because it's so passionately anti-Israel. Okay? You have no understanding of how like the average normie fucking looks at this situation because you're trapped in this echo chamber here. Okay? You think everyone has the same exact opinions as you do. No. Well, fuck them. They're being bad faith and will something to be bad faith about? Fuck them. Yeah, it doesn't matter because the reality is that's not how the real world works. Okay? Don't give them an extra opportunity.
Twitch streamer by the name Frogan.
I don't know if this is I guess this is turning into a drama that I can talk about. Is that this girl Frogan?
Frogan.
Oh, Frogan? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know how to say her name. I just followed her because you know, there was a lot of mutuals that were following her, and she seemed like a nice person, so that's why I followed her.
She was a mod for Hasan, and me and Lena are friends with her as well.
Okay. I just quietly unfollowed her, okay? I didn't like the tweets she was making. I thought they were, like, leaning too much towards pro-Hamas. And
AB's like, and we're friends with her as well.
I just didn't like it. I didn't want to see it. And so I quietly unfollowed her. I didn't make a big deal. I didn't say anything. But, like, she got to turn it into this whole big thing that turns into a drama that's now being posted all over the internet. I'm sorry. It's a Twitter follow. It's not that serious, okay? First of all, and foremost, that face when one of your favorite content creators unfollows you for being pro-Palestine. Like, first of all, the framing of that is f***ed up.
Do you see that D is trying to leverage the situation to his advantage and is talking to Ethan behind the scenes plenty on stream? You see his recent Reddits visited. Destiny's always there. I don't care. Okay, I don't. I mean, great. Like, sure, fine. Who cares? Okay. I don't think that Ethan's worldview is ultimately compatible with someone who, I mean, exactly the type of person who he like routinely shits on. And I don't think that it's like, I think people want to be appreciated. I think people want to be liked. Okay. And if a community of people are being like, you're fucking shit, you suck, whether for good reason or for bad reason, and a group of people take advantage of that and say, we love you, you're doing a great job, they are going to absolutely take advantage of that situation. And of course, I don't even fault him for potentially going there to find talking points or whatever. He's permanently on Reddit.
Okay, let's not even go there. You don't even know why I unfollowed you. You don't know, you don't have no information. We've never even talked. You said Ethan Klein unfollowed Frogan. Ethan Prob was like, this damn Arab supports Hamas. That's not funny. That's not funny at all. Like, the whole framing of this is really.
I try to tell him, like, this is literally, that is a fucking destiny. That is, isn't that, I know this username. Isn't this like a Bonercelli fucking massive fan? Straight up, every time there's a LSF post, of me, it's that motherfucker. Wait, hold on. How do I know usernames? Why do I know a Redditor? Because this motherfucker has posted so many LSF clips of me that they know him on LSF. He's probably in here right now, salivating.
Cruel. Ethan, I'll support the IDF. Refollow me. I don't support the IDF either. It's not funny. The reason I unfollowed her, because apparently she wants to know, is because of this tweet specifically and a few others. But this is the one that I was like, I don't want to see this anymore. She said, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the...
Is the porn star James Dean still around? Been around since 2018, dog. How many alt accounts does this motherfucker have, you think? He got banned in 2021. He is clipped. He is like one of my top 5 clippers. Jobless ass. Account created in 2012. Oh, yeah. Fucking real freak. It's different when you use that word as an insult. Even if you're right, this just fosters division and toxicity. It's just like ACAP, pointless rhetoric, and you just make us look stupid. Us, motherfucker, you've been a hater. You've been a hater for years. Us. Aren't you bringing back trauma for black people when you say the C word? The best arguments. Most recent clip of you was from 3 months ago. I feel like that corresponds to LSF's like ban of Destiny Hasan clips. Perhaps he stopped clipping when he couldn't farm karma anymore. And also because I stopped clipping in general. You've been clipping me for 5 years, brother. Holy shit.
The Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. She's implying that what Hamas is doing is right. I mean, she's basically all but saying it. She's saying, as soon as a revolution happens in the Middle East, then all of a sudden what they're doing is wrong. She's saying, in her opinion, that what they're doing is right. Because it's a revolution.
Ethan once again speaks from the heart, saying, "This was the last time I spoke about Israel," before once again bringing up his 2-year-old Notes app screenshot.
She says, "I've only ever heard you talk about me supporting Palestine. Are you dumb? Like, how dare you even say that, you bag? Did you think about this before you wrote it? Shame on you. How dare you defend what you said? And to even come for me as if I don't support Palestinians. This is the last time I ever spoke on Israel. The Israel government is making me sick. Even if Hamas is operating out of civilian buildings, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. Netanyahu's a piece of shit warmonger and needs to go. As a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They're shameless, hateful, fueled by religious zeal, and enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live in a life free of fear. And for all the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember that they are not Palestine, which somehow you don't seem to understand either. The Israeli government holds all of the power, and it's on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness to peace. That's the last time I talked about Israel. Do you want to keep saying this shit about me, or do you want to apologize? Because it sounds to me like...
I think what's crazy about this is that, like, Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so, and the reality of the matter is anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feelings, is absolutely to not unload with a much larger audience on a person of this background. You know what I mean? She was ultimately correct, though. Ethan did unfollow her because she seemed too pro-Hamas for his days. Now he's so angry and doing the how dare you bit. Like, it's funny because, like, I tried to tell Ethan at the time, I was like, you know, Frogan's like a massive fan of yours. Like, they're not, like, she's not, what is it? Oh, I gotta go. I gotta finish. I'll finish this tomorrow. I gotta do the podcast. It's time to go to work. I know. Austin's here.
Sorry, guys. Got to turn off the computer for the night.
I might not even get back to this video, to be honest. I mean, we'll see. I might get back to it. Who knows? The thing I hate more than anything else is that, like, you guys know what my opinion is on the things that actually do matter. Right? You know what my opinion is on things that actually do matter, such as Israel, Palestine. Okay? All this does, by my estimation, is just, it causes unnecessary friction and drama, and it will absolutely turn into a much larger conversation. Like, it'll turn into quote unquote drama content. And I fucking hate giving some of the biggest scumbags on the internet a crumb of fucking clout off of this shit because they eat so goddamn good. Okay? That's it. And the reality is my audience does not listen to me at all. You don't. And you are so fucking annoying when you don't listen to me. Okay? We're talking about people getting fucking arrested for protesting for Palestine in places like Michigan, in college campuses all around the country, and you dumb fucks are in the chat chirping. You know what I mean? It's just, you're chirping about drama. You're chirping about drama, and you're actually creating more drama, which inevitably ends up harming whatever values you espouse. And like, if your goal is to have your audience reach as broad, have this message reach as broad an audience as possible, and then your other goal is to basically fucking your other goal is to basically fucking chirp as much as you can in an emotional moment because you feel unhinged in that moment and you can't stop yourself. Then you have to always remember, I said it after October 7th and it bears repeating now, advocates for Palestine must be 100 times more careful than defenders of Israeli apartheid and genocide, since there's a whole ecosystem to smear and ostracize pro-Palestinian voices. It's not fair, but it is what it is. Exactly. Do not let your interest in fucking chirping in the chat get in the way of you trying to communicate a much more important desire for a free Palestine. And you do that. You do that. You get ahead of yourselves. And it doesn't even matter. Even if you don't do that, they're going to smear you as anti-Semitic anyway. So why the fuck are you saying things that are unhinged? Why? Stop. It's like so much brigade. This reaction to this video is precisely why Leftovers ended. Okay? Because it's no longer about an emotional subject such as genocide, okay? But it's an emotional subject with an association of two communities that are at odds with one another and are very parasocially invested in the outcome. Okay? That's it. That's it. I can't even get through a fucking video for 33 minutes before chat starts fucking going crazy. Okay? Everyone is terminally fucking online, and everyone wants to scream into the void like nobody can hear them. And it's a perfectly understandable desire, especially given the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, that have been killed so far. Okay? But you have to think about it from the perspective of, is what I'm doing actually going to advance the cause? Or will it be used against the cause? Okay? That's why. And that's also precisely the reason why I don't fucking, like, no matter what Ethan says, I don't cover it. Because I think that I know better than you do the way that this environment works. I know that Ethan can say whatever he wants about me and my community, okay, at the end of the day, or about Frogan or about the mods, okay? And that will not receive the same level of scrutiny that whatever random fucking chatters, not me, random fucking chatters in the chat are saying. Okay? That's it. That's it. So if you can't think about it from the perspective of just like being normal and not insane and unhinged, okay? You should think about it from the perspective of like not giving some of the biggest scumbags. I'm not talking about Ethan here. I'm talking about all of the other communities that will eat good off of even this amount of coverage. Okay? They will comb through this entire chat and comb through what I said to find any moment that they can to frame completely out of context and to make really false, hurtful accusations that they know are false, but they don't care, in an effort to launch an endless sequence of attacks and continue the drama. Meanwhile, people that I know, that I talk to, are still at death's doorstep in fucking Gaza. Okay? Israel is moving into the West Bank. They're harassing journalists. They're doing whatever the fuck they want. And America is giving unlimited funds and unlimited weapons to Israel to do so. And that dynamic is never going to change. And all you've done in that circumstance is basically deflate one vector of criticism against that by leaning in to your unhinged and oftentimes narcissistic desires. And you have given an opportunity to some of the biggest fucking scumbags. Okay? Yeah, one of Bonicelli's biggest orbiters is literally doing that right now. They have pages of screenshots from the Discord and they're half an hour behind you watching the VOD. They're pathetic and don't deserve the oxygen. There you go. While Janine was leveled, that's what these guys care about. You know why? Because they can't defend Israel. That's it. And you are giving them a wonderful fucking opportunity. I didn't know what this video looked like. And I didn't know how fucking chat was going to react. So thank you. Thank you. I can't wait for the Keemstar and the Destiny videos and all the fucking endless tweets from Fear Buck and all these other fucking clippers who have never spent a single moment thinking about the inhumanity in Gaza to farm revenue off of your unhinged desire to show how fucking pro-Palestine you are. Thank you. You did it. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. Free Palestine.